Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. At this point, Akan probably saw herself as nothing more than a parasite, clinging to him. Useless. Meaningless. Entirely dependent on him. Which only worsened her anxiety. Minami Shaoji shook his head and turned back to the simulator. This time, the simulator was being unusually honest. It outright told him the result. The next choice ahead of you inevitably leads to regret. Even so, no matter what, things had to be seen through to the end. Minami Shaoji braced himself and looked at the options. 1. Confront her with care and understanding, reassuring her that no matter what, you will always accept her completely. 2. It's over. Everything is over. Start picking out matching tombstones for the both of you. At least make sure you go out in style. 3. Women. So troublesome. But I have no choice. I'll use physical affection to reassure her. 4. Personally simulate the outcome. Yeah, as expected, aside from option 1 and simulating it myself, none of these are particularly reliable. Looking at these 3 choices of death, Minami Shaoji shook his head. Option 2 was outright preparing for the worst-case scenario. Option 3. That was just falling into a succubus route, drowning in desire every day. Honestly, if he could personally simulate the situation, there might still be a chance to turn things around. But seeing how pitifully low his emotion value was, Minami Shaoji had no choice but to pick the best available option. Option 1. You had always been incredibly understanding toward her. That night, you set aside time to carefully tend to her emotions, gently asking about this issue and expressing your concern for her mental state. Faced with your questioning, she could no longer maintain her mask. Tears streamed down her face as she poured out the dark and selfish thoughts that had been plaguing her. She depended on you, clinging to you like a parasite. She was terrified that you would come to hate her because of it. So she could only face others with a carefully crafted smile. Within the simulation, memories began to unravel. I was too scared to tell you this. Tears soaked Minami Shaoji's chest. In the quiet of the night, she looked heartbreakingly fragile. I was afraid you would hate me. Don't say things like that. Minami Shaoji gently pulled her into his embrace, as if holding a piece of precious porcelain meant to be cherished forever. But it's the truth. Her teary eyes shimmered under the dim light as she sobbed softly. I can't live without you, Minami. Just the thought of losing you fills me with fear, terror, and unease. You won't lose me. Minami Shaoji softly ran his fingers through her pastel purple hair. She didn't reply. She simply rested her head against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Under the warm glow of the night, she gazed up at his handsome face. For the first time in a long while, she felt at peace. But that peace quickly turned into fear. Because the moment she thought about tomorrow, or the day after, and the possibility of losing him, a nameless terror gripped her heart once more. And as if sensing her fear, Minami Shaoji gently kissed away the tears on her face before speaking. Akan. She responded softly. I will never leave you. Minami Shaoji stroked her head. I will embrace all of your strengths and flaws, whether it's the false you or the real you. I will accept you completely. His words were filled with sincerity. Even Shinjo-Akan couldn't help but lift her head slightly and murmur, really? You won't find me annoying? You won't get tired of me? I won't. Minami Shaoji replied firmly. Really? Shinjo-Akan asked again, seeking reassurance. Really? The usual Shinjo-Akan would never have asked such a childish question. But right now, she was as fragile as porcelain. Minami Shaoji could only use the gentlest tone to soothe her restless heart. Because the real her was just that delicate. That night, you held her close as tears streamed down her face, whispering to her that it was okay to keep pretending, that you would accept every part of her, both real and false. Your comfort worked, for the time being. Her mental state stabilized, but sweet words, like honey, can also be the thorns that prevent one from moving forward. She became even more dependent on you. On the surface, she still seemed like her usual self, always smiling mischievously, but her actions made it clear. In her senior year, she deliberately transferred to your class just to see you more often. When walking together, she would tightly hold onto your hand, refusing to let go, as if clutching onto her most precious treasure. Even in her sleep, you could often hear her mumbling your name, and you, with a patience beyond most people's imagination, accepted it all. To put her at ease, you brought her along to work at Rico. And you minimized going out alone to stay by her side. Under your careful care, her emotions remained stable. By the time high school ended, as everyone expected, you were admitted to the University of Tokyo, and she, too, gave up on her dream of becoming a tokusatsu director to enroll in the same major as you. For her, an uncertain dream was far less important than your presence, although you disagreed with her decision, since it was something she had chosen for herself. You didn't argue further. After graduating, you joined a prestigious company and quickly leveraged your experience to start your own business. She remained by your side. With her nearly perfect ability to mask her true self and an intellect second only to yours, she excelled at handling everything. Your bond with Shinjo Akan deepened. You became an irreplaceable part of her life. As time passed, under both of your efforts, your business flourished, and you quickly amassed significant wealth. After her repeated urging, you decided to get married. Her cheerful, outgoing facade soon won the approval of your parents and two older sisters. With no real obstacles, your marriage was smoothly arranged. The Shinjo family tried to approach you both, but you and Akan ignored them completely. The wedding date was set, and just thinking about it made her so excited that she dragged you to the bedroom to celebrate early. For the next few days, she kept you so busy that you could barely get out of bed. Time continued to flow. Before long, your wedding day arrived. You didn't have many friends, aside from the people from Starry. Only those from Rico attended. Seeing you two finally together, they had nothing but smiles and blessings. Dressed in a pure white wedding gown, she warmly welcomed all the guests. You knew it was just another layer of her mask, but even her mask was something you had long accepted and understood. She loved you deeply, and you loved her just as much. After marriage, her dependence on you remained mentally. It felt almost like a master-servant relationship. No matter what you said or decided, she silently supported you. You both immersed yourselves in building your company. Under your management, the business expanded even further, but the relentless work gradually wore both of you down. You both always wanted children, but with how busy you were, the opportunity never came. 3 years later, you finally slowed down your work and seriously considered having a child. After all, endlessly accumulating wealth was meaningless. You had already earned enough to provide for both yourselves and future generations. A year later, your child was born. You named her Mirai. Under your watchful care, Shaoji Mirai slowly grew up. You wanted to be there to see her become an adult, but as the years passed, your body grew weaker, until finally, one day, you collapsed and never got back up again. You had been her entire world, and now, in that instant, her entire world crumbled. The day after your passing, while everyone was busy preparing your funeral, they found her at home, peacefully asleep beside you, clutching your hand tightly with a soft smile on her face. She had closed her eyes, never to open them again. Her expression was the same as when you first met her, that mischievous smirk, the strong-willed girl who never backed down. Back then, in her darkest moment, you had reached out and held her hand. Now, it was her turn to hold on to you. Chapter 136, The Shinjo Miss Who Couldn't Be Refused. Simulation complete. System score, 62 points. You have achieved the total dependency ending. System evaluation, a love of absolute reliance. She loved you for a lifetime, but from beginning to end, the only person she ever truly smiled for was you. Your meeting was no coincidence. Her first impression of you wasn't favorable. At first, she only saw you as a tool. Your relationship was filled with turbulence. You took her away from the prison that had trapped her for the first half of her life, but in doing so, you bound her with your own chains, and yet, she never resented it, because as long as she was with you, she had the courage to move forward. But this trust was also a sweet curse. In your youth, you both worked hard to build a home together. During this time, she became entirely dependent on you emotionally. After graduating, her reliance reached its peak, even becoming somewhat unhealthy. If she woke up and couldn't see you, she would panic. In middle age, you continued working hard to provide for her. She gave up her dreams for you, and you worked tirelessly to create a happy life for her. But deep down, you both knew no matter how happy life was, she was never truly at ease. Even after having a child, her fears remained. To her, you were her world. You were her sun. And if the sun were to vanish, what would she do? As time passed, you fell into eternal sleep. The moment she saw that result, she made her decision. She clung to your hand, choosing to face death together. At last, she could have you all to herself, forever. 62 points, huh? Minami looked at the barely passing score and let out a small sigh. But to be honest, he had already anticipated this result by the midpoint of the simulation. The 62 points came from the fact that Akan had married him and given birth to their child, but that was all. There wasn't much description of whether she was truly happy after marriage. But if one thought about it carefully, the answer was clear. Akan was the kind of person who could only muster the courage to face everything because he was there. If he were to leave first, she would undoubtedly follow without hesitation. A love so intertwined that even death couldn't separate them might seem romantic on the surface, but in reality, it was extremely unhealthy. Because, to put it bluntly, what about our daughter? Lying in bed, Minami couldn't help but turn his head to glance at Akon, who was fast asleep on the floor. From a certain perspective, this woman was truly willful and troublesome. She just left their child behind and chose to follow him into death. How was that okay? But even so, Minami couldn't bring himself to blame her. Because, in a way, her psychological scars were something he had unintentionally reinforced. Unlike the sunny, gentle, and nearly flawless mask she wore, the real Akon was an extremely insecure and emotionally fragile girl. Her childhood experiences had made her inherently distrustful of human relationships. That distrust had been evident even during their time together, like when she had tried to use money to support him, believing financial control could maintain their relationship. Minami had seen through it back then. And later, after his confrontation with her parents, when he took her away, she lost the one thing that gave her an advantage over him: money. Naturally, she felt anxious and fearful, worried that Minami would abandon her just like her parents did. Even though, on the surface, she remained the second-ranked student at Shuka High, with an academic score of 7, just below Minami, that fear never truly disappeared. This kind of fragile mindset terrified her, yet she had no choice but to rely on Minami. The two factors combined naturally, it made her incredibly delicate and mentally dependent on Minami. In some ways, this extreme self-doubt was even more troublesome than Gota Hitori's social anxiety. But Minami thought that solving this issue wasn't necessarily difficult, but it wasn't exactly simple either. Lying on the bed, he stroked his chin in thought. To cure Akon's psychological scars, the first step was to help her discover her own value. Yes. The biggest problem was that she lacked confidence in her own worth. That's why she chose to abandon her dream and follow Minami to the University of Tokyo. After pondering for a while, Minami had a vague idea in mind. Then, he lowered his head and looked at the system settlement screen. Even though the outcome wasn't ideal, he still couldn't ignore the rewards that came with it. System settlement: you have obtained disguise proficiency level 1 inch and acquired some knowledge of tokusatsu filming. The rewards were simple. But this was within Minami's expectations. After all, it was a mere 62-point passing grade ending. Disguise level 1. He figured it was probably the same skill Akon used to maintain her public facade. But at level 1. Well, Minami doubted he'd have much use for it. As for the tokusatsu filming knowledge, closing his eyes, Minami sifted through his mind, searching for the newly acquired information. In the depths of his memory, he found it. From making tokusatsu props and costumes to digital special effects compositing, from camera angles to filming techniques. So that's how it works. Minami now had a general understanding of tokusatsu filming. These memories probably came from Akon's research during the simulation. But despite all that research, she ultimately chose not to pursue that path. Lying on the bed, Minami thought long and hard. He had already figured out why the simulation had failed this time. And he now had a general idea of how to fix it. But for now, the most important thing, Minami got up from the bed. With the storm raging outside, he walked over to Akon, who was already asleep. Then smack. Minami lightly patted both of her cheeks. Nothing more, nothing less. The sudden touch made Akon stir from her sleep, groggily opening her eyes. She muttered, "What are you doing?" She was completely baffled. It was the middle of the night and Minami was still finding ways to torment her. "Shinjo-san, I finished reading the script you gave me a while ago. But there's something I've been meaning to ask you." "Huh? Do you even know what time it is?" At the mention of the script, Akon instantly became more alert, though she still grumbled, "Can't this wait until tomorrow?" "It can't." Minami turned on the light, his tone still as indifferent as ever. Akon sighed in defeat. She rubbed her eyes and reluctantly sat up, muttering under her breath, "If you don't give me a good reason for waking me up at this hour, I swear I'll actually be mad." Minami didn't even acknowledge her threat. He already knew what kind of person she was from the simulation. She only looked tough on the outside. If he pushed back even a little, she would immediately go soft. Still, he was the one who dragged her out of bed in the middle of the night, so he couldn't really blame her for being annoyed. He simply got to the point. "I need your help making some costumes for me." "Huh?" There was no denying it, Akon had a talent for expressing a range of emotions in a single sound. Just that one syllable alone perfectly conveyed her confusion, her rejection of his request, and her frustration at being dragged out of bed for this nonsense. But no complaining. Minami cut her off before she could even start. "TCH." She still grumbled under her breath, but since Minami had already shut her down, she didn't argue further. Then, she heard him say, "Shinjo-san, you wrote this garbage of a script because you wanted to perform it at the cultural festival, didn't you?" "Garbage?" Akan's eyebrow twitched as she saw him holding her script. This man had absolutely no idea how to read the mood. Even if her writing really was garbage in his eyes, if he had at least given her some encouragement, she might have actually shown him a bit of kindness. But calling it garbage outright? Well, now she had no choice but to glare at him with a completely sour expression. She pitied whatever poor soul would fall for this man in the future. Still, despite her complaints, she answered his question. I thought about performing it. But so what? She had considered performing the script she wrote at Shukahai's cultural festival. But she wasn't satisfied with her own work. That's why she ultimately decided against it. However, you handle the costumes, and I'll write a script that satisfies you. I'll bring your vision to life on stage at the cultural festival. Huh? And what makes you think you can write a script that'll satisfy me? Akan genuinely wondered if this man was getting too full of himself. She acknowledged his talent for literature, and she even respected his eye for storytelling. But a tokusatsu script was a completely different beast from a literary novel. What made him so sure he could pull it off? And Akan secretly stole a glance at Minami, surprised. How did this guy even know she could make costumes? Yes. Because of her love for kaiju and tokusatsu, Akan had a hobby of making handcrafted props. Kaiju suits, for example. Or miniature kaiju figurines. Her craftsmanship was top tier. Her props were so detailed and well made that she could have easily sold them online, even surpassing some major tokusatsu merchandise manufacturers. But this had always been her little secret. How did Minami know? She didn't ask. Because that would mean lowering herself to his level. Even if she had never once won a verbal exchange against him. I don't need to convince you. Minami said. Once you see my script, you'll understand. Understand what? Akan couldn't help but ask. Understand why the gap between you and me is so vast. She froze. Her brain stalled for a good few seconds before she finally processed what he had just said. And then her eye twitched. Sometimes, I really wonder, Minami-kun, are you just completely full of yourself? It's not arrogance if you have the ability to back it up. Minami's expression remained calm as he added, in fact, what worries me more is that once I show you my talent, you might completely fall for me. Huh? Akan shot out of bed. Her crimson eyes locked onto his, her usually perfect smirk cracking slightly under his words. You're beyond hope. You've got a full-blown narcissism disorder, Minami. Kun, then let's hope you don't fall for me. Minami remained completely unfazed by her outburst. Who the hell would like you? She glared at him. Did this guy wake her up in the middle of the night just to argue with her? But if you're willing to try, I suppose I can at least take a look at the script you write. Akan huffed. But let me be clear, if your script doesn't meet my standards, I won't go along with your nonsense. I have my own things to do. No, you'll be making the props and costumes for me tomorrow. Huh? Didn't you hear me? I just said I have my own stuff to please, Shinjo-san. You really don't listen to anyone but yourself, huh? It's decided, Shinjo-san. A long sigh escaped her lips. You're impossible, Minami-kun. She sounded reluctant, but for some reason, when Minami actually lowered himself to ask for her help, she found it hard to refuse. She wasn't usually this kind-hearted, so why was she giving in now? Chapter 137 The Monster of the Human Hearts. The room fell silent once more. Forced to sleep on the bed, Akan instinctively turned her head. She looked at Minami, who was sitting at the small round table with his back to her, the soft glow of the desk lamp illuminating his figure. She realized she really didn't understand Minami at all. He dragged her out of bed in the middle of the night. Talked about preparing a tokusatsu performance for the cultural festival. And now, he was sitting there, seriously working on a new script. Even though the desk lamp didn't disturb her sleep for some reason, staring at his back made her climb out of the warm bed. Shinjo-san? Minami turned his head slightly, momentarily pulled from his thoughts. The light's too bright. How do you expect me to sleep like this? Akan, now dressed in Minami's blue sportswear, muttered, I'm getting up to make myself something to eat. Want anything? Just make me whatever. Hearing that, Minami suddenly realized he was a little hungry. After all, it was already midnight. It had been over 6 hours since he last ate. Since Shinjo was willing to cook, he had no complaints about taking advantage of it. Seriously, who the hell writes scripts in the middle of the night? She grumbled as she got to work. But despite her complaints, her hands moved with practiced ease as she prepared their meal. She had left some ingredients untouched earlier. Now, they were just enough for a midnight snack. As she cooked, she stole glances in Minami's direction. After responding to her, he had lowered his head again, deep in thought, carefully structuring his script. His focus was unwavering. Under the glow of the lamp, his furrowed brows looked like towering ridges. His sharp yet refined features were accentuated by the lighting, making them even more striking. Even Akon had to admit this egotistical, self-assured man had every reason to be confident. At least, judging by that face alone. And who's he even writing this script so seriously for, anyway? She muttered a small complaint, then glanced at the food she was preparing. After a brief hesitation, she decided to put in a little extra effort for some reason. Her movements were quick and precise. In no time, the meal was ready. She brought it over and placed it in front of Minami. Watching him eat every last bite without leaving a single scrap behind, something stirred inside her. A strange sense of satisfaction and pride. No matter how arrogant his words were in the end, he still ate her food, didn't he? Akon's mood instantly improved. After finishing their meal, she quickly brushed her teeth and freshened up before crawling back into Minami's bed. Then, after a moment of hesitation, she turned her delicate, beautiful face toward his direction and softly murmured goodnight, Minami-kun. She waited for a response. After a brief pause, she heard his voice. A simple reply. Yet, for some reason on this stormy night, with a typhoon raging outside, those two letters were enough to calm her restless heart. She slowly closed her eyes. Meanwhile, sitting at the table, Minami simply shook his head and continued thinking. After the previous simulation, he understood Akon much better. That's why he could easily guess why she had written a tokusatsu script just 2 weeks before the cultural festival. It was all because of Karasawa Yuka, the Shinjo family's housekeeper. Under her influence, Akon had always dreamed of creating her own tokusatsu show. She wanted to write stories she wanted to watch her characters, her kaiju, come to life. To witness the ending she envisioned. For her, that alone would be enough. The cultural festival presented her with a golden opportunity. Naturally, she was tempted. That's why she had approached Minami for advice on script writing. Even in the simulated memories, when she spoke about that cultural festival, no matter how well she pretended, it was obvious. She still held on to that long-lost dream. If that was the case, Minami figured that giving her something to hold on to might be the key to fixing this regret. And as for the script, to be honest, he already had an idea. With his level 4 writing, romance, skill, all he needed to do was sit down. And countless ideas would begin colliding and forming in his mind. Here, writing didn't just refer to literature. Anything involving text scripts included fell within his domain. Minami had already read Akon's script before. And, to put it bluntly, it was terribly generic. A monster appears for some reason. A hero emerges to stop it. The monster is defeated. Humans reflect on the ordeal. That was it. A painfully standard, utterly unremarkable script. No personality. No highlights. Aside from her polished writing style, there was nothing worth mentioning. That was why Minami had asked her, "Did you write this badly on purpose?" Because he could tell. Akon did have solid writing fundamentals. But just because someone had writing skills didn't mean they had a talent for crafting compelling plots. Minami rested his pen against his chin. Since he had considered all of this, why not flip the question around? What kind of script would actually satisfy Akon? It wasn't hard to figure out. He recalled a conversation from the simulation between Akon and Karasawa Yuka. A single sentence had shaped her complex personality the most. A story where the monster wins has never existed. Minami turned to look at the peacefully sleeping Akon. The script she truly wanted to see. The one she truly wanted to write. Minami had an answer. He glanced at the blank pages before him. This was different from the girl hidden within the azalea fields. It would be his first time writing a tokusatsu script. With a rough plan forming in his mind, Minami began drafting the storyline. Choosing the setting wasn't difficult. Tokusatsu shows had long used their plots to criticize the Japanese government's incompetence. And Tokyo had always been a disaster-prone city. That was practically a tradition in all Japanese tokusatsu stories. After some thought, Minami set the synopsis: Japan, after announcing its decision to dump nuclear waste into the ocean. The waste polluted marine life, causing mutations. The Japanese government, disregarding international regulations, continued their reckless actions. Then, from the depths of the ocean, a monster awakened, the ancient creature Thanasis, which had existed since the Permian period. Corrupted by the tainted waters, it rose from the deep. Its first appearance, Japan's Fukushima coastline. A towering, sky-piercing figure. With a mere flick of its hand, it could bring destruction on an unimaginable scale. Upon surfacing, it immediately obliterated Japan's nuclear waste disposal facility. Then, it disappeared without a trace. But this was only the beginning. Thanasis began appearing at every nuclear wastewater dumping site Japan had set up. Missiles and firearms deployed by the Japanese government had no effect on its thick hide, unable to slow its destructive advance. Plagued by this disaster and pressured by public panic, the government decided to take action, hoping to put an end to the monster crisis. And in Minami's script, the protagonist was one of the key figures involved. He was a scientist with an exceptionally high IQ. From the moment Thanasis first appeared, he quickly noticed something unusual. This kaiju seemed to be targeting and destroying only the facilities that dumped nuclear wastewater into the ocean. He proposed to the higher-ups that they should cease all wastewater dumping, believing it was the only way to stop Thanasis's attacks. But his suggestion was swiftly rejected. Because simply knowing of Thanasis's existence was enough to send Japan into a state of unrest. Much less the idea of coexisting with it. The government instead demanded that he and his fellow scientists find a way to eliminate the kaiju once and for all. With no other choice, the protagonist turned his attention to analyzing the tissue samples left behind by Thanasis, hoping to uncover a weakness. And in the end, he did. Through his research, he discovered the kaiju's biological secrets. Thus, the secret weapon known as the gene missile entered development under his command. During this time Thanasis's appearances grew more frequent. Clearly, the ever-increasing nuclear pollution in the ocean was pushing it into a state of agitation. At this moment, it truly seemed like the guardian of the planet. And the Japanese government, with its relentless pollution, was nothing more than a parasite leeching off Earth. Finally, the gene missile was completed. The protagonist was confident that his creation could destroy Thanasis in a single strike. And indeed, before countless hopeful eyes, the missile struck Thanasis square inches the chest. Upon impact, the kaiju, once impervious to bullets and missiles, suddenly froze in place. Then a deep, sorrowful cry echoed through the land. A sound that carried the pain of countless marine creatures suffering in silence. With its back against the sea, Thanasis collapsed, falling into the swirling abyss of nuclear wastewater. Its body, ravaged by the gene missile, began to rot. The same deep crimson blood that ran through all Earth's creatures flowed from its wounds, turning the ocean's surface red. As government officials celebrated their victory, the kaiju lying in the nuclear waste suddenly reopened its dimmed eyes. It roared once more. Because, after spending so much time submerged in nuclear pollution, its very genes had mutated. The once lethal gene missile was now barely effective. All of Japan watched in horror as the decaying beast rose once more. And their cities were completely annihilated. Even the Japanese government had never imagined that the nuclear waste they had fought so hard to dump would be the final nail in their coffin. A towering, grotesque figure stood amidst the ruins of Tokyo. Its rotting flesh, writhing and shifting, let out ceaseless cries of agony even as it destroyed everything around it. The sheer irony of it all was suffocating. From the very start, Thanasis had only wanted to protect the ocean. And yet, just for attempting to fulfill such a simple desire, it had endured relentless attacks from humanity. Just as the protagonist, staring at the ruins of Tokyo, spoke with utter heartbreak, this is the disaster Japan's government brought upon itself. A monster born from the malice of human hearts. Nothing could defeat it. And what was even more ironic, after wiping out Tokyo's economic hub, the very backbone of Japan's economy, Thanasis, now fully mutated, succumbed to its own uncontrollable transformation. Just before all of its vital signs faded, Thanasis turned its massive body, gazing one last time at the distant, endless blue sea. The place where all life was born. The mother that had once nurtured it. But it could never protect her again. A kaiju, standing motionless upon the earth, yet, even in death, it had loved this planet far more than humanity ever did. Following this catastrophe, Japan's government suffered a devastating blow. And due to international pressure, they were forced to abandon all plans to continue dumping nuclear waste. Because now no one could be sure whether another Thanasis lay dormant beneath the ocean's depths. That'll do. Minami set his pen down, nodding slightly as he examined the near-complete storyline. On the first page of the manuscript, he casually scrawled down the title, The Monster of the Human Hearts. Just as the title implied, Thanasis was a monster born from the darkness of human nature. Awakened by human greed and ultimately perished because of it. A conclusion both poetic and tragic. Humanity had won and lost. The kaiju had lost and won. A hero's ending applied not to a savior, but to a monster. Somehow, it carried an indescribable charm. Since The Monster of Human Hearts was written as a stage play, it was shorter than The Girl Hidden Within the Azalea Fields. Minami estimated he could finish it by tomorrow. Setting his pen aside, he turned off the desk lamp. He lay down on the futon originally meant for Shinjo, but seeing as she was already asleep in his bed, he didn't have the heart to wake her. I'll run the third simulation tomorrow. He casually glanced at his phone. 1 a.m. Minami slowly closed his eyes. Yep, I'm still just as brilliant as ever. Chapter 138, Minami, you're so filthy. Time passed quickly. And in the blink of an eye, it was already the next day. As usual, his body clock woke him up on time. And as expected, Akon was already gone. Who knew what time that woman had left? She hadn't even left a note. Yawning, Minami wasn't particularly bothered. After a quick wash, he headed out for his morning run. After last night's typhoon, the streets were a mess. Scattered garbage, broken tree branches, fallen leaves. People always said Japan's streets were spotless, with not even a cigarette butt in sight. But that only applied to residential areas. Because in reality the commercial districts and shopping streets were a complete mess at night. Drunken salarymen. Rowdy, intoxicated young people. Not a single one of them cared about public decency. After finishing his usual running route, Minami returned home. Your physique has slightly improved. Current stamina, 7, another perfect day. Admiring his handsome reflection in the mirror, Minami ignored the systems, narcissism increased, notification and headed to school. The moment he stepped into the classroom, he spread out his manuscript and continued writing yesterday's script. Since he had already structured the entire plot, his writing flowed effortlessly. In just 30 minutes before class started, he had already completed a large portion. At this rate, he'd be finished by noon. As the teacher slid open the door, Minami paused his writing and thought, looks like I underestimated my own speed. Meanwhile, Akane leaned on her desk, gazing out the window. She was still thinking about the script Minami had mentioned. And regretting it. Why the hell did I agree to this? She had so many other things to do. Yet here she was, sighing to herself. A few friends nearby noticed and assumed she was still bothered by the fact that she hadn't managed to surpass Minami in the rankings. One of the male students casually tried to console her while taking the opportunity to belittle Minami. It's fine, Shinjo-san. I know what kind of person Minami is. He might have good grades, but he's nothing more than a bookworm who only knows how to memorize things. You don't need to let it get to you. But to his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Akane's expression turned displeased. Just good grades? She crossed her arms, her crimson eyes shifting toward the male student who she couldn't even be bothered to remember the name of. Her brow furrowed. Do you even know Minami-kun? Huh? You don't even try to understand him, yet you stand here badmouthing him in front of me. Don't you think that's a little out of line? The student was left speechless, not knowing how to respond. Akane turned away, pushing down the discomfort rising in her chest. What the hell? Why am I even defending that insufferable narcissist? Shouldn't she be happy when others talked badly about him? And yet, hearing them insult Minami somehow felt unpleasant. She thought about it for a while before finally coming up with a justification. That guy was probably writing a script for her right now. In other words, he was working for her. So, standing up for him a little was only fair. Akane convinced herself. But she still couldn't help glancing out the window. I wonder how far along that idiot is with the script. Will he finish it today? No. That was impossible. Even if it was just a simple stage play, writing a proper script wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. Akane figured it would take Minami at least 3 or 4 days to complete. After all, he's not some kind of superhuman who can just whip up a script that surprises even me. And inspiration doesn't always come so easily. Akane muttered to herself, shifting her focus back to class. Lunchtime. You already finished the script? Akane blinked in disbelief at Minami, who had approached her while she was about to open a pack of ham-filled bread. Yeah. Minami, as calm as ever, simply nodded and snatched the bread from her hands. Perfect timing. I haven't eaten yet. You. Shinjo's mouth hung open in shock as she watched Minami take a bite of her bread. That was the bread she had specifically asked friend number 5 to buy for her. What the hell was this guy doing? Her eye twitched as she watched him casually reach for the tomato juice she had left on the desk and take a sip. Her flawless smile twitched at the edges as she gritted her teeth. Minami-sensei. Should I go ahead and fetch you a napkin to wipe your mouth as well? You're too kind. I'll take it. Akane finally lost it. Dodging the bewildered looks from the other students at the table, she leaned in closer and lowered her voice. Do you have any shame? This insufferably good-looking bastard had not only come over uninvited but also stolen her lunch, and now he expected her to hand him a napkin too? Did he think she was that easy to take advantage of? And there was no way in hell she was letting her napkin touch his mouth. That would be disgusting. It's just a meal. At least take a look at the script. Completely unfazed, Minami handed her the manuscript. Akane clenched her jaw. She shot him a glare. This script better be worth it. Taking the manuscript from him, she glanced at the title. The Monster of the Human Hearts. The name definitely had that old-school Showa-era Ultraman vibe to it. The question was, how was the content? Akane looked up at Minami again. To be honest, she didn't have high hopes for this. From the moment he said he'd write the script to actually finishing it, it had only been a single night and a single morning. At that speed, calling it a rushed draft wouldn't even be an exaggeration. Sure, Minami was a genius. But expecting him to write a tokusatsu script that could impress a hardcore fan like her in just one night? That was just absurd. But even if she wasn't expecting much, she still opened the script. She wanted to see just what kind of story the guy who trashed her own script had written. If this turns out to be terrible, I'm going to make fun of him relentlessly. With that thought in mind, she started reading. And then she fell silent. It wasn't because the script was underwhelming. On the contrary, it was so well written that she had no words. The story's structure was simple. The Japanese government dumps nuclear waste into the ocean. This awakens Thanasis, a kaiju that had been lying dormant beneath the sea. In order to stop the pollution, the monster begins attacking Japan's coastal regions. A seemingly basic premise. But it was precisely its simplicity that drew Ecchi in. Especially the way Thanasis was portrayed as a guardian of the ocean. The way the protagonist's internal conflict about nuclear pollution and his reluctance to harm Thanasis was described. It hit her hard. I know. As humans, the ones destroying this planet are us. Under pressure from his superiors, the protagonist was forced to develop the gene missile. But as he worked, he muttered to himself, someday, we will suffer the consequences of our own actions. I'm sorry, Thanasis. Caught between the Japanese government and Thanasis, he struggled with guilt. Finally, the gene missile was launched. And it hit its target. Just when Ecchi thought the story was over, Thanasis moved again. After spending so long submerged in nuclear-polluted waters, its genes had mutated. Its flesh rotted. The ocean churned. Its agonized cries were like the collective wails of billions of marine creatures. Arrogant humanity paid the price. Tokyo's economic district was razed to the ground. And after destroying everything, Thanasis stopped moving. It turned its gaze toward the sea, the place that had once been its home. And as the protagonist stared at the ruins of Tokyo, at the lifeless body of Thanasis, he whispered, was Thanasis truly the monster? He clutched his head in agony. No. We were the real monsters. Beasts in human skin. The curtain closed. Thanasis won and lost. Humanity lost and won. A story so tragic and breathtakingly beautiful that words couldn't do it justice. Yes. Ecchi felt that beautifully tragic was the only way to describe it. From Thanasis's death to the protagonist's final whisper beneath the setting sun, it carried an undeniable, heartbreaking beauty. Ecchi sat there. Completely silent. After a brief silence, she couldn't help but look at Minami and ask, are you sure you want to use this script? What's wrong? Is it not well written? No. It's just. Ecchi Shinjo opened her mouth slightly. She really didn't want to admit it. But in the end, she still nodded. It's really well written. Yes. That was her honest opinion. It was truly well written. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to call it outstanding. Nowadays, tokusatsu shows had to be tied to toy merchandise sales, leading to terrible scripts that screamed, we're about to sell this new toy. It has LED lights. Hurry up and buy it. A blatant cash grab. But the script that Minami had written. It gave Ecchi the pure tokusatsu feeling of the Showa era. Back then, tokusatsu wasn't shackled by corporate interests. Every writer who worked on a tokusatsu script was simply trying their best to tell a good story, to convey a meaningful message. And that was precisely the kind of tokusatsu Ecchi loved the most. Not to mention, the script Minami had written was centered around kaiju, her absolute favorite. That made her all the more excited and satisfied. If the perfect score was 100, then in her hands, this script was a 1 billion point masterpiece, the kind she wanted to film right this moment and watch right away. But will this script really be well received? Ecchi repeatedly flipped through the tokusatsu script in her hands, unconsciously asking Minami the question. Yes. Minami had written an exceptional script. Whether it was the depiction of the Japanese government, the male protagonist's characterization, or Thanasis' desire to protect the ocean. All of it was written in a way that was inexplicably captivating and incredibly compelling. However, despite how excellent the script was, the amount of real-world commentary it contained was simply too much. Including the issue of nuclear wastewater disposal. If this script were actually performed at the culture festival, even Ecchi had no idea what kind of backlash it might cause. It was brilliant, so brilliant that she wanted to see it immediately. But it was also risky, so risky that it might not be well received. That was Ecchi's honest and complete evaluation of this script. But as long as you like it, isn't that enough? Huh? Ecchi froze. I mean, you like it, that's enough, isn't it? Minami asked calmly, I wrote this script for you. It's something you wanted to see. If you're satisfied with it, then that's more than enough for me. Then, after a slight pause, Minami continued, why should I care about anyone else's opinion? Yes. Whether it was well received or not. What did that have to do with him? From the very start, this script had been written for Ecchi. As long as she liked it, that was all that mattered to him. As he said this, there was still a bit of tomato sauce on the corner of Minami's mouth. He was lowering his head, searching for a napkin to wipe it off. But just as he was about to find one, a light pink handkerchief was suddenly extended toward him. Minami instinctively looked up. And then, he saw Akon, face slightly flushed, holding out the handkerchief to him. Here. She turned her head to the side. You still have stuff on your mouth, yet you're saying such embarrassing things. Seriously, you're hopeless. Her turned-away face was tinged with a soft shade of red. Though her tone sounded annoyed, if one listened carefully, they would detect the gentle warmth hidden within it. Minami didn't say anything unnecessary. He simply took Akon's handkerchief and wiped his mouth clean. Watching him do this, Akon, now resting her cheek against her palm, unconsciously curled her lips into a small smile. Ah. This guy really is chapter 139, Narcissism Level 4. After handing the script to Akon, Minami didn't say anything else. Lunch break wasn't that long to begin with. Besides, Akon's friends were watching from the side. So after saying just a few words, Minami returned to his classroom. Alright. That about wraps up the script matter. He glanced at the time. There was still plenty of time before lunch break ended. Out of habit, he also took a quick look at the affection points he had gained. After all, he had technically written this script as a favor for Miss Shinjo. Surely his affection points would have increased, right? With that in mind, he checked the numbers. And then? Minami stared at the affection points, momentarily stunned. Then, he let out a soft sigh. Miss Shinjo, you really are. She really was the embodiment of saying one thing while feeling another. She wasn't exactly tsundere. But seeing the affection points on his screen skyrocket in 3 huge leaps, Minami couldn't help but sigh. Yesterday, when he was running a simulation of Ms. Shinjo, her affection points had been 600. That meant at minimum, he could run 2 full simulations. But today, Minami glanced at his current points. Current affection points, 1,290, it seemed he had made the right choice after all. Just like in the simulation, Akon really loved tokusatsu scripts where kaiju were the protagonists. And when combined with his near-perfect writing skills, Minami recalled the evaluation he had received when he finished the script earlier today. 4.5 stars. A deeply thought-provoking tokusatsu script about humanity and the environment, 4.5 stars. That was even higher than the score for his previous work, The Girl Hidden Within the Azalea Fields. Though, considering the fact that writing literary fiction was objectively harder than writing a script, comparing the two wasn't entirely meaningful. Still, the score reflected one thing clearly: Minami's performance this time had been outstanding. No wonder Akon had contributed so many affection points. But she gave me so many points. Is she actually going to fall for me? Minami suddenly felt a little concerned. Sure, he had approached Akon to help heal her inner wounds. But if someone as troublesome as Miss Shinjo actually fell for him? Minami propped his chin up with his hand. He recalled what Akon had said to him before: who would ever like someone like you? All he could do now was hope she meant it. But no point worrying about that now. Minami quickly pushed aside his messy thoughts. He picked up his phone, switched to the camera, flipped it to selfie mode, and looked at himself on the screen. With a serious expression, he spoke: someone as exceptional as you. It's only natural that people are drawn to you. Yes. Perfect? That's the mindset. He was this amazing, it was only natural that people would fall for him. After all, love couldn't be stopped. Satisfied, Minami put his phone down. And then, your skill narcissism has undergone a significant breakthrough. Your narcissism has leveled up to level 4, huh? Just as he set his phone down, Minami blinked in confusion at the notification. He opened his attribute panel with a slight sense of disbelief. Love Simulator, bound user, Minami, appearance, 9, athletics, 7, intelligence, 8 specialties, learning, level 4, narcissism, level 4, cooking, happiness, level 4, writing, romance, level 4, music, level 3, lying, level 3, medicine, level 2, self-discipline, level 1, agility, level 1, disguise, level 1. Simulator evaluation, a young man already standing out in various talents, and in terms of narcissism, he is truly unmatched. However, extreme narcissism is, in a way, just another form of confidence. You believe that nothing in this world can challenge you. Among women of all ages, you are an exceptionally desirable partner, including a certain few men with rather unique tastes. Staring at his status panel, Minami fell silent. Among all his level 4 skills, one of them had to be narcissism. And according to the system's description, level 4 meant top-tier expertise so high that only a handful of people in the world could rival it. In other words, does this mean that, even in human history, my level of narcissism would be considered notable? Looking at the narcissism level 4 label, Minami found it hard to accept. He was convinced that the simulator must have confused narcissism with confidence. How could he possibly be considered narcissistic? The two things were completely unrelated. Besides, wasn't Yamato Ryo even more narcissistic than he was? Why was her narcissism only level 3, while his was level 4? This was so unfair. The exhilaration of earning a massive amount of affection points just moments ago had now been completely ruined by this systemic nonsense. That said, Minami figured that from now on, he should be careful. If his narcissism actually leveled up to level 5, that would mean he'd become truly unmatched in human history. With that thought, Minami sighed and shook his head. Sigh. A man as outstanding as myself is beyond even the simulator's understanding. Your specialty narcissism has slightly improved. Current level, level 4, seeing the system notification pop up, Minami's lips twitched. But he couldn't be bothered to care anymore. Instead, he focused his attention back on the simulation. Would you like to begin the simulation? Yes, current simulation target, Okan Shinjo, status, slight admiration, slight awe, has some degree of interest. It seemed that Okan's impression of him had changed quite a bit. Seeing those descriptions, Minami nodded lightly before immersing his consciousness into the simulation. Current affection points remaining, 990, simulation start. After spending the evening with Okan, you can clearly feel that this girl who is so skilled at hiding her true self has lost her previous composure in front of you. She has started to pay attention to your attitude, and she is more aware of your gaze. This does not surprise you in the slightest, because you firmly believe you are the most outstanding young man in the world. It is only natural that she would develop feelings for you. It is simply an undeniable law of nature. However, even so, you still have not broken down her emotional barriers. Through certain means, you learn that she has a deep love for tokusatsu shows and wants to perform at the Shukai Cultural Festival. Thus, using your exceptional writing skills, you carefully craft a script tailored just for her. She is deeply moved by your delicate and tragic story, and she recognizes your talent in her heart. Because of this, you decide, the following choice will have a significant impact. 1. My grand journey into tokusatsu begins now. If I take full control, the Shuka Festival will become my and Okan's personal stage. 2. The Shuka Festival isn't just about me. I need to make sure she's actively involved, too. 3. During the performance, I'll dramatically proclaim the great Minami, have arrived. Then, riding the festival's excitement, I'll confess my love to her. 4. Personal simulation. I'm narcissistic, not shameless. Seeing the absurd options, Minami's mouth twitched. He was completely speechless. Because he realized that, every now and then, this simulator would throw him a ridiculously over-the-top choice. At the very least, he knew that he wasn't delusional enough to think he was the single greatest man on the planet. At most, he'd consider himself one of the greatest young men alive. But whatever. Rather than dwelling on nonsense, he needed to focus on choosing the best option. Since the system explicitly said that this choice would have far-reaching consequences, he had to pick wisely. Minami scanned the choices carefully. The first option was out immediately. Was choice 3. Confessing to Okan at the cultural festival? Sure, it might greatly improve their relationship, and Minami was fairly confident she'd accept. But moving things forward too quickly made him uneasy. It reminded him too much of the tragic endings in his first and second playthroughs. If he started dating her before helping her overcome her inner struggles, he'd just be avoiding the real issue. Rather than making her fall in love with him first. It was far more important to help her find her own sense of self-worth. So, option 3 was out. That left options 1 and 2. And honestly, this choice wasn't difficult at all. Without hesitation, Minami chose option 2. The first option basically meant he would take over everything and solve all of Okan's problems for her. Sure, that would increase her affection for him. But that was exactly what he did in his second playthrough. Back then, he handled everything perfectly on her behalf only for Okan to feel completely worthless, leading to another tragic ending. Option 2, on the other hand, was perfect. By working together with Okan to improve the event, she would also find her own sense of value. Because at the end of the day Okan cared about performing at the Shuka Festival's tokusatsu stage far more than he did. This should be enough. Minami murmured to himself as he continued watching the simulation unfold. A solo performance may be dazzling, but a collaborative effort has its own charm. You take full responsibility for the script while leaving the casting, kaiju suits, and stage setup to Okan. At first, she complains about the workload. But deep inside, she secretly looks forward to it, because deep down, as someone who dreams of being a tokusatsu director, she has always wanted her own show to be performed at a festival. To her, this isn't just an opportunity, it's validation of her dreams, just as I thought. Seeing the simulation's description, Minami nodded. As he expected. This Shuka Festival tokusatsu stage was Okan's first attempt at making a real tokusatsu production. She could not and would not allow it to fail. If he had chosen option 1 and handled everything himself, it would have led to another bad ending. But now, that bad ending should have been successfully avoided. Minami continued reading the simulation. The Thanos' Kaiju suit and the stage setup, these were not a challenge for Akon, who came from a wealthy family. She had already collected numerous Kaiju suits at home. With some minor modifications and adjustments, she could create the perfect Thanos' suit. Similarly, she had a large collection of detailed scale models often seen in tokusatsu shows: buildings, mountains, oceans. Even if she didn't have enough, her exceptional craftsmanship allowed her to create more with ease. However, what troubled her the most was, unsurprisingly, casting the Kaiju actors. She had many so-called friends. But when it came to people she could truly confide in, they were few and far between. Even if she called in those friends for help, they would be of no real use to the stage performance. Because of this, she felt anxious and frustrated. Having never truly made friends with sincerity, at this moment, it seemed like she had no one to rely on except for you. Her dependence on you has deepened. The next choice will have life-changing consequences. Faced with her increasing reliance on you, you think, 1. As the social butterfly of Shuka High, you know plenty of people. Gota Hitori, Yamada Ryo, they're both kind-hearted. If you ask them for help, this problem should be solved, right? 2. Akon is simply overthinking. She has plenty of friends. If she just lowers her pride and asks, the problem should resolve itself. 3. If you think carefully, Akon must have at least a few close friends, right? 4. Personally simulate. Another choice prompt popped up. And once again, it was labeled as a life-changing choice. Just looking at it gave Minami a headache. Most other simulation targets either never triggered an impactful choice, or at most, only triggered one. But Akon? She was built differently. The simulation had barely begun, and he was already facing two major decision points. And they're all death flags. Minami muttered as he analyzed the newly presented options. Yes. They were all potential death flags. That was what made this situation so frustrating. The first option was essentially identical to the previous first option. It followed the same flawed logic. If he handled everything for Akon, she would once again spiral into self-doubt and isolation. Option 1 was clearly a no-go. And if option 1 was out of the question, then option 2 was also problematic by default. But now, he had successfully avoided that mistake. Akon's so-called friends were only drawn to her because of her flawless personality and striking appearance. As for something like a tokusatsu stage play, Minami figured that even if they agreed to perform, they'd just half-heartedly go through the motions without putting in real effort. That meant only one option remained. Option 3, huh? Minami shifted his gaze toward the third choice. 3. If you think about it carefully, Akon should still have a few close friends, right? To be honest, this option was way too vague. Even the wording "should" was really concerning. However, it's worth considering. Minami murmured to himself. Because he had thought of someone. Rikita Kurata. That girl. She could probably be considered Akon's real friend. Chapter 140, Gold Digging Like a Gentleman. Regardless of anything else, since options 1 and 2 were wrong choices, choosing option 3 was the only correct move. Without hesitation, Minami selected option 3. The simulation continued, and new text and memories surfaced. For you, the Shuka Festival is just another event, nothing more, nothing less. You don't particularly care about it, but for Akon Shinjo, the festival is more than just a yearly high school celebration. It's her first attempt at bringing her dreams and ideals to life. The success or failure of the tokusatsu stage play could very well determine the course of her future. You take this matter seriously. You don't call in Gota Hitori, Yamada Ryo, or anyone else to help because you know that handling the actor casting is a crucial test of Akon's abilities. However, while you don't directly help Akon, you give her a subtle hint. You tell her, with so many friends. Surely some of them must be true friends. Hearing your words, she falls into deep thought. She has never truly treated others with sincerity. But does she really have a few genuine friends? After contemplating for a long time, she finally, hesitantly, reaches out to someone. Minami. Do you think she'll actually come? Sitting in an empty event classroom, Akon turned her head toward Minami, unable to hold back her question. For once, she felt uneasy. Someone who was always so strong-willed around others suddenly seemed insecure and uncertain when it came to real friendships. I don't know. Minami answered bluntly. She glared at Minami in disbelief. Was this guy even human? At times like this, wasn't he as a man supposed to comfort her and say something reassuring? She asked him for an opinion, and all he said was "I don't know." And besides, wasn't he the one who told her to reach out to her friends in the first place? Complaining about me in your head won't change anything. Still flipping through a book, Minami suddenly looked up and said this. Are you psychic or something? She muttered under her breath. But then, she heard Minami speak again. Honestly, I think you should have a little more confidence in yourself. From an average person's perspective, you should have at least 1 or 2 real friends. So, are you saying that I'm not even an average person because I don't have any real friends? I never said that. But if that's how you want to take it, I can't stop you. Damn it. Akon clenched her teeth in frustration. This guy was as irritating as ever. Taking a deep breath, Akon calmed herself down. Because deep down, she knew that throwing a tantrum at Minami wouldn't do anything. More than anything, she probably just wanted his validation. As much as she hated this guy, his words had a way of calming her down. Just as Akon was lost in thought, the classroom door slid open. At the same time, a slightly lazy-sounding female voice called out from outside. Excuse me. Is Akon here? A girl with neatly kept black hair. Deep, ocean blue eyes. Holding an orange pair of headphones and a smartphone. She stood at the doorway, peering inside. The moment Akon saw her face, her eyes widened in shock. And then turning her head excitedly, she called out, Minami-kun. Just one word. But it conveyed her excitement, surprise, and joy all at once. So I really do have friends who are willing to help me when I need them. Akon turned toward Minami. But he didn't say anything. He only gave her a small nod. And yet, that simple nod made Akon feel a deep sense of recognition and validation. Her eyes sparkled, and she eagerly waved Rika Takarada into the classroom. That day, as Akon Shinjo looked at Minami and Rika Takarada together, she felt like she was starting to understand what friendship truly meant. She never had any hope in her relationships with others. She never believed that anyone would take time out of their busy Shuka festival preparations just to help her fulfill her small tokusatsu dream, but Rika Takarada's unexpected arrival touched the softest part of her heart. She never imagined that someone like her, who had never treated others with sincerity, could actually have a friend like Rika, or perhaps Rika had always considered her a true friend from the very beginning. She had simply never realized it until now, because she had always kept her heart locked away. Your reminder made her aware that she was not alone. She is deeply grateful to you, though she still maintains her usual attitude of hating you. Whenever she makes a decision or voices her thoughts, she can't help but glance at you. Whenever she sees your calm expression, her gaze softens. But one more kaiju actor is not enough for the tokusatsu stage play. Both the human cast and the role of Thanasis still needed more performers. To help, Rika invited a few of her own friends. You were introduced to Rika Takarada, Yuta Hibiki, and Shu Utsumi. Watching Akon get more people involved in rehearsals, you had no objections. To you, this was also an opportunity for her to improve her social skills. Seeing her excitedly working on props, stage sets, and kaiju suits, you occasionally helped out when you had free time. However, since you had no crafting experience, she would often tease you mercilessly. Yet, after every teasing remark, she would seriously teach you more about prop making. When you both completed your first set of props together, she openly criticized your work, but that night, her SNS was filled with photos of the props you made together. Your crafting skills significantly improved. Your relationship with Akon deepened. Sometimes, even when rehearsals ended early, she would stay behind to wait for you to finish revising the script just so you could walk home together. Those brief moments after school became a rare and precious time of peace and happiness for her. In the simulation, memories continued to unfold. You're so slow, Minami. Standing at the school gate, her short, lilac-colored hair swayed slightly as she grumbled at Minami, who had just stepped out of the school building. Can't be helped. I was revising the script. I already told you it's perfect? Why are you still tweaking it? Akon muttered as she glanced at Minami. In her opinion, the script was already flawless. Even if he kept revising it, there wasn't much room for improvement at this point. After all, the story's main framework was already set in stone. And yet, Minami still made a habit of spending 30 minutes every day reviewing and refining the script. That's why I don't get perfectionists like you. She grumbled, but before she could finish, Minami cut her off. I was the one who suggested the stage play, so it's my responsibility to make sure it's as perfect as possible when it's performed. As they walked along the road, Minami turned to look at her. Besides, Shinjo-san, you're looking forward to the final product too, aren't you? That's why I can't afford to be careless with the script. Oh, so what you're saying is, you're doing all this because you want my approval? She dragged out her words with an exaggerated tone. Oh, Minami-kun, do you care that much about my opinion? Hearing this, Akon broke into her signature mischievous smirk. For the first time, she had caught Minami in a verbal slip-up. After all, this guy was always mocking and teasing her. Now that she finally had the upper hand, there was no way she was letting this chance slip by. As she spoke, her eyes playfully darted toward Minami. She hoped to catch a glimpse of embarrassment on his handsome, refined face. But yeah. Under her gaze, Minami nodded calmly in response. And just that one simple word made Akon who had just been smirking mischievously, freeze in place. Her mouth fell open, and in the next second, her fair-skinned face flushed red. Minami's straightforward, unwavering admission completely shattered her previous sense of psychological advantage and threw her into chaos. Looking slightly flustered, she turned her head away and hesitantly asked again, "Huh? Humphrey? Really? So, what you're saying is, Minami-kun, you actually care a lot about what I think?" This time, her tone lacked the teasing edge from before. Instead, it carried the faintest hint of uncertainty. Her gaze, filled with subtle emotions, flickered toward him like a timid little hamster, afraid to make eye contact for too long, quickly retreating whenever their eyes met. But Minami's response remained just as simple. "If it weren't for your opinion, do you think I'd waste half an hour every day revising the script? You think I have nothing better to do?" A straightforward, almost rhetorical answer. Yet, just like water poured into a pan of hot oil, it struck something deep inside Akon, setting off an unexpected reaction. A wave of emotion surged through her, something called happiness. It came too suddenly, too intensely. It made Akon feel both anxious and excited at the same time. It was like the irresistible urge to sprint around the track when you're overwhelmed with joy. Right now she actually felt that same kind of feeling. But no. No way. What the hell is this feeling? Could it be that she likes Minami? No. Absolutely not. That guy was Minami. The clueless, annoying jerk who constantly messed with her. How could she possibly develop feelings for someone like him? Her brain must be completely broken. She had always said who in their right mind would ever fall for a guy like Minami? She repeatedly denied her emotions in her mind. At the same time, to avoid letting Minami notice anything strange about her, she quickly blurted out, Oh, right. Minami, do you want to grab something to eat? My treat. Then, as if afraid that he'd misunderstand, she hastily added in a nervous mumble, Anyway. You'd just go home and cook for yourself, right? So why not just eat out with me instead?" "Sure." Minami didn't object to her offer, he simply nodded and left it at that. The two fell into a brief silence. Akon instinctively glanced at Minami's face. Until now, she had always thought of him as either annoying or good-looking, nothing more, nothing less. But under the glow of the setting sun his features looked like a frozen oil painting, untouched by time. The simple act of walking forward carried an unspoken elegance, as if he were a noble wandering through the mortal world. Had he always looked this good? Akon's crimson eyes widened in shock. His eyes. His lips. His gently quivering eyelashes. At this moment, it all felt like there was some kind of filter over her vision, an unexplainable charm. Oh no. Akon Shinjo hurriedly snapped her gaze away, pressing a hand over her frantically beating heart. They randomly picked a restaurant and sat down. It was just Minami. It was just another meal. She was always the one paying. He was always freeloading off of her. And yet, when she tried to list his flaws, she suddenly couldn't name a single one. She fell silent, realizing she might actually be doomed this time. She might have really fallen for a guy who would bully her for the rest of her life. And yet, Akon Shinjo subtly turned her head again. Watching Minami quietly enjoying his meal, she wordlessly took out her wallet and thought to herself, maybe that wouldn't be so bad. Your relationship with Akon Shinjo has deepened. A notification popped up in the simulation. Even in the real world, Minami fell into silence. He couldn't help but check his phone. There was a line message from Akon, an invitation to eat out after school. She was paying. To be honest, under normal circumstances, Minami would jump at the chance. After all, it saved him the hassle of cooking. But after seeing how Akon fell for him in the simulation because of this exact routine, Minami suddenly felt a little uneasy. If reality played out just like the simulation, would Akon actually fall for him? A free meal. Should he take it or not? For once, Minami actually had to think it over. Chapter 141, You Are My Special. In the end, Minami decided to accept the invitation. In his mind it was just a meal. There was no way a simple dinner could increase Akon's feelings that much. Besides, cooking at home was a hassle. She had already used up all the groceries yesterday. If he wanted to cook, he'd have to go shopping first. With all these factors combined, Minami made his decision. Of course, the meal itself wasn't really the main point. He turned his attention back to the simulation. After that day, it was as if Akon had suddenly figured something out. She no longer tried to hide her intentions. She frequently invited you out for meals, took you to her favorite clothing stores, and even her friends Rika Takarada, Yuta Hibiki, and Sho Utsumi noticed that your relationship was far closer than a normal friendship. Rika Takarada, in particular, kept a close eye on this change. She felt both happy and uneasy about the changes in her closest friend. She was happy because she had been Akon's neighbor since childhood. Back then, they spent a lot of time together, often watching tokusatsu shows at the Shinjo household. She had always been aware of Akon's tendency to shut herself off emotionally, but now, under your influence, that emotional wall seemed to be melting away. Without a doubt, this was a sign that things were slowly improving. However, she was also uneasy because she frequently heard Akon talk about where she took you, what she bought you to eat, and how more often than not it was always Akon who was paying. From the perspective of a romantic relationship, your dynamic with Akon was clearly not as balanced as one would expect. Rika Takarada worried that her friend was being strung along, blindly spending money on you. But at the same time, she also knew that Akon's emotional growth depended on you. Without your support, she might never fully step out of her shell. This put her in a difficult position. While you didn't particularly care about Rika Takarada's concerns, you still took the time to explain the situation to her because, after all, she was Akon's friend. You clarified that while Akon often treated you to meals, it was mostly to express her gratitude for your dedication to the script. It wasn't like a cliché romance drama where she was keeping you. Likewise, you had never asked her for money outright. At most, you occasionally borrowed small amounts, which you always repaid later. Rika Takarada wasn't entirely convinced by your explanation, but when she saw how completely and unconditionally Akon trusted you, she eventually relented. After all, if even Akon herself was already so attached to you, there was nothing she could say that would change that. At the same time, Rika also told you seriously that this was the first time she had ever seen Akon take a boy so seriously. She warned you do not toy with Akon's feelings. And more importantly, do not hurt her already wounded heart. This is the first time I've seen Akon care about a guy this much. It's the first time now, and it will probably be the only time. In the simulation, Rika looked at Minami and spoke these words. For Akon, who had never believed in emotional connections due to her family circumstances, if this time ended in disappointment, then perhaps from that moment onward, she would never open her heart to anyone ever again. You took Rika's warning to heart, perhaps because you responded with complete sincerity. Rika chose not to push the topic any further. With that matter settled, under your and Akon's leadership, the rehearsals for the Monster of the Human Heart proceeded smoothly. During rehearsals, you introduced various creative and intriguing ideas. At the same time, your beautifully written script, crafted with delicate and expressive prose, left Rika, Yuta Hibiki, and Shu Utsumi thoroughly impressed. In your planned casting arrangement, Rika, who exuded a sharp and valiant aura when she tied up her black hair, was cast as the male protagonist. The more delicate-looking Yuta Hibiki was assigned to manage the LCD screen effects. Shu Utsumi took on the role of Thanasis, the kaiju. Akon was in charge of lighting and special effects, while you handled narration and background storytelling. Through constant collaboration, your relationship with Rika Takarada, Yuta Hibiki, and Shu Utsumi deepened. Shu Utsumi, in particular, who had always been passionate about tokusatsu, kaiju, and giant heroes, was especially excited to discuss the script's details with you. You weren't particularly interested in men in general, so you only answered the necessary questions in response to Shu Utsumi's enthusiasm, but even so, Shu Utsumi developed a deep admiration for your ideas. Your relationship with Shu Utsumi has deepened. Excuse me, what? Why the hell was his relationship with Shu Utsumi getting deeper? Staring at the simulated memory of Shu Utsumi, the glasses-wearing guy clinging to him, bombarding him with questions about the script, Shoji Minami made a silent decision. If he ever met Shu Utsumi in real life, he would absolutely avoid him. Time continued to move forward, thanks to everyone's efforts. The rehearsals for the Monster of the Human Heart progressed smoothly. Afterward, Akon successfully secured the gymnasium stage slot from the student council. Everything was moving in a positive direction. Minami closed his eyes. Within his memory the kaiju roars he had carefully crafted using his guitar and various instruments. The intricately handmade props and suits that Akon had meticulously worked on. The sweat-drenched rehearsals, where everyone pushed themselves to bring the performance to life. One scene after another flashed through his mind. And within those memories, sitting slightly closer to Minami than the others, at the center of the group for the first time, Akon smiled so brightly. Not the usual fake, practiced smile she often wore, but a genuine, heartfelt one. Minami nodded to himself. In the previous timeline, Akon had also shown him her true smile, but back then, it was only when she was alone with him that she allowed herself to be genuine. Whenever she faced others, she still hid behind a carefully crafted facade. But this time, even in front of Shu Utsumi and Yuta Hibiki, she instinctively let her true emotions shine through. It seemed that, in this timeline, she had started to find the courage to step out of her past shadows much earlier, even as early as high school. That was undoubtedly a good sign. In other words, if he truly wanted Akon to move past her emotional barriers, encouraging her to open up to others and build genuine friendships might actually be the best approach. In the previous timeline, the reason for failure was because Shoji Minami had unconditionally accepted and tolerated everything about her. She didn't want to interact with others? Then he simply handled everything himself. That unquestioning acceptance and tolerance was precisely what led to failure last time. Minami continued reading. Through her continuous efforts with the others, Akane gradually found the courage to step out of her childhood trauma. To the outside world, she still maintained the same bright and cheerful expression, but those who knew her well could sense that something had changed. The old Akane, despite her seemingly lively personality, had always felt like she was missing something, but now, there was a new touch of playfulness and charm, making her seem even more captivating to those around her. As time continued to pass, the day of the Shuka festival finally arrived. That day, Yu cancelled multiple other invitations and set aside time to explore the festival with her. She spent what she considered to be one of the happiest days of her life with Yu, and just before the performance, she finally confessed what had been hidden in her heart all along. Minami. How's the food? It's average. Chewing on his takoyaki, Minami casually responded. After all the food at the festival was student-made, of course. The taste was nothing special. And to be honest, in an effort to cut costs, the takoyaki didn't even have real octopus tentacles, just some tiny scattered bits of octopus. So naturally, Minami thought it was just okay. Is that so? Beside him, Akane went quiet for a moment. Then, looking toward the student council members setting up the stage for the monster of the human heart, she let out a small sigh. It's finally happening. Yes. It was finally happening. Her first step toward pursuing her dream of making tokusatsu her very first step. At that thought, Akane instinctively looked at Minami. He was the first person to accompany her on this journey. And in the future, she wanted to keep walking with him. That thought lingered in her mind. She hesitated for a moment before looking up and quietly asking, Minami, after this performance, do you have any plans? Her question made Shoji Minami glance at her. What else? Keep studying. Stay at the top of the class. Idiot, I wasn't asking about your life plans. Akane's crimson eyes flickered slightly. In a soft, almost whisper-like voice, she said, I meant, if this performance is a success. If it succeeds? Shoji Minami looked at her. Under his gaze, Akane averted her eyes. If it succeeds, I want you to keep walking this path with me. As she spoke, her face flushed faintly in the dim backstage lighting. Today wasn't just the first step toward her dream. It was also the first time she truly wanted to entrust her feelings to someone. The word accompany in Japanese could also mean dating. With Shoji Minami's intelligence, there was no way he didn't understand. But then what if it fails? Huh? Akane stared at him in shock. She had not expected that response at all. Her once shy expression froze, immediately replaced with indignation and embarrassment. Minami, you bastard. She was going to lose her mind because of him. This guy, even at a moment like this, he was still deliberately messing with her. But what she didn't expect was that Minami, completely serious, added if success comes with a reward, then failure should come with a punishment, right? And what kind of punishment are you talking about? She gritted her teeth, glaring at him. This guy. He hadn't even succeeded yet, and he was already planning for failure? And he even thought of a punishment? Fine. She'd humor him. She wanted to see just what kind of nonsense he would come up with. She crossed her arms, giving him an annoyed glare. And then if we fail, Shinjo-san, your punishment will be to become my girlfriend. Huh? The fury in her expression vanished instantly. And along with it all of her frustration and indignation evaporated. She blinked in stunned disbelief. It took several seconds before she finally processed what he had just said. Then, pouting slightly, she turned away and grumbled under her breath, Minami, sometimes you really are such a jerk. Are you doing this on purpose to tease me? Yes. She had mentally prepared herself for a serious answer. And at the very last moment, he purposely threw her off. That was just pure bullying. Shinjo-san, do you dislike the idea? In the dim backstage corner, Minami reached out, gently turning her back to face him. Akane didn't answer. Her body faced him, but her head turned stubbornly to the side. Shinjo-san, do you really dislike it? Shoji Minami cupped her face in his hands, gazing into her eyes. Her already calmed heart began pounding again. The blush on her face said everything. Avoiding his intense gaze, after a long pause, she finally muttered, jerk. This guy is so mean. He already knows the answer, yet he still teases her like this. But I want to hear you say it out loud. Akane sighed in her heart. Sigh. Forget it, forget it. Maybe for the rest of her life, she was doomed to be in Shoji Minami's hands. Whenever she was with him, she had zero resistance. All she could do was let him have his way with her. And the worst part was, she didn't even mind it. That thought settled in her mind, and then, she buried her face against his chest, speaking softly, I like you. Yes. If she had to put it into words from the moment Shoji Minami forced her to be honest with herself, even when he was constantly bullying her all the way until now, she had always liked him. In the dark backstage corner, far from the audience's side, Akane reached out and tightly embraced Shoji Minami, as if she were holding on to her most precious treasure. One she never wanted to let go. Chapter 142, Your status in Rika Takarada's eyes has risen. Regardless of whether it was a reward or a punishment, the choice you made had already been decided long ago. You and Akane Shinjo became a couple, at the same time, under both your gazes. The tokusatsu stage play The Monster of the Human Heart officially began. The rich story background, the smooth performances refined through countless rehearsals, your exceptional narration skills, and the LCD stage screen that Akane personally rented, all of these elements came together to create a perfect atmosphere. From Thanasis the Kaiju's first appearance to the Japanese government's response, Rika Takarada's commanding performance as the protagonist, her emotionally gripping monologue, every scene helped The Monster of the Human Heart stand out as one of the most captivating performances at the Shuka Festival. The previously noisy audience gradually quieted down, holding their breath as they became immersed in the world you created, and the concern Akane had that your script's heavy social commentary might cause backlash never actually materialized, but that was already within your expectations. For the students of Shuka High, all that really mattered was how engaging the story was. As for the background themes of nuclear waste disposal, hardly anyone focused on it. The story continued to unfold. Thanasis, mutated by nuclear waste pollution, began to wreak havoc on the city. The intricately crafted models, the realistic miniature explosions, each detail drew gasps of amazement from the audience. They never imagined that a tokusatsu stage play usually aimed at children could be so emotionally gripping. And then, as the LED screen projected the devastated ruins of Tokyo, Thanasis stood amidst the wreckage, gazing back at the ocean. A thunderous wave of applause erupted from the audience, louder than for any other performance that day. The Monster of the Human Heart was an undeniable success. Hearing the applause echoing through the gymnasium, Akane, who had been tense the entire time, finally relaxed. She exchanged a smile with you as you both watched Rika and the others take their final bow on stage. For Akane, this wasn't just proof that she could pursue her tokusatsu dreams, it also gave her the courage to overcome her long-standing anxieties. After the performance, with you by her side, she personally thanked everyone who had helped her. This was something neither you nor Rika could have imagined happening before. With your support, Akane had finally started breaking free from her childhood traumas, lifting her head to face the future, and at this moment, her love for you grew even deeper. That night, after the performance, she invited you to her house. You spent the night there, and your understanding of her physically and emotionally deepened. That night, she also revealed the truth about her dysfunctional family, but what was once an unbearable topic for her, something she never wanted to talk about, she was now willing to confront. Because you were by her side, she told you that once she graduated high school and gained independence, she planned to sever ties with the Shinjo family completely. For her to confide in you like this about something she had never shared with anyone before was a testament to her absolute trust in you, and in response, you gave her your full respect. This was her choice, something no one had the right to interfere with. At the same time, you also voiced your concerns. She had always lived a life of luxury, spending money freely. Could she truly adapt to a normal life after leaving the Shinjo family? Her response? She smirked, bit your shoulder, then worried she had bitten too hard, licked it a few times. For her, as long as she had you, material wealth was no longer something she cared about. You became her irreplaceable other half. Well. This is going great. Reading through the simulation text and feeling the memories settle in his mind, Minami let out a breath of relief. Unlike the previous timeline, where he had forced Akane into breaking ties with her family, this time, she had made the decision on her own. The end result might have been the same, but the process was completely different. And passive versus active choice, though only a single word apart, could lead to entirely different outcomes. Would something unexpected happen this time? This flawless start left Shoji Minami feeling genuinely excited. So, he continued reading. Time continued moving forward. After the performance, news of your relationship with Akane quickly spread throughout Shuka High thanks to her high-profile personality, but she didn't care. When heartbroken male students asked her about it, she smiled brightly and openly admitted to being with you. She no longer wore a fake mask. She no longer obsessed over how others perceived her. She chose to live for herself and for the people she truly cared about. At your suggestion, she started working part-time jobs in preparation for her future independence. Though she struggled at times, with your support, she steadily adapted. She worked hard, and you continued studying together with her. No matter what, you always ranked higher than her in academics. She hated that and even begged you to go easy on her during tests, but as her ever-ruthless boyfriend, you refused, keeping her firmly in second place. Her only form of revenge was sneaking extra chili powder into your food. Her cooking was excellent, so the spice didn't ruin the taste, but it was still her way of expressing her frustration. Meanwhile, After the tokusatsu performance, Rika developed an interest in tokusatsu acting. She often visited you and Akon, asking for acting tips. You always answered her questions patiently. Unknowingly, your relationship with Rika deepened, and then a notification appeared. Your relationship with Rika Takarada has deepened without Akon knowing. Wait, what? Reading that suspicious line, Minami rubbed his temples. Wasn't this exactly the kind of unexpected situation he wasn't hoping for? Shoji Minami rubbed his temples. Miss Takarada's sudden interjection made it impossible for him to ignore her presence. However, the simulation was still ongoing. Continuing to dwell on the current situation wouldn't change anything. Minami once again immersed himself in the simulation. Your bond with Akon continued to grow as you spent more time with her. At the same time, you never forgot about her long-standing dream of creating a tokusatsu series. Because of that, you and Rika, who also had a strong interest in tokusatsu, studied a lot about tokusatsu films together. As you delved deeper into the world of tokusatsu, your relationship with her became even more familiar. Sometimes, she would drop by your place and, just like Akon, cook something for you. Likewise, when she noticed you were exhausted, she would leave for the train station alone, not wanting to trouble you. Her laid-back yet somewhat straightforward personality was completely different from Akon. You truly admired her frank and honest nature. Over time, the two of you became inseparable friends. Yet, throughout this process, you also noticed a certain hesitation in her personality. Or perhaps, a softer side she didn't readily show, but since she never spoke about it, you chose not to pry. After all, even between friends, there are some secrets that are difficult to share. Time continued to move forward. 1 month before high school graduation, while Shinjo Akon happened to be away, Takarada Rika came looking for you. Shoji Minami. Just when he had finally calmed his heart, the simulation stirred it up again due to Takarada Rika's actions. After the previous performance of The Monster of the Human Heart, she developed a great interest in tokusatsu. However, at the same time, she also showed significant hesitation about stepping into a field she had never touched before high school. She wanted to pursue her dreams with the same reckless abandon as Shinjo Akon, but she also worried about the heavy and difficult path that lay ahead. Because of that, she sought you out, hoping to hear the thoughts of Yoshioka High School's top student. The memories within the simulation started to surface. The location was Akon's home. It was likely a weekend, as Akon had gone out to buy newly released tokusatsu merchandise and gather materials for crafting monster models. As a result, only Minami and Rika were in the house. So, lying on the couch, eating potato chips with one hand while playing on her phone with the other, Rika lazily turned her deep blue eyes toward him. What do you think of my idea, Minami? In front of an old friend like Shoji Minami, she never really cared about maintaining a proper image. As long as she wasn't exposing anything inappropriate, she acted however she pleased. Hearing her question, Minami lifted his gaze and calmly asked back, you mean the idea of becoming a tokusatsu actress? Yeah. Rika set down her bag of chips. Although she appeared casual, her body was slightly tense, and her gemstone-like clear eyes couldn't help but fixate on Minami. Under her gaze, Minami's indifferent response came, isn't that a good thing? Really? His nonchalant attitude made Rika pause for a moment before speaking. Yeah. Still flipping through his novel, Minami continued as he read, to be honest, no matter what path you choose for the future, it's going to be difficult. It's hard to make a living as a tokusatsu actress, but does that mean other industries are easy? Without looking up, he added, strictly speaking, there's nothing easy in life. From my perspective, the fact that you have a goal for the future already makes you remarkable. Don't dwell too much on failure, but don't ignore it either. That's the best advice I can give you. As for planning your future or making decisions on your behalf, I'll be straightforward, I can't do that. Shoji Minami finally shifted his gaze away from his novel and looked at her. I support your decision and will help however I can, but I can't be responsible for your future, Rika. Another moment of silence. Takarada Rika turned her eyes back to her phone screen. After a long pause, her voice finally broke the quiet. Thanks, Minami-kun. Shoji Minami nodded in acknowledgement. A minute later a potato chip bag was extended toward him. Want some, Minami-kun? Yeah, I'll have a few. Without hesitation, Minami took a few chips from her bag before returning his attention to his novel. Behind him on the couch, Takarada Rika quietly shifted her gaze back to her phone. She continued eating her chips and scrolling through her screen. This kind of life was ordinary, perhaps even mundane. But to Takarada Rika, it felt just right. You clearly told Rika that you couldn't be responsible for her future, nor could you make a decision on her behalf. Upon hearing your words, the once hesitant Rika made up her mind. She decided to work toward a goal just like you and Akon. Even if she ultimately failed, she felt she could accept that outcome. Your standing in Takarada Rika's heart has risen. Chapter 143, Your standing in Takarada Rika's heart has risen. No way. Minami stared at the line of text and couldn't help but shake his head. Wasn't this relationship progression a little too fast? But it should be fine. Shoji Minami muttered to himself. Yes. It probably wouldn't be a big deal. Rika was naturally lazy and had never been the type to fight for anything. She was always ridiculously carefree. Would she actually compete with Akon? Just the thought of it made Minami feel that it was almost impossible. And sure enough, the next part of the simulation seemed to confirm his thoughts. You hold a high place in Rika's heart, but your relationship seems to remain as true and intimate friendship. She frequently initiates casual physical contact, but only within the bounds of friendship. Her laid-back and slow-moving nature often makes you feel the need to help her. In response, she simply smiles and accepts your kindness without hesitation. Being with you puts her at ease, but she has never once expressed romantic feelings toward you. She is like a still, deep well. Her serene face never betrays any ripples of emotion. Putting aside your progressing relationship with Rika, you and Akon have encountered the first major turning point in your lives. Apparently, a recording of your The Monster of the Human Heart performance from sophomore year had been uploaded online by someone. With its excellent costume design, stunning set work, and a script that was both tragic and romantic, it became a hot topic on the internet, and the fact that it was created by high school students left both insiders and outsiders of the industry in shock. They couldn't believe that mere high schoolers were capable of such a masterpiece. As a result, professionals from the tokusatsu industry reached out to you. They hoped that you and Akon would formally enter the world of tokusatsu. Apparently, the script had caught the attention of a veteran tokusatsu screenwriter who was nearing retirement. He wanted to find an apprentice before he fully stepped down, someone who could inherit his industry connections and the program he was in charge of. For you and Akon, this was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Not only could you enter the tokusatsu industry ahead of schedule, but you also had a chance to inherit the legacy of an established screenwriter. Tempted by the offer, Akon found herself wavering, while you fell into deep thought. The next choice will have a major impact. What do you think? 1. Opportunities like this don't come every day. No hesitation, accept it immediately. 2. It sounds too good to be true, but for the sake of Akon and my own dreams, maybe it's worth a try. 3. I am destined to become Japan's tokusatsu god. How could I serve under someone else? Politely refuse. 4. Simulate it yourself. The choices appeared. Shoji Minami straightened up, feeling a bit impressed. As expected from Shinjo Akon's high difficulty route. With this, there had already been 3 major impact choices. This was going to be tough. He shook his head. Major impact choices meant decisions that could determine the simulation's ending. A wrong choice could ruin everything built up so far. With that in mind, Minami refocused on the options in front of him. The first option was out, without hesitation. This choice was far too straightforward, not giving any thought to the consequences. After all, in the adult world, nothing comes easy. The tokusatsu industry was, at its core, part of the entertainment industry. A veteran screenwriter who had managed to survive in such a competitive field. Would they really just hand him such a golden opportunity for no reason? If it were that simple, would Akon have chosen to take her own life in the first playthrough? Minami silently crossed out the first option. His eyes moved to the second one. This choice seemed more like a compromise. Though he found it suspicious that such a great opportunity had fallen into his lap, and he would likely remain cautious, in the end, he would still accept it for Akon's dream. But in essence, this option wasn't much different from the first. The only real distinction was that he would enter the tokusatsu world with a wary mindset. But even if I'm cautious, would that really make any difference? Minami sighed as he looked at the option. Once you truly step into the industry, there are countless ways for them to squeeze every last bit of value out of you. Minami even suspected. Perhaps this soon-to-retire veteran tokusatsu screenwriter had already exhausted his creativity, unable to come up with anything new. That would explain why he was trying to extract fresh ideas from a newcomer like him. It wasn't impossible. In fact, the screenwriting industry was full of so-called senpai who exploited rookies, using vague promises and opportunities to take advantage of their creativity. If they signed a formal contract, he and Akon, two inexperienced newcomers, might not get any real work. Instead, they could end up as mere ghostwriters, endlessly churning out scripts for someone else. With that thought, Minami shifted his gaze to the third option. Politely decline. This choice meant walking away from the opportunity in front of him. But Minami didn't see anything wrong with that. After all, in the simulation, he and Akon hadn't even graduated high school yet. Rather than jumping headfirst into the industry now, wouldn't it be better to focus on learning, improving, and enriching their knowledge first? Once they had a deeper understanding of the field, then they could enter it with confidence. With that in mind, Minami chose option 3 without hesitation. After much deliberation, you ultimately chose to refuse the tempting offer before you. You believed that neither your experience nor your skills nor your knowledge of the entertainment industry were sufficient to survive in the tokusatsu world. You also didn't want to sign a contract only to be exploited as a ghostwriter. One night, after indulging in a moment of freedom, you shared your thoughts with her. Okan felt a bit disappointed by your decision. After all, the path to achieving your dreams was right there before you, yet you chose to turn it away. But at the same time, she understood. Though she had been tempted, she knew you were right. Recklessly accepting could very well lead to the ruin of your dreams before they even began. You both turned down the industry professionals and returned to studying, preparing for your university entrance exams. Your concerns proved to be correct. The veteran screenwriter who offered you his legacy was exposed for exploiting young talent. Likewise, the whistleblower who revealed the truth was effectively blacklisted from the entertainment industry. No one wanted to work with someone who would stab their mentor in the back, even if they had done the right thing. Okan was shaken by the sudden turn of events, but at the same time, she couldn't help but admire your wisdom in resisting temptation. If not for your careful analysis, the two of you might have been sidelined and forgotten by the industry already. You focused on your studies as time moved forward. Under the watchful eyes of many, you and Okan successfully gained admission to Tokyo University of the Arts, one of Japan's top film schools, both choosing to major in film production. Notably, thanks to your persistent tutoring, the members of Kasoku Band also managed to get into their dream universities. Kasoku Band? Oh, seeing this, Minami suddenly remembered that he had planned to tutor them. But with Shuka Festival around the corner, he had been too busy and kept postponing it. However, if the simulation was to be believed. Looks like my tutoring actually worked pretty well. Minami nodded to himself, feeling rather pleased. At the very least, managing to get both Hitori and Ryo to absolute wild cards into good universities meant he might actually have a talent for teaching. But that's not the main focus right now. Minami turned his attention back to the simulation's future developments. Getting into a prestigious university was only the first step toward your dreams. You and Okan never stopped moving forward. During your time in school, you continued to produce works that gained attention both inside and outside the industry. Your script, written with a poetic literary touch, told the story of a young woman from a fishing village who was framed, forced into exile, and suffered rejection from those around her. In the end, after enduring endless scorn, she took her own life at home. The male protagonist, who had truly loved her, could only weep as he gazed at her lifeless form in the morgue. You collaborated with acting students from the university to film the piece using the school's equipment, later uploading it online. The tragic yet beautiful story moved countless viewers to tears. Once again, your work caught the attention of the film industry. That same year, Ame won the Tokyo Amateur Film Script Grand Prize, earning you recognition at Tokyo University of the Arts. Even senior students from the acting department took notice, eager to be cast in your future scripts. By May of that year, you and Okan wrote Tokusatsu and Her, a heartwarming romantic drama about a tokusatsu-loving girl and a countryside boy who fall in love. Despite its simplicity, the story deeply resonated with audiences. An online poll asking for Tokusatsu and Her to be adapted into a drama garnered tens of thousands of votes, ranking it at the top. Your exceptional screenwriting talent became widely recognized among young audiences. The names Shinjo Okan and Minami Shouji began to spread among aspiring filmmakers. Later that year, TV Asahi approached you with an offer to purchase Tokusatsu and Her for adaptation. It was scheduled for an 11-episode broadcast the following spring. Despite your growing success, you and Okan never forgot your ultimate goal to create the perfect Tokusatsu series. That was your grandest dream, one that would one day astonish the world. Your career continued to rise. After entering university, Okan, now fully independent, severed ties with her family early on. Rather than staying in a home that brought her nothing but coldness, she chose to remain by your side. That was her only desire. She didn't rely on you for help in cutting ties. Instead, she calmly met with her parents, ignored their indifference, and announced her decision with quiet resolve. Her father was visibly shocked. For the first time, he did not refer to her as that thing, because the girl before him was no longer the lifeless doll he once saw. She had become a shining presence, impossible to ignore. She was no longer the weak, broken daughter he had abandoned. Now, as the head of the Shinjo family, he naturally tried to convince her to stay. I know you resent the Shinjo family, but in the end, we are still your blood relatives, he said. Though we may have treated you coldly over the years, we never neglected your material needs. Then he asked, and what about that boyfriend of yours? Are you certain he won't change his mind someday? Are you really sure he'll stay by your side forever? If you remain with the Shinjo family, at least you'll have a safety net. His words were logical, but Okan simply stood up. Her usual mischievous smirk nowhere to be seen, only unwavering determination remained. But Mr. Shinjo, I think you're mistaken. Okan stood up. The usual mischievous smirk that often played on her lips was nowhere to be seen. Her expression was purely serious. Other than him, I don't need anything. No amount of money can replace him. This is my decision. There's no need to persuade me, because you won't be able to change my mind." With that, she stood up. No shouting. No anger. She simply spoke, then turned and left. And as she stepped out of that house, a sudden lightness surged through her, from her body to her very soul. For the first time, she felt truly free. You silently supported her from behind. At the same time, you made a decision in your heart. You would spend the rest of your life cherishing the girl who was willing to give up everything to stand by your side. Time continued to pass, with the broadcast of Tokusatsu and her on TV Asahi. Your and Akon's names became well known at Tokyo University of the Arts. Even some screenwriting professors invited you to lecture on your writing experiences. Through these connections, you both built a network in the entertainment industry while still in university. Your outstanding talent and striking presence turned many heads. Tokusatsu and her achieved impressive viewership ratings. That same year, you continued to expand your industry connections, discreetly establishing relationships with many key figures in the film and television world. At the same time, you never stopped refining your craft. Under your influence, Akon's writing style gradually leaned toward romance and tragic beauty. By the end of the year, thanks to strong recommendations from several professors, you and Akon were among the first students at Tokyo University of the Arts to skip from sophomore to junior year. Meanwhile, you continued to release your own works online. Acting students, both juniors and seniors, fought for a chance to appear in your productions. Your scripts were so high quality that they rivaled those of industry professionals. Landing a role in one of your works was seen as a major career boost for aspiring actors. Some students even managed to debut in the industry thanks to your scripts, gaining minor fame early on. For students at Tokyo University of the Arts, your projects were a rare shortcut into the industry. Some of the more attractive female acting students even tried sneaking over to your place late at night while Akon was away. Faced with such temptations, you felt a headache coming on but rejected them without hesitation. When Akon found out, she immediately blacklisted those actresses from her casting selections, claiming she was simply protecting you from bad women. You had no objections. After all, there was no shortage of people eager to act in your scripts. During your time at university, you created numerous outstanding scripts: your historical drama Scarlet Wolf, your crime thriller Relentless Pursuit, and Akon's fantasy series 100 Tales Across Time. Among them, Scarlet Wolf was adapted for television and reached a terrifying 13.7% viewership rating in its season. Relentless Pursuit was turned into a low-budget film that became a dark horse at the box office. Meanwhile, 100 Tales Across Time, airing as a late-night drama on TV Asahi, became a sleeper hit. Your ability to produce top-tier scripts left many in awe. Gradually, your name started gaining recognition within the industry. People in the business began referring to you as Professor Minami and Professor Shinjo, a sign of respect for your talent. Your exceptional screenwriting skills made you the envy of many. Several major television networks extended offers, hoping to recruit you, but instead of taking the easy road to instant fame, you and Akon continued honing your craft day by day, steadily refining your writing and deepening your industry connections. During this time, there were skeptics who doubted that such mature scripts could possibly come from mere university students like you and Akon. They were convinced that your rise to fame was backed by corporate interests. They dug into Akon's Shinjo family background and began attacking you both, rather than responding to these accusations. You and Akon quietly wrote a script titled The Cricket That Chirped Too Loudly, which was released in March of that same year. The story followed a foolish and narrow-minded man who, relying only on his own limited judgment, presumptuously defined others. His arrogance led to countless misunderstandings, offended many people, and ultimately tore his family apart. Yet, even at the very end, he never realized his own mistakes. Cursing and ranting, he continued to pass judgment on every newcomer he encountered. The script was filled with humor and wit, yet carried a sharp and biting satire. Its clever metaphors thoroughly silenced those who had doubted you. With sheer talent, you proved everything that needed to be said. Over time, the negative voices surrounding you faded, while the praise grew louder. Supporting each other, you and Akon forged ahead. Before long, with recommendations from your mentors and the impressive scripts you had created in university, you both earned your master's degrees in film and literature. On the day you received your degrees, she leaned against you, her eyes reflecting the years of effort she had poured into her work. She was no longer the same girl from high school, though she still kept her short hair. The once playful and cute features had matured into an elegance that defied words. Together, you both looked up. Above you, the sky was as clear as your hearts, and the long contrails of passing planes carried away the last remnants of your burdens. Earning your master's degrees was only the beginning of your dreams. To everyone's surprise, you did not follow the expected path of writing films or TV dramas. Instead, after graduation, you founded your own tokusatsu production company Minami and Shinjo. The industry was baffled. Your past works were all centered around literary romance. Why abandon that to start a tokusatsu company, a genre with an uncertain position in the entertainment industry? They couldn't understand why you would take on such a difficult and thankless challenge, and you offered no explanation. With the wealth you had accumulated and the industry connections you had built, you quickly handled all the necessary paperwork, and so, Minami and Shinjo Tokusatsu officially began operations. You and Akon carefully studied the market, analyzing the current trends in tokusatsu heroes, and ultimately finalized your concept for the first production, Cajun Black Sun, a story set in a new era where being a hero had become a profession. In this world, Cajun monsters, who had never committed a crime, were ruthlessly hunted down by so-called righteous heroes, polished and revered in the public eye. Against this backdrop, the protagonist Black Sun rises to fight against the so-called justice of the heroes. To make the main character's design more striking, you opted for an aggressive metallic exoskeleton, a shark fin-inspired silhouette, and a highly expressive mutated longsword. Meanwhile, the secondary protagonist, a human observer, documents everything he witnesses. He sees the corruption behind the heroes and struggles with guilt over his pursuit of Black Sunday. I've never thought of myself as a hero. I just know that I have to do something. And standing in your way, stopping you, that's what I have to do. With a dual protagonist structure and a crime thriller style investigative framework, Cajun Black Sun wove an intricate and compelling dark tokusatsu story. However, there was one unresolved issue: the casting of the human protagonist. As your company's first production and your first attempt at a dark hero tokusatsu, akin to Chainsaw Man, you were extremely meticulous about casting. Yet, despite all efforts, you couldn't find the right actor. Just then, someone unexpectedly came knocking, a visit that took you completely by surprise. It was Rika. She had enrolled in a regular acting university after high school, and you hadn't seen her in nearly 2 years. Her signature black hair and deep blue eyes remained as stunning as ever, and she still spoke in that lazy, unhurried tone. She submitted her application, hoping to audition for the human protagonist role in Cajun Black Sunday. On the day of the audition, Rika delivered an outstanding performance. Her terrifyingly strong command of dialogue, effortless emotional control, and precise expressions all proved just how hard she had worked over the years. Everything fell into place naturally from there. From the moment Cajun Black Sun aired, it shattered records. The very first episode reached a staggering 14.9% viewership rating. In an era where tokusatsu was on the decline, such a number was unheard of. It drew immense attention. Beyond the stunning design of Black Sun's suit, what captivated audiences was Rika's human protagonist, her long hair neatly tucked away under a wig, giving her a striking, sharp appearance. Her remarkable acting skills, paired with an exceptional script, propelled Cajun Black Sun into a massive success. With undeniable talent, you and Akon proved all the doubters wrong. You had secured your place in the industry. Merchandise companies rushed in, eager to acquire licensing rights for Cajun Black Sun toys and figures. You and Akon didn't refuse after all. Every industry needed funding. However, you made it clear that you would not alter the show's narrative just to push toy sales. As time passed, Cajun Black Sun only grew more intense, and its viewership continued to climb. In the second-to-last episode, the long-awaited confrontation finally took place: Cajun and human, face-to-face. At that moment, viewership skyrocketed to 28.9%, a number no tokusatsu series in the Reiwa era had ever achieved. Merchandise sales exploded. Not only did Cajun Black Sun dominate Japan's tokusatsu scene, but it also gained a massive following overseas. Figures, posters, and collectibles sold out instantly, with demand far outpacing supply. You and Akon amassed a fortune from its success. At the height of this frenzy, Cajun Black Sun reached its grand finale, the final battle. The human hero, cloaked in shadow, against the Cajun hero, standing in the sunlight. Their opposing ideals clashed. Why attack the heroes? You already know the answer. Silence. But humanity needs heroes. Cajun do not. On one side Rika, exuding sharp masculinity in her short-haired disguise. On the other Black Sun, a monstrous yet captivating warrior, his raspy voice cutting through the air. Their fated showdown pushed the story to its climax. When the credits rolled, all who had once doubted you fell silent. 30.1% viewership, undisputedly the strongest tokusatsu of the Reiwa era. A perfect ending. Chapter 144, In Each Other's Eyes, a gaze reserved for one. The simulation continued. Cajun Black Sun concluded with a perfect finale. To celebrate, you arranged a grand banquet for the entire cast and crew. Among them, the one most deserving of recognition was Rika, who played the human protagonist. Knowing she wasn't fond of alcohol, you specifically instructed the staff not to serve her any alcoholic drinks. Yet, for the first time, Rika, who usually never turned down your considerations, took the initiative to request a small cup of sake. As the lead of Cajun Black Sun, if she refused the team's celebratory toasts, it would no doubt dampen the atmosphere. Respecting her choice, you simply reminded her not to push herself too hard. You weren't much of a drinker yourself, only occasionally sharing a few glasses with Akon. After a few rounds of drinks, you stepped away to the lounge, hoping to ease the dizziness from the alcohol. To your surprise, someone was already there. It was Rika. Unable to handle the constant toasts from the others, she had quietly slipped away. Seeing that it was you who entered, she had initially straightened up, but upon recognizing you, she relaxed again, lazily slumping back down just as she always had around you. You sat down beside her, poured her a cup of tea, and struck up a conversation. Over the years, the once laid-back and carefree girl had put in immense effort to chase her dreams. Whether it was honing her acting skills or refining her line delivery, she had worked tirelessly. That was why her performance in Cajun Black Sun had been nearly flawless. The two of you reminisced about the past. Back in high school, she would always lounge on the sofa behind you, playing on her phone, casually tossing you snacks to eat. As she recalled those long-gone, yet precious memories of youth, her deep blue eyes curved into a gentle arc. She wanted to return to those simpler days where there were no worries, where the wind blew past as you and Akan walked ahead. You understood the sentiment well. Nostalgia had a way of beautifying the past, making youth seem even more radiant in hindsight. The two of you continued talking, sharing amusing stories from recent days. Perhaps due to the alcohol, a faint blush dusted her cheeks, contrasting against the serene night, or perhaps it was the influence of the alcohol that made her finally voice the thoughts she had kept buried for so long. The restaurant where Minami hosted the celebration had a Kyoto garden aesthetic. Red maple leaves drifted gently in the breeze. Sliding doors half opened, allowing glimpses of the tranquil night beyond. Exquisitely arranged stones, winding pathways, and quiet corridors all creating an indescribable atmosphere. After their conversation, Rika lay sprawled on the table, her black hair spilling across its surface. She turned her head, gazing at the view before her. Tonight, there was no moon in the sky. White paper lanterns hung along the veranda, glowing with a soft orange light that cast a warm glow over the scene. Rika stared at the landscape. Her eyes followed the crimson and white walls beyond the rock garden. Beyond that only the vast, empty night sky. "I probably liked you before, didn't I, Minami?" she murmured. A little like a question. A little like a conclusion. "Maybe." Minami propped his chin on his hand, following her gaze to the moonless, starless sky. No matter how beautifully decorated Tokyo's night was, stars would never be visible. "Maybe I still like you now." Rika spoke again. "Maybe." Minami replied. The quiet night enveloped them. Neither said another word. Only Rika, resting her chin on her hand, gazed up at the sky. "If my heart never had a moon to begin with, then why do I feel like I've lost something now?" She didn't understand. "How can you feel regret for something you never had? Something you could never have?" Rika stared into the vast, empty sky, lost in thought. "Yes. If you never had it, you shouldn't feel regret. If you never considered it, you shouldn't feel a sense of loss." Rika rested her head on the table again. Maybe it was the alcohol. With her eyes closed, she murmured softly, "Maybe. For a long time now, I've held a kind of admiration for you." After saying that, she fell silent. Because she couldn't say anything more. Whether for Akan's sake or Minami's, all she could do was let it pass, like the drunken ramblings of someone speaking nonsense. Hoping he wouldn't take it to heart. But also, hoping he would. Long ago, from the moment you helped Akan step out of her darkness, Rika had already started to notice you. She was happy for her friend's change. At the same time, she also realized you had done something she could never have achieved. Perhaps it was then that a vague admiration for you took root in her heart. Later, your conversation about life changed her perspective forever. That admiration deepened. She felt that being with you wasn't so bad. As time passed, that feeling did not fade, it only grew stronger. But she knew, deep down, that this was an emotion she should never have for you. Yet tonight, under the influence of alcohol, she finally voiced that thought aloud, and that was all. It would never be just words. As always, she remained quiet, easygoing, and by your side. Close, but never too close. That was enough. In reality, Minami opened his eyes, lost in thought. Rika was different from the other heroines he had encountered on various routes. She clearly held strong feelings for him. Yet she never actively pursued him. And perhaps it was that very distance that made her feelings all the more poignant. Minami shook his head and continued reading. Your relationship with Rika seemed to have taken a step forward. Or perhaps, a step backward. Even with your usual sharpness, you couldn't quite figure it out. The only thing you knew for sure was that her attitude toward you remained the same. So, you set those thoughts aside for now and focused on your career. Cajun Black Sun concluded with a legendary success. A 30.1% viewership rating, something only the finest tokusatsu series from the Showa era had ever achieved. You and Akan gained massive support from tokusatsu fans. Rika, with her outstanding acting and flawless delivery, was now regarded as one of the strongest tokusatsu actresses of the new era. With this, Minami and Shinjo Tokusatsu had officially cemented its place in the industry. Capitalizing on the momentum, you launched a theatrical movie for Cajun Black Sunday. With your direction and Icon's marketing expertise, the teaser PV showcased the same cold-toned cinematography, Black Sun's stunning suit design, and the triumphant return of Rika, stirring immense anticipation among Tokusatsu fans. Meanwhile, as you worked on the Cajun Black Sun movie, you and Icon also began preparations for your next project. She designed the character concepts while you handled the screenplay. Unlike Kamen Rider or Ultraman, your works did not share a common universe. Cajun Black Sun was a standalone world, and all your future projects would follow the same pattern. In these new stories, Rika would once again play a key role. With years of experience in writing, your creative well never ran dry. You effortlessly penned Demon, and Echoes of the Phantom, each with its own unique vision. The first was a dark hero tale featuring a protagonist who gained demonic abilities, while the second was a supernatural hero story revolving around spirits and phantoms. Your brilliant storytelling continued to bring success after success, bringing immense revenue to Minami and Shinjo Tokusatsu. With these funds, you expanded even further. The renowned film critique magazine Ashibashi commented, with exceptional prop design and masterful storytelling, the success of Minami and Shinjo was no coincidence. Anyone hoping to replicate their path must realize these are individuals of unparalleled talent. More than that, they have proven to the world that Tokusatsu is far from dead in the Reiwa era. TL note, Reiwa period, in Japan, the imperial reign period that began on May 1, 2019, following the abdication of Emperor Akihito and the elevation of his son Naruhito to the Chrysanthemum throne. In just 2 years, Minami and Shinjo Tokusatsu turned into a mainstream success as Shinjo and Shaoji became a household name. Not only children, but even adults found themselves captivated by your dark hero Tokusatsu. People began calling your company the national Tokusatsu giant. As its star heroine, Rika's fame skyrocketed. Not only was she in high demand for Tokusatsu roles, but even major film studios began inviting her to audition. She hesitated at first, but with your encouragement, she began exploring roles beyond Tokusatsu. In your free time, you wandered the city with Akon. She was never one to sit still, always dragging you along to explore new stores and check out the latest trends. Sometimes, fans would recognize you on the streets and ask for photos. In those pictures, you and Akon always wore radiant smiles. By now, she had completely adapted to living alongside you, cooking breakfast together, handling work matters side by side, returning home together in the evening, sometimes even offering each other both physical and emotional comfort. To you, she was always warm and passionate. Often, you would hold her in your arms while watching the Tokusatsu stories you had both brought to life. She always looked so content in those moments. Her dream had come true, thanks to your shared efforts. Now, it was time to look toward the future. That year, you both turned 26. Minami and Shinjo Tokusatsu continued to grow. Every year, your innovative ideas injected fresh energy into the Tokusatsu industry. Even as new productions emerged, your IPs always stood at the forefront. With this strength, you never compromised your storytelling for the sake of commercial interests. Your influence expanded beyond the Tokusatsu genre. Some began calling you the god of Tokusatsu for the new era. Meanwhile, Rika's acting continued to mature. Many studios and talent agencies attempted to lure her away with high-paying contracts. She rejected every offer. Because, in her eyes, nothing was more valuable than her life with you and Akon. She still visited your home often, watching Tokusatsu with you, discussing films. Just as she always had, time never stops. Like a river, it flows ever forward. Minami and Shinjo Tokusatsu continued to produce outstanding works. Unlike its early days, the company had now stabilized, with every department running smoothly. Aside from writing scripts and developing character designs, you and Akon were finally free, and as you looked back, you realized you weren't young anymore. After discussing it with her, you took Akon home to meet your parents. They were beyond pleased with her elegance and confidence. Before long, a wedding date was set. That year, you both turned 29. Hand in hand, you strolled along the riverbank of your hometown. She listened as you reminisced about the past, a soft smile on her lips. She squeezed your hand and murmured, meeting you was the luckiest thing to ever happen to me. You gently cupped her cheek. At 29, in each other's eyes, there was only each other. Everything seemed to be moving in a good direction. Chapter 145. Your story with her never ends. A life that has begun its course will not stop, nor will it change. Just like real life itself. Time continued to move forward. You and Akon publicly announced your wedding date. No one was surprised in the slightest. To them, the very name Minami and Shinjo Tokusatsu already spoke for itself. At 29, you were in the prime of your lives, both at your strongest and most mature. Everyone had nothing but blessings for your marriage. Even online, fan communities dedicated to celebrating your union began to emerge. In the presence of countless well-wishers, you and Akon held your wedding, dressed in a pure white shiramaku. She was breathtakingly beautiful, You, in a deep navy montsuki, looked handsome and dignified. Your wedding was a private affair. Few from the industry were invited, and there was no press conference. The public only found out after it was all over. That night, Rika, who rarely drank, ended up having more than a few glasses. You and Akan helped her to her room to rest. Watching her quiet, sleeping face, Akan met your gaze and smiled. She and Rika were the closest of friends, and she understood Rika's feelings for you. If it weren't for you, there was probably nothing in the world she wouldn't have shared with Rika. Gently stroking Rika's forehead, Akan whispered a soft apology. Time moved ever forward. Minami and Shinjo Tokusatsu continued producing outstanding tokusatsu works. Your and Akan's names grew ever more renowned, and as you looked back at the path you had walked, you realized at some point, the world had already begun calling you both the gods of tokusatsu in the Reiwa era. You have conquered the hearts of all since the dawn of the Reiwa era with your unparalleled works. As snow fell gently in the courtyard, you and Akan nestled together, without even realizing it. Your dreams had already come true. A happiness that reached the depths of your souls enveloped you both completely. Even the silent, monotonous snowfall seemed lively and full of life in your eyes. Meanwhile, Rika, your beloved lead actress, continued to top surveys on the woman people want to marry most. With her consistently outstanding performances, surpassing all other actresses in the industry, she became Japan's most cherished national actress. Yet, despite all of this, the relationship between the three of you remained unchanged. Even as the years passed and middle age approached, Rika still frequently visited your home to chat. Sometimes, she would even bring friends along. Each time she visited, you and Akan would put in the effort to welcome her warmly. Just a glance exchanged between you all was enough to feel the quiet joy in each other's presence. As your dream had already been fulfilled, you gradually withdrew from managing Minami and Shinjo Tokusatsu. You had spent so many years tirelessly striving toward your goals. Now, reaching middle age, fatigue had settled in. You no longer felt the need to keep pushing forward relentlessly. You simply wanted to rest in each other's embrace. You spent less time working and more time together, and as a natural consequence, Akan became pregnant, with you always by her side and Rika frequently visiting. Your child was finally born. Akan, lying in her hospital bed, looked pale and exhausted. But the moment she laid eyes on your child, she couldn't help but reach out and hold them close. Your child was healthy, and with memories of her own difficult childhood, Akan secretly vowed to raise them with nothing but warmth and love. At Rika's suggestion, you and Akan named your daughter Mirai. Mirai, the word Akan had never dared to hope for in her high school days, now held all of her hopes for the future. Under your, Akan's, and Rika's care, Mirai grew up strong and healthy. Perhaps due to Rika's constant presence, Mirai's personality wasn't quite like yours or Akan's. Rather, she took after Rika, carrying an easygoing and carefree nature. Having been exposed to Minami and Shinjo's tokusatsu films since childhood, Mirai developed an unspoken admiration for that world of heroes and justice. By the time she was in first grade, she told you she wanted to be like Antrika and perform on the big screen. Watching your daughter grow step by step, you and Akan felt a happiness beyond words. Time continued to move forward. Mirai kept growing. She inherited your black hair, while her adorable, expressive face was unmistakably Akan's. By the time she was only in third grade, she had already received love letters from classmates. Having grown up with your influence, the precocious young girl rejected them with surprising skill. Still, the event led Akan, who had a mischievous streak, to tease her during dinner, asking what kind of person she wanted to marry in the future. In response, Mirai lifted her head and seriously declared that she wanted to marry her dad. In the simulation, the memory unfolded before you. Oh my! My daughter wants to marry your father when she grows up? Wiping her damp hands on her apron, Akan turned to look at Mirai. The young girl, still in elementary school, had a fair complexion with a healthy pinkish hue. Her large, black eyes, accentuated by her youthful features, made her look even more adorable. Her neatly cut shoulder-length black hair gave her a clean and refreshing look. And with her wearing a princess dress today, she looked so small and cute that anyone would want to scoop her up into a hug. Mirai nodded enthusiastically. Daddy is so cool and kind. When he came to my parent-teacher meeting, a lot of other moms kept asking me for his contact information. Oh my. Akan's smile grew even brighter. So she really did make the right choice keeping him home more often. Honestly, even now, as a middle-aged man, he still kept attracting attention. It was ridiculous. Akan muttered to herself, then playfully said, well then, Mirai, let's work together to keep an eye on Daddy and make sure no strange women take him away. Mirai nodded even harder, her small face full of determination. I'll protect Daddy. How reliable. Akan gently patted Mirai's head before crouching down beside her. Then, glancing at the wedding photo of herself and Minami hanging on the wall, a small smile graced her lips. But back to the topic of marrying Daddy. She looked at her daughter. Marrying your father. That really is a wonderful dream, isn't it? With a hand resting on Mirai's cheek, Akon used the other to count on her fingers. Because you see, if you marry someone like him, every day will be filled with joy and happiness. And in the end, I was lucky enough to have you. I really am a fortunate woman. Mirai nodded even harder. Her big, bright eyes sparkled, as if marrying her father was the happiest fate in the world. Then that's why, Mirai, one day you'll find someone wonderful for yourself. Huh? Mirai blinked, stunned. What I'm saying is, that man already belongs to me. I'm sorry, but you'll have to pick someone else, Mirai. But I want to marry Daddy. Her face turned red as she protested. Yet Akon, ever playful, simply blinked at her. Oh my, oh my. You really do take after me, Mirai. You have great taste. But like I said, he's already mine. Even if you're my daughter, I won't give him up. Resting her chin in her hand, Akon grinned as she watched Mirai stomp her feet in frustration. So don't rush, Mirai. One day, you'll find someone just as special. That person is Daddy. Nope, absolutely not. He belongs to me. Akon stretched out the last few words teasingly. Her playful tone was so infuriating that Mirai nearly burst into tears. Then what's not allowed? Oh, you're back, Minami. Seriously, come deal with your daughter. She just said she wants to marry you when she grows up. Turning toward the doorway, Akon smirked at Minami. Oh? Not bad, she has great taste. Why do you look so pleased? You already have me, you know. Akon huffed. Minami looked between his wife and daughter, both flustered for different reasons, and couldn't help but laugh. In these everyday moments lived an ordinary yet irreplaceable happiness. To correct Mirai's misguided view on romance, Akon took it upon herself to educate her properly. However, all of her attempts ultimately ended in failure. No matter how much she explained, Mirai remained firm in her belief that you were the best marriage partner and even gave you a kiss on the cheek. Feeling jealous, Akon retaliated by kissing you 10 times in return before finally letting it go. Afterward, despite Mirai's protests, Akon set up a separate bedroom for her, putting an end to the days when she could sleep in the master bedroom with both of you. Time continued to flow. Under your and Akon's watchful eyes, Mirai kept growing. At her request, Rika used her industry connections to help arrange acting training for her. Balancing school and performance training, Mirai steadily made her way into high school. Due to her dedication to acting, her academic performance began to suffer. In response, you personally set aside time to tutor her, emphasizing that before stepping into the film industry, the best foundation she could build was to refine her craft. She took your words to heart, and with your guidance, she was accepted into a prestigious acting university in Japan. By this time, Minami and Shinjo Tokusatsu had released over 50 tokusatsu films, but as the years passed, you and Akon could feel that you could no longer push yourselves as hard as before. After much discussion, you both decided that this final year would mark the creation of your last work. Upon the public announcement, tokusatsu fans were filled with regret and reluctance. Over the years, they had already recognized your unparalleled contributions to the tokusatsu world, but time and health were forces beyond anyone's control. No matter how much they wished otherwise, in the end, they respected your decision. Just like you both, years of relentless hard work had taken a toll on Rika as well. Seeing her closest friends preparing to retire, she, too, began considering stepping away. When she shared her thoughts with you and Akon, you both supported her decision, and so, under the watchful eyes of all, you and Akon poured your final efforts into writing one last script. Goodbye. Goodbye. Heroes. This work brought together every dark hero character that had ever appeared in Minami and Shinjo Tokusatsu. As its title suggested, it was a farewell. Minami and Shinjo Tokusatsu, which had begun in the Reiwa era, was finally coming to an end. The final scene unfolded against the backdrop of a sunset over the sea. Seagulls occasionally soared across the sky. Are you really leaving? The human protagonist stood at the cliffside, asking the figure before them. Black Sunday, the crisis has passed. Black Sun's raspy voice echoed, then shouldn't you stay? Not just you, all of you heroes who have remained in the shadows. If we stay, a new crisis will arise. But humanity needs heroes. Humanity is its own hero. Minami and Shinjo Tokusatsu began with Cajun Black Sunday, and in the end, it also concluded with Cajun Black Sunday. As the final scene played, the moment Black Sun and all the dark heroes disappeared into the night, countless Minami and Shinjo Tokusatsu fans were left in tears. The era of the gods of Reiwa Tokusatsu had came to an end, but just as Black Sun said in the final moments, humanity is its own hero. With just a moment to collect themselves, people can face the hardships and challenges of life on their own. That is what makes humanity truly remarkable. The era of Minami and Shinjo has came to an end, but the story between you and her is far from over. Chapter 146, Akon Shoji's perfect, enchanting smile. The story between you and her is not over yet. After retiring from Minami and Shinjo Tokusatsu, You both used your industry connections to pave the way for Mirai's future career. As for what happens next, that was entirely up to her. After all, as parents, this was as much as you could do. The pursuit of dreams was something she had to undertake herself, and just a month after your retirement, Rika held a press conference and officially announced her departure from the film industry as well. With that, all of your dreams had been fulfilled. The time that remained was now for the two of you. Under your watchful eyes, Mirai successfully graduated, with the foundation you laid for her, and the rigorous acting training she had undergone since childhood. She quickly secured her place in the film industry, making a name for herself with her talent and striking appearance. She began chasing her dream, just as you once did, and as she moved forward, you and Akon gradually grew older, yet despite this, the two of you remained as inseparable as ever. To you, happiness was not complicated. Sometimes, simply sitting together and flipping through old photo albums was enough to pass an entire afternoon. Every day, waking up and falling asleep beside each other, seeing each other first thing in the morning, these small, ordinary moments filled your hearts with immeasurable joy. But time is relentless, and its strength is absolute. So powerful, it could take you away from her without warning. As the years passed, your body gradually weakened, yet, you did not fear the approach of death. Even if the walls of death separated you, the love between you and her would never be severed, and when you finally passed away, she did not feel lonely, because she still had Mirai. Because she still had Rika, who often came to visit. Their presence filled her life with warmth. In the family photo album, you sat in the middle, with them on either side. Your smile remained as bright as it had always been in their memories, never fading, perhaps. This was happiness, much like that stormy night, many years ago, when a sudden typhoon and heavy rain trapped her in your home, the same night that made her stay by your side. Until now, simulation complete, it's over. Minami slowly shifted his gaze away from the simulation, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. It was like finishing an incredibly moving film. Every time he completed a good ending, he felt this way. And this time was no different. Feeling content, he glanced down in anticipation at the system evaluation. What would the score be this time? System score, 92 points. You have achieved a happy ending. System evaluation, a love that lasts a lifetime, unforgettable. The bond of happiness and responsibility ties you and her together, sending your love toward the future. That fateful storm, years ago, may have trapped her in your home, but it also made her fall completely for your charm. Her heart, once barren and lifeless, flourished the moment you stepped into it. At first, perhaps it was only your striking appearance that caught her attention. But through your unwavering influence and effort, she came to see you for who you truly were. It was your first collaboration at the Shuka Festival that gave the timid girl the courage to take her first step. And that step became the first step toward chasing her dreams. Your love unfolded naturally, as if it were always meant to be. In your youth, you supported her choices and faced hardships together. During the period when she cut ties with the Shinjo family, life was difficult, but as long as she had you by her side, she found the strength to endure. You pursued your dreams together, achieving success so remarkable that others couldn't ignore it. The experiences you shared during your university years became memories you would cherish for a lifetime, memories that carried you both forward. As time passed, you kept chasing your dreams. To you both, dreams were not just goals, they were the catalyst that deepened your love. The moment you established your own company, you had created the foundation where those dreams would grow, your careers flourished, and your daily lives became increasingly busy. Yet, no matter how hectic things became, you always made time to be with each other. As Minami and Shinjo Tokusatsu stabilized, your workload eased, and you both entered middle age. With your dreams fulfilled, you finally turned your attention to marriage. Under your arrangements, you quickly stepped into marriage, and soon after, your wife gave birth to a daughter, Mirai. To you, she was your greatest treasure. Mirai grew up while you and Akon aged, but no matter how much time passed, it could never take away the love and happiness between you. For you, simply waking up and seeing each other was a happiness beyond words, but time is equal to all. And like all stories, this one too must end. The river of time swept you away, leaving her standing on its banks, collecting the remnants of your life together. She was never lonely, never truly alone, because the courage you gave her, the happiness you left behind, were more than enough to carry her through those remaining days. In the deepest corners of her memories, your image never faded. She continued to love you, until the very end. 92 points. Minami stared at the score. Compared to his simulations with Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue, this score was 1 point lower, tied with Hitori Goto's route. Maybe it was because of the lingering regret over Rika's feelings for me. That's why points were deducted. Minami thought for a moment. So if I wanted a perfect 100-point happy ending, would I have to include Rika as well? With 3 happy endings under his belt, Minami was no stranger to the simulation system. He understood its logic well. But still, That's just a thought, nothing more. Who could say for sure what would happen in the simulation? Even if he aimed for a so-called harem ending, there was no guarantee that it would score higher than the happy ending he just achieved. After all, with Rika's personality, could she really accept such an outcome? The idea itself seemed far-fetched. Shaking off those stray thoughts, Minami refocused on the system rewards. He hadn't checked them yet. System rewards: you have obtained a Kanshouji's perfect, enchanting smile and filmmaking proficiency level 4, huh? Minami frowned at the reward description. The filmmaking proficiency level 4 was straightforward. It likely reflected the filmmaking skills he had accumulated as the god of Reiwa Tokusatsu. But a Kanshouji's perfect, enchanting smile? What was that supposed to be? Curious, he checked its details. A Kanshouji's perfect, enchanting smile, a childhood scar from a broken home, coupled with an unparalleled talent for hiding emotions, created a master of deception. Because of this, no matter where or when, she could always display a bright, captivating smile that could win over anyone's heart. I love him. From the moment we became a couple, I never needed to fake a smile again. Okan Shinjo effect: whenever you intentionally smile, your attractiveness temporarily increases by +1, an attractiveness boost. The simplified explanation made the effect crystal clear. An increase in appearance stats, something that was entirely genetic, was no small feat. But isn't this kind of useless for me? Minami glanced at his status screen and activated his phone's front camera. His attractiveness stat was already at 9. If he smiled, would that make him attain the theoretical human limit? With growing curiosity, Minami smiled at his reflection. And then Minami stared at his phone screen and saw a face that felt completely unfamiliar. Messy black hair cascaded naturally, and his deep black eyes gleamed with a pure, striking radiance. His features were sharp and undeniably handsome. But what truly made it impossible to look away was his smile. It was an enchantingly irresistible smile, one that seemed to possess an almost supernatural charm. As if with just this one expression, anyone who saw it would fall hopelessly and unconditionally in love with the person wearing it. His eyes, his lips, his very presence. It was as if he had become a mythical figure, akin to a Greek god, whose smile alone could bring entire kingdoms to ruin. No matter how cold or indifferent a woman might be, the moment she saw this smile, she would never be able to look away again. Just as the skill's name implied. This was a devil's smile. A smile so bewitching, so irresistible, that it could make someone fall in love with him at a mere glance. Minami stared at his reflection on the phone screen. Just watching himself. Tears unconsciously welled up in his eyes. He suddenly remembered the stray dog that his aunt's friend's uncle had adopted, the one that passed away this winter. If it were still alive today, maybe it would have had the chance to witness something this beautiful. But it never would. Life only comes once, yet that dog never got to see such beauty. What a tragedy. Wait, no. Minami shook his head violently, snapping out of his thoughts. Why was he suddenly thinking about that dog again? Rubbing his temples, he sighed. He had no idea why that stray dog kept haunting his thoughts. It was as if, every time he acquired a new skill, it had to pop up and remind him of its existence. Minami thought that once the Shuka festival was over and winter break arrived, when he returned to his hometown in Akita, he really should bring some bones and properly pay tribute to that dog. Shaking his head, he refocused on his phone screen. This time, he didn't dare to smile. Because what just happened was way too bizarre. It was that strange, unsettling feeling. Even though the face in the screen was his, the moment he smiled, it felt as if he had transformed into someone else entirely. That slight upward curve of his lips, it was enough to make anyone forget everything else, drowning them in the sheer, overwhelming beauty of it. Even Minami himself couldn't help but think, how am I this handsome? He almost wanted to see it again. That near-perfect, 10 out of 10 smile. It was a deep, primal urge, human instinct to seek out and admire beauty. 10 out of 10 looks. The pinnacle of human attractiveness. And the effect was this intense. Even someone as far from narcissistic as Minami couldn't stop himself from whispering, "Damn. I'm really good looking." Even the system didn't bother refuting his words. But this time, he resisted the temptation. There was no point in sitting there grinning at his phone. He had already experienced the effect firsthand. However, I wonder how this skill would affect other people? Minami rubbed his chin, intrigued. Every skill granted by the simulator had wildly different effects, varying from person to person. The last time he wrote a romantic novel, it made Hitori someone as socially anxious as her muster up the courage to ambush him and steal a kiss. Meanwhile, for someone like Pa-san, Najuka's older sister Sayaka, it only stirred up a faint urge to find someone to confess to. So what about this time? What kind of reactions would this skill trigger? It's definitely worth testing out. With that thought in mind, Minami made his decision. Chapter 147, A Male Succubus? Shinjo-san? Shinjo-san? Huh? Slowly waking from her nap, Akane Shinjo blinked her deep crimson eyes in confusion, looking toward the girl sitting beside her. The teacher just called on you. Ah. Huh? Teacher? Still groggy from sleep, Akane's delicate, well-proportioned face looked adorably dazed. What teacher? Didn't I already graduate? And I've already changed my last name to Shaoji. Don't get it wrong. Where's my husband, Minami Shaoji? Muttering in a half-conscious daze, her voice trailed off only for her to suddenly notice the stunned expressions around her. Huh? Huh? Question mark. Akane froze. Her drowsiness instantly vanished. Her face flushed red, and she opened her mouth, stammering before hurriedly whispering, sorry. She quickly straightened her posture, pretending nothing happened. But that didn't stop the whispers. If anything, her reaction only made things worse. The classmates around her were all staring in shock, unable to hide their intrigue. Did they just hear that correctly? What did Shinjo-san just say? Minami Shaoji? Husband? Changed her last name to Shaoji? This was a major scoop. Whether it was just nonsense from a half-asleep dream or something far more real, either way this was big news. After all, Akane Shinjo ranked second in their grade, one of Shukuhai's most admired students, was extremely popular. She was practically the perfect student, excelling in both academics and athletics, almost like a miracle. And yet, she had just muttered Minami Shaoji's name in her sleep? This was huge. The curiosity was unbearable. One of the girls sitting nearby, someone friendly with Akane, couldn't hold back anymore and leaned over to ask, Shinjo-san, are you and Minami-kun dating? Whe? Akane visibly flinched. Her entire body jolted. Immediately, she vigorously shook her head. What? No. Of course not. Nothing like that. Don't start spreading rumors. Her firm denial was instant and absolute. The girl who asked simply blinked at her, then nodded, not pushing further. Seeing the topic drop, Akane finally let out a small sigh of relief. But still her? Dating Minami? No way. No freaking way. What kind of unfortunate girl would ever fall for that guy? Wait. If the memories in her head were right, that unfortunate girl was very clearly her. Akane clutched her head, her usual composed expression twisting into an inner struggle. This was all Minami's fault. That guy. Akane mentally conjured up his face, imagining herself strangling his smug, clueless expression. Yes. That's right. This was all his fault. Last night, she had barely gotten any sleep because of him. He just kept writing and writing, obsessed with finishing his script. Which led to her staying up way too late and crashing in class today. Thank God she had mumbled in such a low voice just now. If more people had heard her say, I've already changed my last name to Shaoji. Where's my husband, Minami Shaoji? She would honestly consider fleeing the country. At the very least, she wouldn't be able to show her face at Shukuhai ever again. Yes. Exactly. It's all Minami's fault. It's because of him that she was acting so strangely. Akane tried to warp his image in her mind, tried to twist him into some utterly despicable, irredeemable villain. But halfway through, she started making excuses for him. But. It's not like he actually did anything bad. Her gaze flickered toward the script hidden in her desk, memories from the simulation surfacing in her mind. Muttering as if debating with herself, she grumbled, he only wrote the script because of me, right? How could I blame him for something like that? Her expression twisted, caught between happiness and frustration. The girl sitting beside her was getting seriously concerned. What was up with Shinjo-san today? Just a moment ago, she seemed fine. And now, she was muttering to herself again? Was she possessed? The girl's expression was worried. But she didn't dare interrupt, only watching from the side. Meanwhile, the more Akane thought about Minami, the redder her delicate, baby-fat soft face became. Because what the hell was that dream she had? Chasing dreams together? Cutting ties with the Shinjo family? And doing that with Minami? And worse, she actually enjoyed it? Thud. Akane slammed her forehead onto her desk. Shinjo-san? The teacher, who had been lecturing, paused and glanced over. And nothing. Sorry. Akane, her forehead now slightly red, hurriedly apologized. Seeing that the teacher had moved on, Akane let out an internal scream of panic. Akane Shinjo. Akane Shinjo. Have you no shame? Doing that was one thing. But she even had a child with Minami Shaoji? The moment those vivid memories from the simulation resurfaced, her face turned an even deeper shade of red. But, taking a deep breath, she forced herself to suppress the whirlwind of emotions threatening to take over. She thought of Minami, of what their future might be like. That kind of life. It actually seemed kind of nice. In that dreamlike future, she had achieved her goals, broken free from the suffocating grip of the Shinjo family, and ended up by Minami's side. Together, they had built a company, turned their dreams into reality, and eventually gotten married and had a child. Everything was peaceful, blissful. And thinking about it now, being with Minami didn't sound so bad, did it? He was handsome. Ranked first in the entire country on the national mock exams. His future was practically limitless. Calling him a top-tier investment wasn't an exaggeration at all. If anything, she should be worrying about how to secure him for herself. Wait, no. No. Akane snapped back to reality like she'd been electrocuted. What the hell was she thinking? Minami Shaoji was a bully. Even in that dreamlike future, he never stopped teasing her. How could she ever fall for someone like that? Besides, hadn't she just said earlier who would ever like a guy like him? Once again, Akane fell into an intense internal struggle. And that struggle lasted until the final bell rang. By the time she finally snapped out of it, most of her classmates had already left. It wasn't surprising that no one had tried talking to her. After all, her expressions throughout the afternoon had been downright terrifying. One moment, she looked ecstatic. The next, completely defeated. Then, she'd stare blankly into space like she was seeing something that wasn't there. Only to suddenly fall silent, as if she were lost in another world. Not a single one of her friends dared to interrupt whatever the hell was going on with her. All this is ridiculous. Grabbing her head, Akane forcefully shook out all the chaotic thoughts in her mind. Why the hell was he the only thing she could think about? Damn it. That bastard. How dare he mess with my head like this? With an irritated huff, she checked the time and glanced out the window at the sunset-drenched sky. Next time she saw Minami, she was definitely going to tear into him, no hesitation, no mercy. Clenching her fists, she made up her mind. For now, though, she just needed to go home. Stuffing her belongings into her bag, she slung it over her shoulder, adjusted her black stockings, and strode toward the classroom door. Then perfect timing, Shinjo-san. Huh? Minami-kun? The moment she pulled the door open, the very person who had thrown her entire day into chaos was standing right there. Minami Shaoji, his school bag slung over one shoulder, looking as relaxed as ever. Akane, who had just spent the last several minutes fantasizing about how she was going to roast him alive, completely blanked out. She took 2 instinctive steps back. Her gaze darted everywhere but at him, and in the most awkward, hesitant voice, she mumbled, Minami-kun. Why you haven't gone home yet? Why the hell am I stuttering? Screaming at herself internally, her face flared up in embarrassment. I'm just about to. Minami replied casually. Oh. I see. Well, I should get going too. Desperate to escape, Akane cut the conversation short and immediately tried to make a run for it. She had no idea why, but just looking at him made her unreasonably nervous. The memories from the simulation kept flashing in her mind. All the words she normally had no trouble saying were completely gone. She just wanted to get away. But Minami stepped directly in front of her, blocking her path. Wait a second, Shinjo-san. I actually needed to talk to you about something. What do you want? I'm very busy, you know. Her heartbeat spiked. But outwardly, she refused to back down, putting on a thoroughly annoyed expression. Don't block my way. I have to. Enough. Stand right there. Don't move. Okay. Her feigned irritation vanished instantly. Obediently, she came to a stop, muttering under her breath, What's this about? You'll see in a second. Minami answered nonchalantly. A second. Akane couldn't help but glance up at him. And under her gaze Minami Shaoji smiled. A perfectly structured, impossibly aesthetic face. Every angle flawless. His serene expression, the subtle upward curve of his lips, the faintly narrowed gaze, it was beyond description. And Akane was completely spellbound. At that moment, the sun dipped below the horizon. The contrast between the fading golden light and the dimly lit classroom, it turned his smile into something otherworldly. An oil painting frozen in time. A masterpiece beyond mortal comprehension. It was a smile of pure magic. Just one look and she felt like she was falling in love. Akane's scarlet eyes widened, unable to look away. Then Minami's voice, gentle and ridiculously charming, reached her ears. Hey, Shinjo-san. Could you lend me some money for a bit? Huh? Sure. If this had been any other day, she would have mocked him first. Would have made him beg for it. But looking at that smile, she simply pulled out her wallet without a second thought. Counted a few 10,000 yen bills. Handed them over. Minami, still smiling, tilted his head slightly. Is that all? His slight frown sent a sharp pang through her heart. It was like watching someone defile a sacred piece of art. Overwhelmed by guilt, she panicked. Wait. Hold on. She hurriedly pulled out even more cash, thrusting it toward him with an anxious look. This. Is this enough? Yeah, this should do. Minami hummed, satisfied. Then, he tilted his head again and mused, actually, Shinjo-san, could I borrow your wallet and phone too? Huh? Her wallet? Her phone? Even in her dazed state, alarm bells started ringing. Her phone had way too much personal stuff in it. Giving it to him would be way too reckless, right? But then please, Shinjo-san? Minami leaned in, eyes filled with sincerity. Here. Take them. Zero hesitation. She shoved her phone and wallet into his hands without a second thought. But Minami just chuckled. I was kidding, Shinjo-san. Who asks a classmate for their wallet and phone? Huh? It was like a spell had been lifted. Realizing what she had just done, Akan's entire face burned with humiliation. She snatched her stuff back and shot him a murderous glare. But thanks to her flushed cheeks, even her glare looked endearingly cute. And then she fled, leaving Minami standing there, casually counting his several 10,000 yen bills. He honestly wasn't expecting it to work this well. In the end, it was just an experiment. I should return this money to Miss Shinjo tomorrow. Chapter 148, Miss Gota gains confidence to think I could actually pull this off. Recalling how Akan had handed over her phone and wallet without hesitation, Minami couldn't help but sigh in amazement. This so-called love simulation system seriously needed to be renamed occult simulation. These bizarre skills were getting more ridiculous by the day. Putting aside everything else, the fact that a simple smile was enough to make Akan obediently hand over her wallet and phone. Wasn't that a bit too overpowered? It felt like something straight out of a late-night eroge or an anime featuring a seductive incubus. However, Minami quickly shook his head. At first glance, it might seem like the skill, Shinjo Akan's perfectly enchanting smile, was outrageously broken. But in reality, its effect was simply a temporary +1 to charm, nothing more. Which meant that to truly maximize its potential like he just had, you needed to already have a charm stat of 9, just like him. If someone with a charm stat of 7, 8, or even 5 or 6 had used it, it definitely wouldn't have had the same overwhelming effect. In other words, guess it really does come down to how exceptional I am. Minami reaffirmed the undeniable truth of his own excellence. At the same time, he suddenly remembered something. Speaking of which, I was supposed to drop by her place today to pick up some tokusatsu DVDs. And she also said she'd treat me to dinner, didn't she? No. Yeah, maybe I should pass on that today. Recalling Akan's face just now, Minami figured it was best to just leave things be for now. After all, real life and simulations were different. Pushing things too hard wouldn't be ideal. Stuffing the 50,000 yen Shinjo had handed over into his wallet, Minami turned and headed toward the first-year classrooms. He still hadn't forgotten his promise to tutor Kesoku Band. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gota Hitori had just woken up from a nap, her face utterly blank. She was doomed. She could feel it. Her mind had once again been invaded by memories that weren't hers. And this time, the person involved was someone she actually knew as Shinjo Akan-san. She stammered, barely able to get the name out. At that moment, she truly felt like everything was over. Beneath her long bangs, her pale and delicate face was frozen in a daze. Shinjo Akan. That was Shinjo Akan. The one person in all of Shukuhai who could stand on equal footing with Minami. The queen of the social hierarchy, the girl at the very top of the food chain. Even someone like Bocce, who existed on the very fringes of school life, was well aware of how exceptional and beloved Shinjo-san was. And now, she was supposed to be her romantic rival? Gota let out a miserable whimper. Although she had already experienced something like this before, she was really starting to realize just how out of her league Minami was. So many different girls, each with their own unique beauty, but all on par with actual idols. All of them liked Minami. And she was just a gloomy, unattractive girl. How was she supposed to make Minami fall in love with her? She spiraled deeper into despair. Right then, her bandmate Ida Ikuyo, who had been flipping through a music magazine, turned to her curiously. What's wrong, Gota-san? What's wrong? Gota-san's mood had suddenly plummeted again, and all she had done was take a short nap. What on earth had happened? Kita gave her a puzzled look. And nothing much. I just suddenly really want to die. Gota-san? Kita stared in shock. The first half of that sentence had made her sigh in relief. But then out of nowhere Gota suddenly dropped "I want to die" bomb. That immediately set off alarm bells in Kita's head. Gota-san, what's wrong? What happened? No, it's just. Gota hesitated, stumbling over her words. How could she possibly explain this? How could she say, I just got another batch of random, totally realistic memories, and now I'm existentially panicking over them? Even cheerful, easygoing Kita would probably just think she was insane. She couldn't say it, absolutely not. So instead, she mumbled quietly, it's just. I feel like I don't have the courage to face Minami-senpai anymore. You don't have the courage? Kita blinked. After spending so much time with Gota, she had came to understand that her bandmate was someone who constantly fell into these weird funks. This was probably just another one of those moments. With that in mind, Kita carefully thought of something encouraging to say. Oh. Kita-chan, there you are. Before she could speak, a classmate poked their head into the room. The language teacher Mori-sensei is looking for you. Something about an assignment. Oh, got it. I'll be right there. Ugh. Why did this have to happen now? Kita sighed and offered Bocchi an apologetic smile. Sorry, Hattori-chan. I'll go deal with this first. Wait for me, okay? We'll walk to Starry together. Ah. Okay. Gota nodded weakly, watching as Kita left the room. Then, she immediately buried her face in her hands. This was a disaster. Just thinking about competing with someone like Shinjo-kan. Just imagining her as a rival in love. Her courage was vanishing at an alarming rate. And Minami. Minami had way too many admirers. How was she supposed to win against them? Ah, there you are. A voice called out from the doorway. One that was all too familiar. Hattori froze. She slowly turned her head, her face a mix of shock and panic. Standing right there in the doorway was Minami-senpai? Yes. The very person she had just been agonizing over had come looking for her. Huh? Just you here? Where's Kita? Minami glanced around the room. It was already quite late after school, and most students had either left or gone to club activities. The classroom felt eerily empty. Ah. Kita-san just got called away by a teacher. I see. Minami casually pulled out a chair and sat down. Too close, too close, too close. And he smells so good. Gota's heart pounded furiously in her chest. Minami didn't have any kind of artificial fragrance on him. But maybe because of the wind blowing through the room, the scent of his shampoo became incredibly noticeable when he sat next to her. What's with that gloomy look? Minami tilted his head slightly, studying her expression. Even from a distance, he had noticed how downcast she seemed. Ah. It's nothing, I'm totally fine. Gota frantically waved her hands in front of her chest, trying to play it off. Really? Minami narrowed his eyes slightly. Clearly, she was lying. But instead of pressing her further, he suddenly smiled. Hattori, let me show you something interesting. Huh? Gota blinked in confusion. And then she saw Minami smile. It was a smile so breathtaking that her limited vocabulary failed her completely. The moment she saw it, she felt as if something deep within her had been struck. In this moment, her brain came to a halt, and her blue eyes, hidden behind her bangs, fixed intently on Minami Shaoji without blinking. Did I go too far? Seeing Hattori's completely stunned expression, Minami silently cursed himself. He had intended to offer her some mental encouragement while also checking the effect of his skill, but it seemed the outcome had the opposite effect. Minami recalled the last time he had been attacked by Hattori. That time, it had been when they were alone together, so he could come up with some excuses to brush it off. But now, they were in school. Minami thought for a moment and, to avoid being attacked by Bocchi in front of everyone again, he spoke up. Sorry, Hattori, I'm suddenly a bit thirsty. I'll go buy some drinks. Wait here for a while, and I'll join you at the Starry later. Minami casually found an excuse and left the classroom without hesitation, intending to return once Hattori had calmed down. It was only about 2 minutes after he left the classroom that Kita Ikuyo, having finished answering a few questions from the Japanese literature teacher, walked back toward the classroom. Having been preoccupied with Gota Hattori's mental state, she had been somewhat absent-minded since earlier in the office. I wonder how Gota-san is doing alone. She felt a bit worried. Hattori was the type of person who, if left alone, could easily spiral into overthinking. It really was concerning. With this thought, Kita Ikuyo quickened her steps and walked into the classroom. Seeing Gota Hattori still sitting in the same spot, she didn't hesitate and walked over to greet her. Gota-san, I'm back. Huh? Who are you? Kita Ikuyo opened her mouth, and her expression shifted from concern to confusion, then shock. It was no wonder she said this instinctively. The person in front of her truly made her feel unfamiliar. At this moment, Bocchi had pushed her dark bangs aside, revealing her delicate face, one that hadn't been seen by anyone before. Her eyes sparkled with brightness, and her entire face seemed to radiate confidence and energy. Had it not been for Bocchi still wearing her signature pink tracksuit, sport pants, and the ill-advised black pleated skirt combination, Kita Ikuyo wouldn't have recognized the confident girl in front of her as the usually gloomy and reserved Bocchi. Even so, Kita Ikuyo hesitated before speaking up. Gota-san? Is it really you? It's me, Kita-chan. The pink-haired girl nodded, flashing a cheerful smile at Kita Ikuyo. Super Gota-san? This overly bright and cheerful smile made even the ever-sunny Kita Ikuyo feel momentarily self-conscious. No. Mainly, she had only been gone for a few minutes, talking to the teacher. How did Bachi change this much in such a short time? It was Bachi-chan, after all. How could such a drastic change happen so suddenly? She couldn't understand it at all. While she didn't want to see Gota-san feeling down and gloomy. This current state seemed far from normal, right? Thinking about this, she couldn't help but ask, Gota-san. Can I ask, what happened to you? Just now, Ikuyo-san. With an indescribable radiance and optimism on her face. Gota Hitori's blue eyes held no trace of the usual gloominess or sadness, and her adorable face was filled with seriousness. I found the goal I'll strive for in this short life of mine. Huh? Kita Ikuyo opened her mouth, her cute and bright face filled with confusion. Is that so? Yes. That's exactly it. Gota Hitori clenched her fist. I only realized just now how foolish I was. I almost wanted to give up because of a little setback. But now I understand completely. Gota Hitori lifted her head. What I want, I must fight for with my own hands. Even if it's difficult and the outcome may not be what I expect, the scenery along the way is just as important. This is youth. Kita Ikuyo. Hiss. She couldn't help but suck in a breath. That Gota-san, who had always shunned anything optimistic, cheerful, or related to youth, actually spoke the kind of words that made even her feel uncomfortable, celebrating youth. This. Gota-san's current state really didn't seem quite normal, did it? She wanted to say something, but the words stuck in her throat. Just as she felt trapped in indecision, Ikuyo-san, you're here. A voice reached her ears, and she turned her head, only to realize that Minami Shaoji had already walked into the classroom holding 3 cans of drinks. Minami-senpai. Kita Ikuyo hurriedly greeted him and then glanced at Gota Hitori. She hadn't forgotten her mission as Gota Hitori's wingman. After all, this was a rare opportunity. Just the 3 of them. If she were Bachi, she would have wasted no time greeting Minami-senpai. She quickly leaned in and whispered, Gota-san, quickly greet Minami-senpai and leave a good impression with your cheerful side. And then Minami, you're here. To Kita Ikuyo's stunned expression, Bachi took 3 quick steps and, while lifting her long hair with her left hand, boldly and intimately wrapped her right arm around Minami Shaoji's. In this intimate and daring act, and under Kita Ikuyo's frozen gaze, Gota Hitori kissed the side of Minami Shaoji's face, her face tilting upwards with a perfect smile. Let's go, Minami. Chapter 149, The Clumsy Miss Ryo and Miss Hitori. So, what's up with Bachi-chan? Ijetchi Najuka couldn't help but voice her thoughts as she glanced at Bachi, who was hugging her head with both hands. It was no surprise she asked such a question. Because Gota Hitori was currently lying on the desk, shaking uncontrollably. Though her expression couldn't be seen, Najuka could almost imagine it. Hitori probably looked completely disoriented. Well. I don't think it's anything. Kita, who had been caught answering, cleared her throat. The main thing was, what Hitori did earlier with Minami-san. How should she explain it? As a considerate person, Kita didn't feel this was something to boast about. After all, even if she told them, no one would believe it. That Gota Hitori, who had always been gloomy, socially anxious, and unable to look anyone in the eye, had actually gotten carried away and initiated something with Minami. Just holding his arm wasn't enough. She even kissed. Kita Ikuyo couldn't even think about it anymore. She could only keep glancing over at Minami Shaoji and Gota Hitori as they tidied up the dishes. Compared to Hitori, Minami looked much more natural. He was still going about his usual business in Starry, acting normally. But it wasn't quite as normal as before. After all, being suddenly attacked by Gota Hitori wasn't a first. The last time, she had kissed him, even sticking her tongue in. This time, it seemed like he was partially to blame for triggering the effect of his skill, leading to this situation. But how should he put it? Gota Hitori's lips were really soft. Minami Shaoji touched his cheek. He then pulled out his phone and took a look at himself in the screen. After experimenting with Shinjuakan and Gota Hitori, he had figured out the trigger for Shaoji-akan's perfect enchanting smile. The skill had to be deliberately activated for it to work. If he just smiled normally, it wouldn't trigger the effect. It was clear that, although this simulator was a little creepy, it was actually quite considerate in this regard. At least this new skill wasn't a passive skill, so it didn't affect his everyday life. Otherwise, Minami would never dare to smile casually again. He put his phone down. And at this moment, the door to the Starry opened, and a blue-haired girl carrying a guitar case walked in. She immediately spotted Bachi, trembling at her desk, and with a glance at Minami asked, "What's wrong with Bocchi?" Instead of asking about Gota-san, maybe you should start worrying about yourself. Minami looked up at Yamada Ryo. You're the last one. Eh? Ryo didn't quite understand what he meant. The band tutoring sessions are coming to an end. Minami explained. That was still a thing? Now seated, Ryo looked dumbfounded. Over the past couple of days, since Minami hadn't taken any action, her not-so-spacious memory had long since discarded any recollection of the tutoring. It was only when Minami brought it up today that she suddenly remembered that this was, indeed, still a thing. What do you mean, that was still a thing? Minami felt utterly speechless. He didn't even know how to describe Ryo anymore. She was a second-year student just like him, someone who should be preparing for university entrance exams. And yet, Miss Yamada still showed not the slightest hint of urgency. Miss Yamada, are you aware of how serious your situation is? Your grades are the worst among us, and you're already in your second year. If you keep going like this, you might not even get into college. Sure, you play bass really well, but before that, shouldn't you at least think about your future? Minami tapped his fingers on the desk. Geez, Minami-san, that's so embarrassing. Why are you suddenly complimenting me? Miss Yamada cupped her refined, androgynous face, her expression as blank as ever, yet somehow showing a look of bashful delight. When did I compliment you? Didn't you just say I play bass really well? Apart from your bass playing, did you not hear anything else I just said? Huh? Ryo looked up in confusion, her refined eyes blinking. She's hopeless. In every sense of the word. Minami was at a loss for words. It seemed like, in Yamada Ryo's mind, the word bass was the only thing that registered. Sigh. Forget it. Minami shook his head, wisely deciding not to dwell on this any longer. Instead, he reached out, signaling everyone to gather around him. At the same time, he began explaining his tutoring plan. After my research over the past 2 days, I've concluded that Nijuka-san and Kita-san have the best grades among the members of Kesoka Band. That's right. Apart from writing scripts and novels, Minami hadn't been slacking off these past few days. He specifically investigated the academic performance of Kita Ikuyo and Eiichi Nijuka. As expected, they truly lived up to their roles as the bright and lively members of the band. Judging by their exam results and overall academic standing, Nijuka and Kita held a crushing advantage over Ryo and Bocchi. In other words, if Kita-san and Nijuka-san focus on improving their weaker subjects, they should have no major issues in the upcoming exams. Minami stated matter-of-factly. Kita Ikuyo was still a first year, so she wasn't at the stage where she needed to stress over exams. But Eiichi Nijuka, like Yamada Ryo, was in her second year. She definitely needed to be prioritized. With that thought in mind, Minami took out a set of test papers from his school bag and handed them to Nijuka and Kita. This is, as you can see, test papers. Minami's tone was flat. Well, yeah, we can tell they're test papers. But, Minami-senpai, these questions. Kita and Nijuka exchanged glances before looking down at the papers in their hands. Every word, symbol, and character on the test papers had been handwritten by Minami himself. His handwriting was beautiful, distinct from standard printed fonts, carrying an elegance that was hard to describe. However, Minami-senpai. Nijuka hesitated. Actually, you don't need to go this far. Nijuka's striking red eyes looked at Minami with concern. Writing out every single test paper by hand. Isn't that way too time-consuming? Indeed. Although high school tests in Japan weren't particularly lengthy, each subject's exam lasted around 45 minutes over time, the effort and energy required were still significant. Kita agreed wholeheartedly and scooted a bit closer. I think Eiichi-senpai is right. If you keep doing this, it might end up affecting your own grades. Her thought process was simple. Writing out every test by hand was far too inefficient. It would be much easier to just buy some targeted study materials. Minami was also a student preparing for exams. If he went this far for them and ended up hurting his own grades. However, Minami's response to their concerns was quite straightforward. He merely cast a sidelong glance at Nijuka and Kita before continuing to rummage through his school bag. As he searched, he replied in a casual tone, "Not to brag, but my grades aren't going to suffer just because of a little tutoring." A little tutoring. Hearing his completely unconcerned words and sensing his overwhelming ease, Nijuka and Kita glanced at each other. Minami's confidence was something they had never experienced before, the confidence of a top student. So this was the mindset of someone ranked first in the national mock exams? And if you don't want to trouble me, then hurry up and overcome your weak subjects. That's the most effective way to help. Minami added. Well, that's true. Nijuka and Kita nodded. Yes. Instead of worrying about dragging Minami down, It was better to focus on improving themselves so they wouldn't drag him down in the first place. So, the tutoring plan is simple, just overcome your weaker subjects. That's settled. Minami concluded decisively and was about to continue. Kita hesitantly raised her hand. Something else? Well. Minami-senpai, you haven't mentioned Ryo-senpai and Gota-san's tutoring plans yet. Kita Ikuyo cleared her throat lightly as she brought up the topic. Their tutoring plan? Yes. Ryo-senpai and Gota-san were supposed to be part of this, too, right? Kita Ikuyo asked. But to her surprise, Minami shook his head. Their tutoring is different from yours. Kita Ikuyo blinked in confusion. Different? Yes. Completely different. Eh? Why? Kita was puzzled. Isn't tutoring just about fixing weak subjects? How could it be any different? Weak subjects? Hearing this, Minami Shaoji gave her a deep look. They don't have weak subjects. Or rather, all of their subjects are weak. Kita Ikuyo fell silent. Especially when Minami Shaoji said, all of their subjects are weak. She swore she could hear him take a deep breath clearly. Even the nation's top-ranking student had never seen anything like this. Yes. Minami truly hadn't seen anything like this. He glanced at Yamada Ryo, who was munching on snacks. She had failed every subject. At this rate, forget about getting into college. Whether she could even graduate high school was a serious concern. And yet, despite his brutally honest assessment, she remained completely unfazed, stuffing her face with snacks that Kita Ikuyo had bought. Noticing his gaze, she even gave him a look that seemed to ask, want some? Just looking at her made Minami feel like he'd lose years off his life tutoring her. And then there was Gota Hitori. Minami sighed as he gently patted the trembling, speechless girl's head. She was even worse off. Yamada Ryo at least had a few subjects where she barely scraped by. But Gota Hitori? Several of her scores were in the single digits. One subject even had a big fat 0. Honestly, at this rate, Minami Shaoji worried that she might drop out before even finishing her first year. Trying to encourage her, he said, "It's okay, Hitori. It's fine to be a little dumb. Don't worry, there's a saying in Japan, the clumsy child is the most endearing." Gota Hitori stared at him blankly. Minami was comforting her, but why didn't it make her feel any better? "Minami, the way you treat me and Bachi is way too different." Mouthful of snacks, Yamada Ryo commented blankly. "Instead of worrying about that, if you can pass all your subjects next time, I'll grant you one request, Ryo." Minami cast a sidelong glance at Miss Yamada, who was clearly displeased. "Any request?" Yamada Ryo's interest was piqued immediately. Her lazily elegant face lifted as she looked at Minami. "That's right. Any request." Minami casually agreed. He honestly didn't believe Yamada Ryo could achieve passing grades in all subjects. After all, whether in simulations or real life, her grades were always frustratingly bad. Forget passing, she probably wouldn't even come close. With scores like hers, expecting any drastic change in a short time. To be honest, even Minami thought it was impossible. He paid no mind to whatever Yamada Ryo was thinking about and stood up, wrapping up the tutoring plan. "In any case, this is the general plan. Najuka-san and Kita-san, you two will complete test papers to strengthen your weaker subjects. As for Ryo and Hitori..." Minami Shaoji paused for a moment before continuing, "I'll personally supervise their studies." After all, they were both his simulation targets, and he had gained quite a few items and skills from simulating them. Looking at it that way, Minami figured the least he could do was help the clumsy Miss Ryo and Miss Hitori get into college. Chapter 150, a brewing battlefield he's unaware of. Helping the clumsy Miss Ryo and Miss Hitori get into college. Before tutoring officially started, this was what Minami Shaoji had in mind. But after tutoring actually began, Minami. I don't get this question. Teach me. Alright. About 3 minutes later, Minami. I don't get this question. Teach me. Didn't I just explain it to you? I forgot. Fine. Another 3 minutes passed. Minami. Miss Ryo, what is it this time? Don't tell me it's I don't get this question. Teach me again? It's not. Oh? Then what do you need? A brief silence. Minami, can you show me the answers? Smack. That was the sound of a reference book, rolled up and firmly knocking against Yamada Ryo's empty head. That was the situation on Yamada Ryo's side. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hitori, is there something you don't understand? Shiver, 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 shiver. 2 minutes passed. Hitori, is there something you don't understand? I noticed your pen hasn't moved in a while. Shiver, 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 shiver. Another 2 minutes passed. Gota-san, if you don't understand, you need to say so. Don't just keep shaking. I'm not going to eat you. Oh okay. Minami. I don't get it. What part don't you understand? Everything. Smack. That was the sound of Minami Shaoji slapping his own forehead in pure frustration. Looking at Gota Hitori and Yamada Ryo sitting in front of him, for the first time, Minami Shaoji truly understood the meaning of the phrase mentally and physically exhausted. One of them could openly say, "Can you just show me the answers?" without a hint of shame, while the other had trouble even communicating properly. They were extremes in every possible way. Just supervising them while they did their exercises. Minami Shaoji could feel a tangible sense of fatigue creeping in. And to think he could go through an entire Tokyo University entrance exam practice book at home and not feel even half as drained. Only now did he realize. The simulated version of himself was actually quite impressive. To have pulled this entire group along and still gotten into the University of Tokyo, that was truly something. However, Minami Shaoji glanced at Yamada Ryo and Gota Hitori. Judging by the way Yamada Ryo tackled problems, her intelligence wasn't as hopeless as he had initially thought. He could see glimpses of cleverness in the way she processed things. Her real issue was that she completely lacked focus while studying. Her mind constantly drifted to music or bass-related thoughts. The moment she lost concentration, none of the knowledge stuck. As for Gota Hitori, while she struggled with communication, she was at least serious about learning. If anything, she was just way too nervous about Minami personally tutoring her. But once she got used to the rhythm, that anxiety would naturally subside after all, thanks to Minami's continuous efforts in talking to her, interacting with her, and the collective support of Kesoka Band. Hitori's social anxiety and self-doubt had already improved significantly. There's still hope for both of them. Minami nodded to himself. Although they were quite a challenge, at least he could see the light at the end of the tunnel. With that thought, Minami straightened up and continued guiding Ryo and Hitori through their exercises. About an hour later, finally. It's over. Bachi let out a near-desperate sigh, handing her test paper over to Minami. Honestly, no one could blame her for reacting this way. Minami had crafted his test questions so masterfully that their difficulty landed just within Hitori's grasp, right on the edge between "I can understand this" and "I don't get this at all." Solving these problems felt torturous. Each question seemed solvable at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it turned into a nightmare. If the questions had been outright difficult, she might have given up instantly. But these ones? They tricked her into believing she could solve them, forcing her to wrestle with each one. That's why, for the first time, instead of quitting halfway, Gota Hitori actually saw the exam through to the end. Meanwhile, Ryo had remained silent throughout. However, judging by the blank look on her face and the faint smoke rising from her head, her underused brain was currently overheating. In fact, it was exactly as it seemed. Ryo, who despised anything troublesome, had already been scheming halfway through the test on how to trick Minami into giving her the answers. Unfortunately for her, Minami was completely immune to bribery or deception, forcing her to finish the exam properly. And with that, we're done. I'm going to the restroom. I'll grade your papers when I get back. Do whatever you want in the meantime. Minami stretched, gathered up their answer sheets, and stood up to leave. The moment he left, the previously silent lounge instantly returned to its usual relaxed Kesoka Band atmosphere. Wow! As expected of Minami-san. Ijechi Nodoka stared at his empty seat and let out a sigh of admiration. I think I finally understand why Minami-san is ranked first in the national mock exams. That level of self-discipline is terrifying. Seriously. He actually sat through the entire session until we finished our tests. And never even took out his phone to pass the time. Kita Ikuyo couldn't help but comment. From start to finish, they had been working on their test papers for a full hour. And during that entire time, Minami just sat there. He didn't use his phone, didn't distract himself, nothing. As he put it, if you're all working hard, how could I just sit here and leisurely scroll through my phone? In this day and age, most young people couldn't sit still for 10 minutes without reaching for their smartphones to browse the internet. Minami is basically a machine. Ryo's statement was as concise as ever, yet its meaning was crystal clear. Speaking of Minami-senpai. I remember he had an article published in Shuka High School Journal, right? Nodoka curiously turned to Hitori. Why yes. Hitori nodded. She suddenly recalled the last time she had forcefully kissed Minami, and her face, hidden beneath her long bangs, began turning red. I think it was called Shuka the School Journal, right? I heard that during the Shuka festival, they print it as a limited edition booklet for visitors. Nodoka's curiosity deepened. Last time, Ryo, Kita, and I all wanted to read Minami-san's novel, but he flat out refused. I really wonder what it's about. I'm so curious. We should finally be able to see it once we go to the Shuka festival, right? As the only one present who had read The Girl Hidden Within the Azalea Fields, Hattori remained silent, avoiding the topic. Luckily, Kita seemed to notice her discomfort and quickly stepped in to change the subject. As much as I'm curious about what kind of novel Minami-senpai wrote, shouldn't we also focus on our performance at Shuka Festival? Feels like we'll need some intense practice starting tomorrow. It's coming up soon. Ah. Yeah, you're right. Hearing Kita's words, Nadaka shifted her attention. Indeed. It was intriguing to wonder what kind of novel the top scorer in the national mock exams had written. But their upcoming live performance was just as important. Performing at Shuka Festival, gaining live experience, and preparing for future gigs, these were things Kesoka Band needed to consider. With that in mind, they eagerly began discussing plans for the band's next steps. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Phew, finally done for the day. The blonde girl flipped the open sign on Riko to closed and stretched. Her bright red eyes glanced toward the entrance, as if expecting someone to walk in. Who are you waiting for? Why aren't you closing up yet, Chisato? Oh, Takina, you're asking even though you already know? Chisato grinned, wiggling her eyebrows. Obviously, I'm waiting for our future hubby. Hubby. Takina's normally composed face immediately flushed red. She glanced around to make sure no one was listening before rushing forward to clamp a hand over Chisato's mouth. This girl has no filter. MMFFF. What's there to be embarrassed about? Breaking free from Takina's grip, Chisato crossed her arms over her chest and smirked. We did promise in that memory, didn't we? To share Minami together? And you were the most into it at night. MMFF. Takina covered her mouth again. Shut up. Stop talking about it. Her normally pale face was now completely flushed, her violet eyes glaring at Chisato in frustration. How could she just blurt this stuff out? Even if it was true, saying it so openly in public was way too much. At the very least, Takina couldn't handle it. But more importantly, after checking once again that no one was nearby, she leaned in and muttered through gritted teeth, and besides, that so-called hubby of ours hasn't even shown up at Riko lately. He only ever stops by on weekends. As she spoke, Takina felt a mix of frustration and resignation. It was true. Minami Shaoji hadn't been coming around Riko nearly as often as the fragmented memories in her head suggested. At most, he showed up on weekends to help in the kitchen. Sure, thanks to him, business had picked up. But that alone wasn't enough. It was completely different from what she remembered. Takina let go of Chisato's mouth, her normally poised expression darkening slightly. What if he doesn't actually remember anything? What if he has no memory of you and me at all? Her voice was unusually quiet. Anyone who knew Takina would be shocked to see her like this. After all, in a way Takina was always composed, always focused. But that's impossible. Chisato interrupted, her face beaming with confidence. Minami definitely remembers us. And he definitely has memories of being with us. She declared it without a second thought. Sometimes, I really envy how optimistic you are. Takina sighed, shooting a sideways glance at her best friend. She honestly couldn't understand how Chisato always managed to stay so positive. This isn't blind optimism, though. Didn't you notice something? Notice what? Takina frowned in confusion. About Mika. Chisato raised a finger, her expression serious. Remember what he told us the other day? The other day. Takina recalled Mika's return to the shop a few days prior. He had looked uncharacteristically relieved, almost excited. And he had flat out told them they didn't need to worry about the orphanage anymore. At the time, she had been too busy handling the sudden rush of customers to give it much thought. But now that she looked back on it. Chisato. Are you saying? Takina turned to Chisato, wide-eyed. Bingo. Chisato grinned, hands on her hips. Minami definitely helped us. Yes. In those fragmented memories it had been Minami Shaoji who pulled the strings and got financial support for their orphanage from the Tokyo Red Cross. I wonder what he's thinking right now. Chisato pulled out her phone, staring at the contact name, Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, hubby, complete with a panda profile picture. She let out a giggle, then suddenly perked up. Speaking of which, Takina, isn't Minami's school having their cultural festival soon? Yeah. I think it's called Shuka Festival? Then it's decided. We're taking the day off to go check it out. We gotta surprise our dear husband. Fine. Chapter 151, The Chaos Converges at Shuka Festival. Stop thinking about it. Stop thinking about it. Back home, sprawled over her desk, Shinjo-kan let out a groan. She should have been studying. She should have been preparing for tomorrow's meeting with Rika about Monster of the Human Heart. Instead, she'd been sitting here for over an hour, unable to concentrate. All because of Minami Shaoji. Am I an idiot? Am I seriously an idiot? She scolded herself, gripping her head. How could she spend this much time thinking about him of all people? Was she actually getting brainwashed by his bullying? But the memories in my head. Akon rested her head on her desk, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. If those memories are real, then Rika should agree to my request and bring those two guys with her. That's right. If she wanted to confirm whether the vivid fragments in her mind were real, it wasn't that difficult. All she had to do was ask Rika. If Rika brought along Yuta and Utsumi. The thing was, Akon knew Rika. But those two? Yuta Hibiki and Utsumi? If not for the memories, she'd never even heard their names before. Was it reality? Or was it just some fantasy she'd built in her mind because she was too fixated on Minami Shoji? If Rika agreed to bring them, she'd have her answer. Click. Akon picked up her phone, scrolled through her line contacts, and found Rika's profile. It had been months since their last conversation, they weren't in the same class, and after moving once, she hadn't really kept in touch. Will she even say yes? Acting in a tokusatsu stage play was a hassle. Why would Rika agree to something like that for a friend she hadn't talked to in over half a year? But I have to try. Taking a deep breath, Akon typed out a message, asking if Rika was free tomorrow and if she could ask for a favor. Then she set her phone down. Will she reply? Will she agree? Feeling restless, Akon picked up the Reichuran Seijun figurine on her desk and began absent-mindedly fiddling with it. Half of her was worried Rika would reject her outright. The other half was terrified that if Rika did say yes she would have to face Minami Shoji again. Two conflicting emotions pulled at her from opposite sides. Shinjo Akon didn't know what to do. Just as she was still lost in thought her line notification sound chimed. Hurriedly, she grabbed her phone from the desk. Unlocking the screen, she checked the message Rika Takarada had sent her. And then she actually really agreed. Looking at the message from Rika, confirming not only that she was willing to help but that she'd also be bringing two friends along, Akon's expression faltered slightly. Rika had accepted her request and she was even bringing two friends. Everything was unfolding just like the memories in her mind. If her guess was correct, those two should be none other than Yuta Hibiki and Utsumi, whom she had never met before. If things continued progressing like this, following the path laid out in her memories, does that mean, in the end, I'll really end up with Minami? Shinjo Akon's fair, rosy face instantly turned red. Could it be? She really would end up with Minami, getting married and having children? Was Minami truly her destined partner? No, even though she had already accepted it in her heart, outwardly, Akon still refused to admit it. She furiously toyed with the alien Riguran figurine in her hand, grumbling with indignation, that guy is supposed to be my fated partner? What's so great about him, huh? That narcissistic show-off. Always talking like he's all that. The alien Riguran figurine creaked pitifully under her rough handling. But Akon didn't seem to notice, continuing to talk to herself. So what if he's a little handsome, speaks a little eloquently, excels a little in studies, and has a little talent for writing? Besides those, what else does he have? Nothing. He's empty-headed, slow-witted, and completely clueless about a woman's heart. Letting out a heavy sigh, Akon, feeling satisfied after belittling Minami in her mind, placed the figurine beside her desk. But if she really did end up with Minami in the end? At that thought, Akon stared seriously at the alien Riguran figurine on her desk, as if it were Minami himself. You clueless idiot. I bet no one's even invited you to go to the festival, huh? Yes, if her memories were correct, on the day of the festival, Minami should be going out with her. And after the festival, the two of them would confirm their romantic relationship. Thinking of this, Akon crossed her arms over her rather ample chest, proudly envisioning the scene of her and Minami meeting. Oh dear, what a pitiful guy. Such a big festival, and you have to spend it all alone. Then, clearing her throat, she imitated Minami's voice, imagining him overwhelmed with emotion as he clung to her leg. What, Shinjo-san, I was wrong. You really are my destined one. What, I've been such a fool, always bullying you. Please, come to the festival with me. After finishing her little monologue, Akon's expression stiffened again, as if she was helpless against this completely non-existent Minami. Now you remember to apologize? You slow-witted man. But fine. I'll be the bigger person and forgive you. Since you're willing to invite me, I suppose I can consider this time. Akon's one-person act was only halfway through when suddenly, her phone rang sharply. Startled, she picked it up and glanced at the screen instantly. She froze. Because the caller was none other than Minami, the very person she had just been scolding. Holding the phone, Akon instinctively glanced at the alien Riguran figurine on her desk. Recalling her earlier antics, she suddenly felt guilty, like a thief caught red-handed. To be honest, she really didn't feel like answering this call. But wait a second. Just as she was about to quietly hang up, Akon's pale fingers hesitated over the screen. Come to think of it, why was Minami suddenly contacting her? Could it be? Just like in her memories, Minami was about to invite her to the festival? It was highly possible. After all, Riko had just accepted her invitation, exactly as her memories had predicted. So it wouldn't be strange if Minami were to invite her to the festival next, right? If that was the case, shouldn't she be the one holding the advantage here? Realizing this, Akan's confidence in dealing with Minami surged again. Yes, she was the one in control now. Minami calling her at this hour definitely meant he was about to invite her to the festival, just like in her fragmented memories. She could take her time, refuse him a little at first. Wait until that narcissistic guy started getting anxious, then give in. Hey. That'll teach him for always messing with me. With this plan in mind, Akan decisively answered the call. Hello? Minami. What's the deal, calling me this late? Ugh, I have tons of things to do, you know. She deliberately sounded annoyed, while secretly, she was gleefully awaiting Minami's invitation to the festival. This time, she would be the one teasing him and then it's nothing big. Just wanted to check with you. I handed you the script earlier, but we haven't discussed the actors yet. Do you have anyone in mind? Eh? Minami's calm voice traveled through the receiver, leaving Akan stunned. No. He wasn't inviting her to the festival? Oh, I see. Akan stroked her chin. She had figured out Minami's mindset. He definitely wanted to invite her, but he was too proud to say it outright. Geez, Minami, you and your little mind games fine. Humming to herself, Akan felt satisfied. Even if it wasn't in the way she expected, Minami taking the initiative to call her was already enough. Might as well give him a way out. With that thought, Akan smiled and said, I'm trying to get in touch with some old friends. Is that so? So it's fine if I leave that to you? Of course, no problem. But speaking of which, Minami, I seem to be totally free on the day of the festival. She threw him a lifeline. Come on, Minami. The stage is set, just invite me already. However, Minami's voice remained as calm as ever. And that left Akan, who had been fully prepared, completely stunned. Just that's all you're going to say? Wait a second, I've already laid the groundwork. Shouldn't you be all grateful and take the chance to invite me? She was completely baffled. And just as she sat there, looking utterly lost, Minami spoke again. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Huh? Wait. Minami still sounded calm, but Akan was the one panicking now. She shot to her feet, stopping him before he could hang up. He's really about to hang up? What about the festival invitation? What about the love confession, the shared dreams, the perfect storyline? Is there something else? Minami sounded puzzled. What do you mean, is there something else? The festival invitation. Akan was so flustered she could barely speak, but still, she mustered the courage to stammer, Minami. About the school festival. The school festival? Minami asked, sounding genuinely confused. What about the festival promise? Minami sounded a little confused on the other end of the phone. I mean. The Shuka. The Shuka? Oh, are you talking about Shuka, the school magazine? I already submitted my novel. If you want to submit something, make sure to contact Ishikawa-sensei from the language department early. No. That's not what I meant at all. Akan was so anxious she started stomping her feet. Her delicate, refined face twitched slightly in frustration. According to the plan, shouldn't the next step be Minami inviting her to the Shuka festival, then her pretending to hesitate, and finally, after some reluctance, agreeing to go just like in the perfect script she had in mind? Why was it turning out like this? Her soft pink lips opened and closed several times. After a long moment, she finally stammered, on the day of the Shuka festival. I'm free. As in, I have time. Oh, so that's what you meant. On the other end of the call, Minami finally let out a sound of realization. Shinjo-san. Shinjo-san let out a sigh of relief. Finally, this guy understood. All her hints hadn't been in vain, so, in other words, Shinjo-san, you're free on the day of the festival, so you want to invite me to go with you, right? Huh? No. Did he completely mix up the roles? Aren't you supposed to be the one inviting me? Shinjo-san's mouth twitched. But since Minami had already said it so outright, and since her words earlier did kind of imply that meaning, Shinjo-san decided not to struggle against it anymore. But still. Sorry, Shinjo-san, I'm not sure if I have any other plans that day, so let me think about it. Minami pondered for a moment before responding, well then, let's leave it at that for now. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Click. The call ended. Their conversation was over. Shinjo-san stared blankly at her phone for a long time before murmuring in disbelief, how did things end up with me inviting him, and him saying he'll consider it? Wasn't Minami supposed to be the one inviting her from the start? How did she end up being the one inviting him? And why did he say everything she was planning to say? Even if she was the one inviting him, shouldn't he be so grateful that he'd accept immediately? Why did it end with a mere "I'll think about it"? Shinjo-kan sat there dazed for a while. Then, suddenly snapping back to her senses, she dove straight into her soft bed, kicking her legs wildly, her black sock-covered feet flailing in frustration. That guy. Og. Buried in her blanket, Shinjo-kan let out a muffled, teeth-gnashing growl. Chapter 152, Everything converges at Shuka Festival. After hanging up the phone with Shinjo-kan, Minami stepped out of the restroom in the Starry Performance Hall. He had just gone in to use the restroom, and while he was at it, he also took care of the matter with Akan. As he walked towards the backstage lounge, Minami pondered to himself. With this, aside from narrating the monster in the human heart during the Shuka Festival, it looks like I don't really have anything else to do. Thinking about it, it seems like I barely have anything scheduled for the entire festival. Minami suddenly felt a rush of energy. Not bad at all. He wasn't a machine that could work endlessly without a break. Whether in work or in life, maintaining a balance was essential. With nothing much to do during the Shuka Festival, Minami naturally felt in good spirits. Aside from setting aside some time to accompany Shinjo-san around the festival, I should take this chance to properly relax. Lately, I've been so busy that I've barely had an hour a day for studying or entertainment. Yes. His family had bought several sets of complete exam prep materials. However, because he had been busy with all sorts of things, the Shuka School Journal, Shinjo-kan simulation, and the end of the band practice program, he hadn't had a chance to do any of it. Similarly, it had been a while since he'd last heard the simulator's notification, "Your proficiency in X skill has slightly improved." This was the perfect opportunity. During the Shuka Festival, he could make good use of those exam prep questions and take a proper break. Just the thought of getting some rest lifted Minami's mood. He reached out and pushed open the backstage lounge door of Starry. But before he could even step inside, he overheard the voices coming from within. So Kita-chan and Bachi Shuka Festival event is going to be a maid and butler cafe? That sounds so fun. The one speaking, her face filled with envy, was Ijichi Nijuka. Your school, Shuka High, is really amazing. It's so different from ours in Shimokitazawa. Every year, our school only allows a handful of event types per class, and honestly, they're all pretty boring. She had good reason to say this. In Japan, high schools often emphasize student autonomy during cultural festivals, where each class typically decides, with some teacher guidance, what activity or project they'll host. Typically, 2 weeks before the festival, classes hold meetings, gather suggestions, vote, and the activity with the most votes becomes the class event. However, some schools, like the one Yamato Ryo and Ijichi Nijuka attended in Shimokitazawa, imposed various restrictions due to their residential surroundings. For example, they banned the use of electrical appliances and open flames. This meant that food stalls commonly seen in anime, like takoyaki and yakisoba stands, weren't allowed at their school's cultural festival. By comparison, Shuka High was far more relaxed. Not only did they allow students the freedom to organize their own events, but they even let students use the gymnasium as a festival stage. Even an off-campus band like Kesoku Band was permitted to perform there. But honestly, Minami wished the Shuka Festival was a bit more dull. Because setting up activities and festival stages was a huge hassle. He had long outgrown any enthusiasm for these kinds of things. Since he wasn't particularly interested in the festival, Minami wisely chose not to join in on the girls' discussion about Kesoku Band's plans. He had a bad feeling that if he got involved, things would get way too troublesome. To protect his plan for a relaxing festival, he simply kept his mouth shut, sat down, and quietly started grading their test papers. Of course, just because he wasn't actively joining the conversation didn't mean he could escape being dragged into it. A fair-skinned hand reached over from the side, poking his cheek. Accompanied by a lazy-sounding voice, "Minami, what's your class doing for the festival?" Minami. To be honest, he really didn't want to answer this question. Because he had a gut feeling that the moment he answered, things would start getting complicated. But since Ryo had asked him directly, ignoring her would have been rude. After thinking it over, Minami kept his response short and simple, minimizing potential complications. Chocolate bananas or something like that. The moment he said this, Ijichi Nijuka and Kita Ikuyo's eyes lit up. Chocolate bananas? Oh. I'm so curious. Minami-san's chocolate bananas must taste amazing. Minami. See? This was exactly why he didn't want to join the discussion. Because he knew where this conversation was heading. The next step would definitely be the masking about his shift schedule, followed by Kesoku Band planning to visit his class's booth on festival day. For someone who wanted a peaceful festival, this was not the ideal scenario. But since he had already spoken up, he was prepared for this. Letting out a small sigh, he changed the subject with a relaxed tone. Speaking of which, aren't you all preparing for a band performance? Or have you already gotten everything ready? Smart move. He hadn't forgotten that Kesoka Band had a performance scheduled during the festival. Might as well use this to steer the conversation away. Ah. You're right. Just as he expected, hearing him mention the band performance immediately shifted Nodoka, Kita, and Hitori's focus away from chocolate bananas. They started discussing what they needed to prepare for the performance. Perfect? Perfect? Yes, keep talking about the performance. Sorry, but I really want to relax during the festival. With his plan working, Minami quietly exhaled in relief, ready to continue grading the test papers. And then, speaking of which, after the performance, I want to try Minami's chocolate banana. Also, there are so many fun things to do, so I kinda want him to take me around the festival. Ryo, who had been resting her head in her hand without saying much, suddenly spoke up. Her gentle eyes and pale pink lips turned toward Minami. Minami inhaled sharply. He turned to look at Yamada Ryo. No, seriously, Yamada-san, can you just not talk? I promise I won't think you're mute if you stay quiet. Also, do you realize how misleading your words sound? No. That's not the main issue right now. The real problem was that he needed to redirect the conversation again to protect his precious festival free time. He still hadn't touched his expensive exam prep books. Just as he was about to speak, that's a great idea. After the performance, we should treat ourselves. Nodoka's eyes sparkled with excitement. Our test is wrapping up, too. Having fun at the festival sounds like the perfect way to celebrate. Ah. I want to go too. Bocchi timidly raised her hand, a soft blush spreading across her face beneath her bangs. Spending time at the festival with Minami. Even though it was with everyone else, the thought of it still felt nice. Minami's lips twitched. Just as he was about to object, hold on, everyone. Kita suddenly stood up, her expression unusually serious. We've all been talking about this, but what if Minami-senpai doesn't actually want to go with us? Then, turning to him, she smiled sweetly. It's okay, Minami-senpai. If you don't want to, we totally understand. No pressure at all. Minami. Looking at Kita's genuinely considerate expression, Minami rubbed his temples. If Ryo had planted the seed, and Nodoka and Hitori had given it water and sunlight, then Kita had completely cut off his escape. Under these circumstances, how was he supposed to refuse now without seeming like a complete jerk? The chocolate we're using for the chocolate bananas is just the cheap kind you can find in any supermarket, and the bananas are nothing special either. There's really nothing exciting about it, plus it's kind of overpriced. Honestly, I wouldn't recommend you guys wasting your money on it. Minami made one final attempt to resist. Minami. Someone tugged at his sleeve. What is it now, Yamada-san? My dad just gave me this month's allowance at the end of the month, so I'll be setting aside some money to eat your chocolate banana. Even if it's a waste of money, I don't mind. Oh wow, thanks so much for that, Yamada-san. Minami turned to her with a look full of meaning, emphasizing every syllable of his words. No need to thank me that much, Minami. Ryo, looking a little embarrassed, turned her head to the side. Forget it. Seeing her expression, Minami gave up. At this point, if he kept trying to find excuses to refuse, it would just seem petty. Besides, taking them around the festival wasn't really that much trouble. However, if I count the Kesoka Band girls, plus my promise to show Shinjo-san around. Minami stroked his chin, thinking. If he calculated it this way, his precious free time would definitely be significantly reduced. Still, as long as nothing unexpected happened, he should still have some time left for himself. Minami reassured himself with this thought. Compared to his simple consideration on the other side, the members of Kesoka Band were getting excited after getting his acceptance. Visiting another school's festival with Minami as their personal guide, no matter how you looked at it, this was like a dream scenario. They started chatting among themselves. But this time, they weren't discussing their band performance. Instead, they were debating what to wear and what to bring on that day. Even Bocchi joined in. Just being able to walk around the festival with Minami was enough motivation for her to push past her usual shyness. The discussion grew more and more lively. But soon, the cheerful atmosphere was abruptly interrupted by the sharp ringing of a phone. The girls exchanged curious glances. Then, they heard Minami's apologetic voice. Sorry, that's my phone. It's fine, Minami-san. More importantly, you should pick it up. It sounds like the caller is in a hurry. Nodoka, always thoughtful, spoke kindly. At the same time, they couldn't help but wonder who would be calling Minami this late at night. As their curious and puzzled gazes fell on him, Minami calmly continued grading papers with one hand while picking up the phone with the other. Hello? Ah. It's you, Naomi Ne and Yuko Ne. What's up, calling this late at night? No. No, I don't have anything urgent going on. More importantly, what's up with you two? What? You're coming to Tokyo? During the Shuka festival? Hearing the voice on the other end, Minami shot up from his seat, his face full of shock. Why did it suddenly feel like everything in his life was getting crammed into these 2 days of the festival? The Shaoji family. Minami had 2 older sisters. The eldest, Shaoji Yuko, had a gentle personality. Every movement she made carried an unexplainable elegance. She did things slowly but with extreme attention to detail. The second sister, Shaoji Naomi, was completely different. She had short hair, big black eyes, a round face, and an impatient personality. She was quick to act but often made mistakes. As for Minami himself, he was like a mix of the two. He could work quickly without messing up. Because of this, both of his sisters adored him to the point where they babied him excessively. They cherished him like he was something fragile that might dissolve if they held him too tightly. At that moment, hearing Minami's surprise, his impatient second sister, Naomi, immediately turned to their eldest sister. Yuko Ne, next time you call, stop just asking about what he's eating and drinking. Ask about his personal life too. She nagged while muttering, Mom's been talking a lot about wanting grandkids lately. Naomi. Don't talk nonsense. Last time we called Lil Bro, he clearly said he doesn't have a girlfriend. Yuko frowned slightly and gently scolded her sister. With how well behaved our little Minami is, how could he possibly get a girlfriend after just 1 year of high school in Tokyo? That's way too fast. Hee hee. I was just saying. Naomi pouted adorably, counting on her fingers. But I heard Tokyo has tons of cute girls. Like potatoes in a field, you can scoop up a whole bunch at once. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Lil Bro already had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 girlfriends. Those are Tokyo girls we're talking about. Tokyo girls are way more sophisticated. They've met all kinds of guys. Honestly, I'm more worried that Lil Bro, a small town boy, will get tricked by them. Yuko shot her sister a disapproving glance. Her voice was gentle, but Naomi still listened to her. Naomi blinked her big round eyes and pouted but didn't argue back. Because, from a realistic perspective, she kind of agreed with Yuko. Tokyo was Japan's biggest city. Tokyo girls had met all kinds of men. It wouldn't be that easy for someone like Minami, a small town boy, to charm them. Forget about dating, hugging, or anything romantic. Naomi figured her baby brother probably hadn't even held hands with a girl this entire year. Sigh, her little brother had always been so straight-laced around her. When was he ever going to get a girlfriend? Such a tragedy. Such a tragedy. Chapter 153, Slower. Even slower. As the new week began, Shuka High School officially entered full preparation mode for the Shuka Festival. While regular classes continued, students used their after-school hours to prepare for their class events. On the day before the festival, school would give everyone the day off so they could set up their classrooms. Minami's class 2-2 was running a chocolate banana dessert booth. Their festival committee representative gave out orders. Some students went to buy chocolate. Others were sent to reserve a batch of bananas from a fruit vendor, not immediately, of course, since bananas could spoil. Minami got lucky. Instead of running errands, he was assigned background decoration duty. His task? Sewing the words Class 2-2 Chocolate Banana Shop onto a banner. He wasn't working alone, though. 2 other classmates had been assigned the same task. Both were guys. One was a round-faced boy named Tsuchiya Taiyo, while the other was a tall guy named Shimazaki Shota. At that moment, the 2 of them were busy complaining non-stop as they worked. Why are we, the guys, being forced to do such delicate needlework? Tsuchiya Taiyo grumbled, fumbling with the unfamiliar sewing tools in his hands. He really couldn't wrap his head around it. He had never touched a sewing kit before. Wouldn't it make way more sense to have them do something like carrying chocolate boxes or other heavy lifting tasks instead? They had been sitting here for ages, and he still hadn't even managed to stitch a single piece of fabric together properly. This was a complete waste of time. His endless yapping struck a chord with Shimazaki Shota as well. Shimazaki shook out his sore wrists, glanced at the massive amount of fabric left to sew, and let out a deep sigh. At this rate, we're gonna be stuck here until 6 or 7 in the evening. I wanna die, right? That's why I keep saying that Rina, the festival committee rep, is just being completely unreasonable. Tsuchiya Taiyo huffed in frustration. Then, as if something suddenly occurred to him, he curiously glanced over at Shaoji Minami. From the moment they had started working, Shaoji Minami hadn't said a single word. Not only had he been completely silent this whole time now, he was even leaning back with his eyes half closed, looking like he was about to fall asleep. That utterly relaxed posture made Tsuchiya Taiyo do a double take. Wait a minute, could it be that Minami, the Demon King, wasn't just a genius at studying but also a master at sewing? Had he already finished his entire task? Because unlike them, who only needed to stitch together a couple of fabric pieces, Minami had been assigned the much harder job of embroidering the entire phrase "Class 2-2 Chocolate Banana Shop" onto the banner. The difficulty level wasn't even close to being the same. Tsuchiya Taiyo's gaze quickly caught Shimazaki Shota's attention as well. He had also just noticed Minami, who was resting peacefully like he had nothing left to do. How the hell was he so chill? Did he actually finish the whole thing already? They were both curious now. Finally, Tsuchiya Taiyo couldn't hold back anymore and asked Shoji-kun, "How far along are you with your work?" "Here." Minami casually opened his eyes, completely unbothered, and wordlessly held up the white fabric at his feet to show them his progress. And then hiss. Both of them inhaled sharply. Seeing the progress, or lack thereof, in Minami's hands, Tsuchiya Taiyo sucked in a sharp breath. It wasn't because the work was too well done. It was because Minami-san, it's been half an hour since we started. And you haven't even stitched a single letter yet? Tsuchiya Taiyo's lips twitched. Yes. He realized he had been completely wrong, so wrong it was almost ridiculous. Minami hadn't finished his work. He hadn't even started. The white fabric in front of him was completely blank. No lettering, no outlines, not even a shadow of progress. It was cleaner than his own face. Is there a problem? Is there a problem? Are you serious? This is a huge problem. Seeing Minami's calm expression, Tsuchiya Taiyo couldn't help but protest. Do you not know that Kawakami Rine has a nickname? People call her the Mad Cannibal. Oh? That's a thing? For the first time, Shoji Minami showed some interest. Of course, he knew who Kawakami Rina was. She was their class president and the student in charge of organizing the chocolate banana booth. Long black hair, decent looking, but with a serious and rigid personality, always strict and taking everything way too seriously. To be honest, Shoji Minami didn't really mind people like her. Of course it's a thing. So I'm warning you now, you better hurry up and get to work. If the Mad Cannibal finds out you've been slacking off, you better watch out. Beside them, Shimazaki Shota leaned in, but before he could even finish his sentence, he made a hand-chop gesture to his own neck. No rush. Minami let out a yawn, sounding like he hadn't gotten enough sleep. Casually, he replied, "I called a friend to help me out." A friend? Both Tsuchiya Taiyo and Shimazaki Shota instinctively started searching their minds for anyone who could fit the description of Minami's friend. But Minami, stop joking. Taiyo was at a loss for words. Minami? Having friends? They had never even seen him take the initiative to talk to anyone at school. Most of the time, he either slept at his desk or read his paperback novels in silence. If it weren't for his exceptional looks and top-tier grades, he would have been completely overlooked on campus. And now, he was saying a friend was coming to help. That was even more unrealistic than a beautiful girl suddenly appearing out of nowhere to rescue them from their suffering. Minami, I really think you should just start working now. Shimazaki and I can help you out later, at least that way, you'll still have a chance to catch the last train home. Convinced that Minami was just bluffing, both Taiyo and Shota started trying to persuade their unfortunate comrade to stop dreaming and start sewing. At least if he started now, he might still have a chance to finish on time. But oh, there you are. Huh? Taiyo and Shota looked at Minami in confusion as he suddenly stood up. Minami, who are you talking to? Wait, what? Shinjo-san? They instinctively turned around and froze in shock. Because standing at the classroom door was a girl they both recognized. A girl with short, lavender-pink hair. Shinjo-kan. Shuko High's second-ranked student. The only one whose grades came close to Shoji Minami's. Cute. Pretty. And let's be honest, blessed with curves that had made her the topic of many discussions among the male students. Her thighs, constantly wrapped in black stockings, often caught the attention of many. A true campus idol admired by all. And right now this babe was standing at their classroom door and she seemed to have some kind of connection with Shoji Minami. Taiyo and Shota opened their mouths. The words they had been about to say, "Stop dreaming," Minami, got completely stuck in their throats. They could only watch in stunned silence as Akon walked in and with an aggressive tone confronted Minami. Minami-kan. What are you doing? Didn't we agree to go see the stage play actors today? Perfect timing, Shinjo-san. Help me sew these letters. Huh? Isn't this your class's festival project? Why do I have to do it? Come on, Shinjo-san. I'm really sleepy. Wait a second. You always do this. You think if you just say that, I'll stupidly agree to help you, don't you? Please, Shinjo-san. If you don't help, this really won't get done. Shinjo-san, I'm counting on you. Ugh, seriously, fine, fine. Just hand me the needle and thread. Watching as Shinjo-kan effortlessly threaded the needle and took over the entire task, and then seeing Minami nonchalantly take a seat, close his eyes, and continue his nap, Taiyo and Shota exchanged glances. And in that moment they both felt it. The feeling called the unfair gap between people. But the real gut punch came next. In just a little over 10 minutes, the naturally skilled Akane had completely finished sewing the letters. She extended her fair-skinned hand and held up the fabric to show Minami. "How's this, Minami-kun?" From Taiyo and Shota's perspective, Shinjo-kan's stitching was flawless. The letters were neat, rounded, and adorably stylized. They could easily be sold as a professional product. It was perfect? But not quite right. Redo it. What? No way. You saw how tedious that was. Shinjo-kan's voice carried clear reluctance. Trust me, Shinjo-san. I know you can do even better. Ugh. Sigh. Fine, fine. Hearing his words, Akane softened slightly, let out a small sigh, and picked up the needle and thread again. His Taiyo and Shota both sucked in a sharp breath. They couldn't help but walk up behind Minami. What? Minami-san, has anyone ever told you? You deserve to die? Nope. Well, now you have, because you totally do. Watching Shinjo-kan, the beloved school idol, diligently cleaning up Minami's mess while he just sat there, yawning and sleeping, Taiyo and Shota felt like they were about to grind their back teeth into dust. Later, Minami and Akane walked together. Let me be clear, I only helped you because I didn't want you to make me late for the stage play. Not for any other reason. If you misunderstand, that would be really annoying. Yes. She had only helped clean up his mess. If Minami mistakenly thought she liked him, that would be a huge problem. After all, if there was any liking involved, it should be him falling for her first. She sneakily glanced up to check his reaction. But okay. Then I won't misunderstand. Shaoji. Minami nodded without hesitation. Shinjo-kan fell silent. After a long pause, she finally couldn't hold back. With a look of utter disbelief, she spoke. I told you not to misunderstand, and you just accepted it? Just like that? What else was I supposed to do? You what now, Shinjo-san? Nothing. Stomping her foot hard, Akane gritted her teeth in frustration. This guy, he was going to drive her crazy. Sure, she was the one who said it. But that didn't mean she didn't care about his thoughts at all. How could he not get that? How dense did he have to be? Was he seriously not going to realize anything unless she spelled it out for him? And on top of that, she had just put in so much effort to help him. Yet instead of a simple thank you, all she got in return was frustration. Did he even care about her at all? He had been yawning the entire time they talked. Was he really that bored talking to her? Did she make him so sleepy that he could barely keep his eyes open? Was she a bed? Or a pillow? Thinking back on how he had bossed her around for help yet now acted completely unbothered, yawning away, Akane suddenly felt deflated. As much as she hated to admit it, she had a creeping suspicion Minami might have been playing her like a fiddle this entire time. Maybe, from the very start, she had been nothing more than an afterthought to him. Maybe he only helped her with her script because of the money she lent him, or just because she let him borrow her DVDs. At the end of the day, she and Shaoji Minami were still just ordinary friends. Sigh. Shinjo-kan exhaled softly and kept walking forward. Shinjo-san. A voice called out from behind her. Yawning as he spoke, Minami finally broke the silence. What? Even though she had just decided to ignore him the moment he spoke, she still couldn't help but turn her head, her voice stiff and blunt. Here, take this. Still half drowsy, Minami casually reached into his shoulder bag and pulled out a stack of papers. This is? Glancing at the papers in her hands, then back at the guy in front of her who had been yawning non-stop since they met, Akane frowned in confusion and flipped through them, grumbling under her breath. What is this guy up to now? She lowered her head and started reading and instantly fell silent. Because, on those pages there were dense notes, revisions, and simplified dialogue for the monster in the human heart, all neatly and carefully written across the manuscript. This is... Shinjo-kan opened her mouth slightly, looking up at him. A condensed version of the monster in the human heart. Minami explained, waving a hand casually. Since the stage play can't run too long, and a lot of scenes and dialogue would be hard to pull off, I trimmed it down from start to finish. Then, with complete nonchalance, he added, it's nothing special. I just did what I felt like doing. No need to make a big deal out of it. Nothing special? Listening to his indifferent tone, Akane couldn't help but glance at him again. That was such a blatant lie. The sheer amount of writing, the detailed notes explaining things so clearly that even a child could understand them, none of it seemed like something that could be done just on a whim. This guy, what is his deal? Just a moment ago, he had been acting like he couldn't care less about her. And now, He did this. What was she supposed to feel looking at him right now? Okan clutched the revised script tightly to her chest. Suddenly, a lot of things clicked into place. Why he had seemed so drained today. Why he had been yawning non-stop while talking to her. Why he had been so half-hearted and dismissive in their conversation. So, all of that was because he had stayed up all night working on this for her? Where he couldn't see, Okan unconsciously pressed a hand against her chest. Her heart was pounding violently. For the first time, she finally understood why the other version of herself, in those fragmented memories, had fallen for Shoji Minami. She looked at him, lost in thought. Sure, he was arrogant, bossed her around for every little thing, and treated her nothing like the other guys did, but he put in effort for her sake. He understood her interests. He supported her passions. And just that alone. Maybe that's the one thing that completely swept me off my feet. She murmured to herself, turning her gaze toward the scenery outside the corridor. When she was young, the only person she had by her side was the family maid. Other than the maid, she had trusted no one. She had been a stubborn, prideful child who refused to depend on anyone. But the maid would always tell her one day, Okan, you meet someone who truly understands you, accepts you, and appreciates you for who you are. And when that happens, I'm sure you'll fall for them completely. Back then, Okan had scoffed at those words. She thought it was just some generic, cliché life lesson, the kind of thing people repeated over and over again until it lost all meaning. But now, you were right. There really was someone who was willing to understand, accept, and acknowledge the real her beneath the mask. With that thought, Shinjo Okan subtly turned her head and stole a quick glance at Shoji Minami's side profile. Just that one small action and her heart started pounding even harder. This reaction made Shinjo Okan, who was always so strong-willed in front of others, let out a quiet sigh in her heart. At some point, she had already fallen way too deep. She thought to herself, from now on, I'll probably keep getting played in the palm of Shoji Minami's hand, won't I? But how do I put this? Right now, for some reason she didn't really mind that at all. That dangerous thought startled Okan for a brief moment. But after the initial shock, her heart gradually settled down again. Maybe Minami really did have her completely figured out. Otherwise, she wouldn't be feeling like. The lavender-haired girl kept walking forward. Beside her, she could feel Minami, still sleepy and sluggish. So, without realizing it, she slowed her pace. Just a little. And then, a little more. Without even being aware of it, for the first time ever, Shinjo Okan found herself willing to adjust her own pace for someone else. Chapter 154, That Man Is Mine. Sitting in the event classroom, Rika Takarada, with her beautiful black hair and sapphire blue eyes, felt a creeping sense of unease. And, in truth, she wasn't the only one feeling this way. Seated beside her, Yuta Hibiki and Shuutsumi, whom she had invited along, were experiencing the exact same thing. There was no helping it. After all, right in front of them were none other than Shoji Minami, the infamous demon king of Shuka High, and Shinjo Okan, the school's top 2 students, both currently eyeing them up and down. These two had held the top 2 ranks in Shuka High for a long time. The sheer weight of their gazes alone carried a pressure unlike that of any ordinary student. And if Riko had to say it, Shoji Minami wasn't even the worst one. He had simply pushed open the door, taken one glance at them, lazily introduced himself, and then collapsed onto a desk and instantly fell asleep. But Shinjo Okan was completely different. Her gaze was intensely focused as she observed the 3 of them. Her crimson eyes scanned them from head to toe as if she refused to miss even the smallest detail about their entire existence. The sheer aggressiveness of her stare made Rika so uncomfortable that she finally had to speak up. Do I have something on my face, Okan? She couldn't hold it in anymore. No. Nothing at all. Realizing she might have been a bit too obvious, Okan put on a polite smile and spoke in a soft voice. Can I ask the names of the 2 boys behind you, Rika? Didn't we already introduce ourselves earlier? Shuutsumi muttered under his breath. As mentioned before, the moment they had entered the room, they had already introduced themselves to Minami. Apologies, I just wanted to confirm something, so I need to ask more clearly. Okan glanced at Minami, making sure he was still asleep, before adding that statement. I'm Shuutsumi, like Utsumi Nariaki from Kamen Rider Build Show as in show. Even though he had no clue what Okan was trying to figure out, looking at her adorably pretty face, Shuutsumi still decided to answer patiently. After all, a cute girl deserved a few privileges. Then, he casually gestured toward Yuta Hibiki beside him. And this guy is Yuta Hibiki, my best friend. Oh, so Utsumi-kun and Yuta-kun. Okan nodded with a bright, cheerful smile and then said nothing more. On the surface it looked as if she had merely been asking their names. But in reality it really was them. Shuutsumi and Yuta Hibiki. Where they couldn't see, Akan's fists clenched tightly, and inside her mind her inner self was celebrating wildly. Yet another piece matched the fragments of memories in her head. In other words, as long as everything followed the script, Shoji Minami would inevitably fall in love with her. Perfect? Absolutely perfect? Akan forced herself to maintain her usual graceful smile. Don't laugh too obviously. Akan. No matter how perfectly things are falling into place, if Yuta Hibiki and Shuutsumi notice something strange, if the future where you and Minami fall in love changes, that would be absolutely unacceptable. Yes. After all the inner struggles she had gone through before, Akan had finally made up her mind. She was done with making excuses to herself. She was done with denying her feelings for Minami. Now, she could fully admit the truth, she liked him. But now came the real question: what does one do when they like someone? She didn't even need to think about it. The answer came instantly. And that answer was grab onto the person she liked with everything she had and never let go. Akan had thought everything through. No matter what methods she had to use, no matter what tricks she had to play, she would make sure that Minami fell for her. This was her ultimate goal. And to achieve that, confirming whether the fragments of her memories were accurate was only the first step. After all, memories could be unreliable. What truly mattered was the 2-day-long Shuka festival. That would be her battlefield. That would be her chance to make her move. With this thought, Akan turned her head to look at Minami, who was still sleeping on his desk. Her soft, pink lips curved into a small, sweet smile. It wasn't just about matching the memories in her head. She needed to confirm their relationship in reality as well. That was what truly mattered. And for that, Shinjo Akan turned toward Rika Takarada, Yuta Hibiki, and Shuutsumi. With a pleasant smile, she spoke up. Since you're Rika's friends, and you were kind enough to make time during the busy festival preparations to help out, of course, you're more than welcome here. This is the script for The Monster in the Human Heart. Utsumi-kun, Yuta-kun, and Rika, feel free to take a look. She handed them 3 neatly copied scripts. Once they had skimmed through them, she continued, so, if there are no issues with the script, let's wrap up for today. Starting tomorrow, we'll meet here in this room for daily rehearsal sessions. How does that sound? No problem. Both Shuutsumi and Yuta Hibiki were already huge fans of tokusatsu stage plays. They had no reason to refuse. And as for Rika Takarada, there was no need to even ask. Even though she hadn't kept in touch for over half a year, she had always considered Shinjo Akan a true friend. If Akan needed her help, she would do her best. But just as Rika was about to head home and read through the script, Shinjo Akan suddenly called out, "Rika, wait a second." Huh? Rika stopped in her tracks, looking at her in confusion. There's something else I'd like to ask for your help with. Shinjo Akan smiled sweetly as she spoke. Yes. If she wanted to completely trap Shoji Minami in her grasp, she had to seek help from others. And among those fragments of memory, the one she trusted the most, her best friend, her right-hand woman, was none other than Rika Takarada. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Finally, practice is over. Kita Ikuyo stretched her arms, releasing her fingers from the guitar strings as she relaxed her body. Excitedly, she turned to her bandmate. Now, no matter what happens, we'll be perfectly fine when we perform on the Shuka Festival stage. Right, Gota-san? Ah. Yeah. Gota Hitori, who had also just released her grip from the guitar frets, nodded instinctively at Kita's words. Thanks to Shoji Minami's advice, Kasoka Band had been practicing intensely for the past 2 days. And today was no different. She had been practicing with Kita Ikuyo for hours now. But seeing that there was still some time left, Gota Hitori hesitated for a moment, then sat back down, placing her fingers on the guitar strings once again. Gota-san. You're so dedicated. Beside her, Kita Ikuyo, her usual bright smile on her face, watched her closely and let out an admiring sigh. And no. It's just that. I still want to practice a bit more. Flustered by Kita's attention, Hitori lowered her head in embarrassment. In truth, she had a personal reason for doing this. Before the festival, Shoji Minami had sent her a message online. In that message, he had told her, "I hope I get to see you shine at the Shuka Festival." Maybe he had just said it casually. Maybe he had already forgotten that he had ever said it. But even if there was only the smallest chance, I want him to see me at my best. Her grip on the guitar pick tightened slightly. Yes. Even if there was only a tiny chance, even if it was just for a brief moment, if, at the Shuka Festival, Shoji Minami could be surprised by her performance, then everything she had worked for would be worth it. And so sorry, Kita-san. Kita, who had been relaxing her wrists, turned toward her in confusion. I know this is supposed to be break time, but would you mind practicing with me a little longer? Huh? Kita stared at Gota Hitori in shock. The girl, who always hid behind her bangs, the girl who never made eye contact with anyone, was now looking straight at her. Even though she was nervous, even though she was scared, she had gathered all her courage to ask this request. Kito was stunned. But when she saw something else in Gota Hitori's eyes, something beyond just determination, she grinned. Alright. Let's do this, Gota-san. Yes, let's do this. Gota-san. At the Shuka festival, let's make sure Minami-senpai is absolutely blown away. Her inferiority complex skill has slightly decreased. Current level, level 3, at that same moment far away, in a completely different location, Chisato Nishikigi suddenly shivered. As someone who possessed reaction speed level 5, an ability far beyond normal human limits, she suddenly felt something. Something unexplainable. It was as if something precious to her was being targeted by someone. And not just by one person, by multiple people. So, it really is that lavender-haired girl, huh? Recalling the face of her rival from her mysterious memories, Chisato clenched her small fists. Memories. This strange chill running down her spine. There was no doubt about it. Shoji Minami only had one of him. And he was far too exceptional. Who knew how many other women would try to get close to him during the festival? With this thought, Chisato's sense of urgency skyrocketed. And so she rushed straight into the dressing room. Chisato? What are you doing? Plan change, Takina. We're not just picking out a cute outfit for you to wear outside today, we're also picking out a victory lingerie set. The kind that even Minami won't be able to resist. Huh? Lingerie isn't something you just show people. Wait, stop pulling on my underwear. A chaotic mess ensued. And the dressing room fell silent once again. Chapter 155, Heartthrob Contribution Rankings. Who's the true number one? The hearts of the girls stirred with emotion, their thoughts swirled, their feelings rose to the surface, as they passionately discussed, schemed, and strategized, each of them determined to become the one who would stand at the peak of love. And yet the man who was occupying all of their hearts and minds, Shoji Minami, was simply going about his life as usual. Done. After finishing his meal, and following his usual routine of studying for an hour, Shoji Minami let out a small breath and set his pen down. Your study skill has slightly improved. Current level, level 4, Ms. Simulator is as consistent as ever, huh? Shoji Minami took a sip of water, feeling satisfied as he glanced at his skill progression. He had been stuck at level 4 in studying for quite some time now, and honestly, he had no idea when he'd finally break through to level 5. Of course, that was just wishful thinking. Level 5 skills required reaching the peak of human capabilities. And for someone like him who only studied 1 hour per day, hitting level 5 was nothing more than a pipe dream. That said, progress was still progress. And overthinking things wouldn't get him anywhere. With that thought, Shoji Minami set down his water cup. His gaze shifted and he casually checked his current heartthrob points. Current heartthrob points remaining, 1,190, huh? It's already at 1,190 points? Minami raised an eyebrow, a little surprised. If he remembered correctly, the last time he ran a simulation with Shinjo-kun was 4 or 5 days ago. At that time, when he cleared her happy ending, his remaining heartthrob points were 990. But in just a few days, his points had increased by 200 without him even realizing it. What's going on? Shoji Minami frowned slightly. For the past few days, he had been busy with his own tasks, keeping a careful distance from the girls. He had hardly done anything to deliberately farm heartthrob points. If he had been actively interacting with the simulation targets, gaining 200 points wouldn't have been that surprising. But for this much growth without him even making an effort? That was pretty ridiculous. Shoji Minami thought for a moment, then opened the simulator's menu and navigated to a special page, the Heartthrob Contribution Rankings. It functioned just like the donation leaderboards from certain streaming platforms in his past life. In the simulator's backend, he could actually see how much heartthrob points he had received from each of his simulation targets. He had noticed this feature a long time ago and even checked it a few times. But with his simulations, studying, and other responsibilities, he hadn't opened this leaderboard in a long time. And honestly, something about it just felt weird. Just having this thing sitting there in the simulator, every time he glanced at it, it gave him this bizarre feeling, like, oh wow, my top 2 donors came through again today. It made Minami feel strangely uneasy. This damn simulator was too grounded in reality in the worst ways. But setting aside his discomfort, this ranking system actually had some practical uses. First, unlike the in-app shop's data detector, it didn't require spending heartthrob points, it was completely free. Second, it let him see the total contributions of each simulation target as well as how often they had triggered heartthrob gains. That was incredibly useful. Just those 2 features alone made this a gold mine of free information. Maybe I should check this leaderboard more often. Muttering to himself, Shoji Minami clicked it open. The last time he checked, Gota Hitori was the undisputed number 1 on the leaderboard. Now would she still hold her top spot? Or had someone dethroned her? As the blue ranking screen loaded, Shoji Minami scanned the list. The names were displayed as follows: Heartthrob Contribution Rank Number 1, Gota Hitori. Total points contributed, 1,240. Heartthrob Contribution Rank Number 1, Shinjo Akan. Total points contributed, 1,240. Heartthrob Contribution Rank Number 2, Nishiki Chisato. Total points contributed, 1,030. Heartthrob Contribution Rank Number 3, Yamada Ryo. Total points contributed, 0. Remaining Heartthrob contributors, none. This ranking. Shoji Minami barely resisted the urge to roast it. If there was some claim your free Heartthrob points button in the bottom corner, he wouldn't even know what to say anymore. Shaking his head, he pushed aside the urge to make fun of it and focused on the rankings. And then he was genuinely surprised. Oh? Under his watchful gaze, Gota Hitori was still ranked number 1. But tied with her was Shinjo Akan, who had somehow caught up. And just barely behind them, at number 2, Nishiki Chisato, trailing by only 210 points. This is probably because I've been spending more time with Shinjo these past few days. Shoji Minami stroked his chin thoughtfully. Yes. Because he was responsible for narrating The Monster in the Human Heart, he had been sticking around the event classroom, helping with festival prep. And since Shinjo Akan was leading the play, they had naturally spent more time together. After rehearsals, he would go straight to Starry to tutor Yamada Ryo and Gota Hitori. With this schedule, it made sense that Shinjo Akan's heartthrob points had skyrocketed. But then Yamada-san, what is up with you? Looking at the girls' point totals, most of them in the thousands, and then seeing Yamada Ryo's sad, pathetic little zero, Shoji Minami rubbed his temples. This woman. From every possible perspective, she was truly a one-of-a-kind weirdo. Even her heartthrob contribution sat pathetically at 0. But then, well, to be fair, Yamada-san wasn't even a simulation target to begin with. Shoji Minami sighed lightly. Yes. Yamada Ryo wasn't originally a selectable target in the simulator. It was only after he used a love of 3 lifetimes, forever unattainable Yamada Ryo if route card that she was forcefully added in. But even then her name was still grayed out in the system, meaning she couldn't be simulated normally. Since the simulator didn't recognize her as an official target, even if she did have feelings for him, it wouldn't count. If you think about it from the opposite perspective, she's actually number 1 in reverse. Shoji Minami stared at Yamada Ryo's 0 heartthrob points and made a casual remark. Yes. At this rate, her permanent 0 points would be impossible to surpass. No one else even stood a chance at taking her place. Now, back to the main topic. Shoji Minami turned back to his 1,190 heartthrob points. Based on the rankings, most of these new points probably came from his recent time with Shinjo Akan. But 1,190. This number is kind of suspicious, isn't it? Shoji Minami stood up, placing his water cup in the sink as he thought. Yes. 1,190 heartthrob points. If he just gained 10 more points, then he would meet the requirement for something he had always been curious about. Direct simulation. His eyes fell upon a menu option he had never dared to click before. Direct simulation spent 4 simulation chances to project your consciousness into the simulation world. According to the simulator, it would provide a 100% authentic experience. The only reason he had never used it before was because of its ridiculous price. 4 simulation chances. At 300 points per simulation, that meant direct simulation cost a whopping 1,200 heartthrob points. From any angle it was an insanely expensive feature. And before, since there was always a chance of failed endings, Shoji Minami had been extremely frugal, even splitting a single simulation attempt into multiple sessions when possible. But now it's different. Shoji Minami sat back down, feeling a surge of excitement. Yes. Now, things were completely different. With 1,190 heartthrob points in hand and no new simulation targets in sight, that meant he could finally afford to experience direct simulation. Just need 10 more points. Glancing at his phone, the time read 8:50 p.m. While Gota Hitori, Shinjo Akan, and Nishiki Chisato were probably still awake, hitting them up this late at night felt a bit too sudden. Guess I'll wait until tomorrow. 10 points. That should be easy enough to earn. With that thought, Minami set his phone down and moved on to something else. But then ding dong. Just as Shoji Minami put his phone down, a crisp line notification sound rang out. Shoji Minami raised an eyebrow, a little surprised. He had already decided that he wouldn't be reaching out to anyone this late at night. Yet, someone had taken the initiative to message him? Could it be Shinjo Akan, or maybe Chisato Nishikigi, who often popped into his inbox for a casual chat? Or perhaps Yamada Ryo, who always seemed to send a flood of messages at the most ungodly hours to annoy him. As for Gota Hitori, He didn't even consider her. Ever since he added her to Line, the number of times they had actually chatted could be counted on one hand. And the number of times she had messaged him first? 3 fingers were more than enough to count them. Inferiority complex level 3. Social anxiety level 2. Terrifying. Thinking this, Shoji Minami picked up his phone and glanced at the sender's name. Then he let out a soft sound of surprise. Huh? His guess was completely off. Because on his Line friends list, a small red one appeared right next to Gota Hitori's icon. It's actually Gota-san? Shoji Minami blinked in mild disbelief as he tapped on her profile. This was practically a miracle. Just what did Gota-san want to talk about? Dead inside, probably, Minami. Are you there? Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, I'm here. What's up, Hitori? Dead inside, probably, very sorry. You I didn't mean to bother you so late at night. I'm so sorry. On the other side of the screen, because this was her first time messaging Shoji Minami on her own, Gota Hitori's hands were so shaky that she accidentally mistyped sorry. Ugh. I'm such an idiot. She buried her face in her hands. She had even gathered the courage to call him Minami, and yet, she immediately messed up the next sentence. But still, dead inside, probably, the reason I messaged you. There's something I wanted to ask. Her fingers trembled. Her pale cheeks turned a light shade of pink. Dressed in soft pink pajamas, her entire body was shaking slightly. But this time Gota Hitori didn't run away. She carefully typed out her words, letter by letter, and then she hit send. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, and what would that be? Dead inside, probably, during the Shuka festival. Could you maybe take some time to walk around with me? Click. Sent. Then a deep breath. Everything was executed perfectly. And as soon as she sent the message, Gota Hitori hid her burning face behind her pillow. Her round, fair toes curled slightly, trembling nervously. One part of her was dying of embarrassment just from inviting a guy out. The other part was terrified of being rejected. I really tried my best, Kita-san. I really tried my best. So, even if I get rejected, it's okay. Of course that was a complete lie. If Shoji Minami actually turned her down, Gota Hitori would probably cry on the spot. So she hid her face in her pillow for a long time, until she heard the familiar Line notification sound. Nervous. Carefully, she peeked her head out from behind the pillow, and stared at the glowing screen. To her, the phone's soft glow looked like a dim sun. And hidden within that sun was his reply. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, sure. Let's set a time for it later, sure. Set a time. Hee hee. Hee hee hee. Hee hee. Clutching her phone tightly, the pink-haired girl collapsed onto her bed, her entire body squirming like a worm. She wiggled and wiggled and wiggled some more. Chapter 156, Yamada-san and Direct Simulation. His conversation with Gota Hitori didn't last long. After her flustered message anyway. Let's set it for Saturday. The chat abruptly ended in a way that felt both awkward and rushed. Though Shoji Minami had considered continuing the conversation, he figured that Gota Hitori had already used up all her courage just to send that message. Expecting her to keep talking until she fell asleep. That was just unrealistic. So, with a slight sense of regret, Shoji Minami could only shake his head. But even though I agreed to Hitori's request, time-wise, he began organizing his schedule for the Shuka festival in his mind. First, he had already promised to accompany Shinjo-kan at the festival. Then, there was Gota Hitori's request. At first glance, these plans seemed to overlap, but in reality, there was still room to make it work. The Shuka festival lasted 2 days, Saturday and Sunday of this week. Shoji Minami figured that with some careful planning, he could balance both of them perfectly. For Shinjo-kan, he could spend time with her on Saturday morning from 9:00 a.m. to 12:00 p.m. As for Gota Hitori, after factoring in his scheduled shift from 12:00 p.m. to 1:30 p.m., he could then accompany her until 4:30 p.m. From 4:30 p.m. onward, the stage play, The Monster in the Human Heart, would be held in the gymnasium, followed by Kasoka Band's live performance. After that, he would likely spend some time with the band members at the festival. By that point, his Saturday would be pretty much packed. This schedule should work perfectly. Except there were 2 wild cards. On-san, and second sis. Shoji Minami sighed. He had no idea when his older sisters were planning to arrive. But if he factored in the travel time from Akita to Tokyo, they should probably arrive around 5:00 or 6:00 p.m. Unless, of course, they left at the crack of dawn to get here. But that seemed unlikely. With that thought, Shoji Minami made his decision and nodded to himself. If everything went according to plan, then his entire Saturday would be completely packed. The so-called relaxing festival he had hoped for was practically impossible at this point. But it's fine. At least I still have Sunday to rest. Shaoji Minami stretched his arms comfortably. Since the Shuka festival lasted 2 days and 1 night, even if Saturday was fully booked, he would still have Sunday as his personal time. Even though it was just 1 free day, that was more than enough for him. Now then. Just as he was about to check his simulator, wondering if his chat with Gota Hitori had earned him any heartthrob points, ding dong. Another line notification sound. Shaoji Minami paused mid-reach, feeling a little confused. What was with tonight? Why were so many people suddenly messaging him? First, it was Gota Hitori. Now, who could it be this time? He picked up his phone. Hello, always stay happy. Nishikigi Chisato, Minami-kun. 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 Minami-kun, Chisato? Shaoji Minami rested his chin on his hand as he glanced at the message, then calmly replied, Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, got business? Got business? Got business? Got business? Got business? Hello, always stay happy. Nishikigi Chisato, yep. I got business. Attached image, a chibi blonde girl with a mischievous smirk and a peace sign, resembling Chisato. Shaoji Minami chuckled, shaking his head. Chisato Nishikigi just as cheerful as ever. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, what is it? Hello, always stay happy, take a guess, Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, I'm logging off. My phone's out of battery, hello, always stay happy, sent a voice recording. Shaoji Minami raised an eyebrow and tapped the audio file. Immediately, the lively, slightly husky voice of Chisato Nishikigi filled his ears. Nuu. Minami-kun. You're so cold. After everything we've been through together, how could you treat me like this? Wha? Come on, just take a guess. If you get it right, I'll give you a reward. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, what kind of reward? Hello, always stay happy, a special kiss from the great Chisato Samakama. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, I'm logging off. My phone's out of battery, hello, always stay happy, Nau. Minami-kun. Just one guess. Just this once, seriously. Shaoji Minami sighed, rubbing his temple as he scanned Chisato's messages. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to just say what he was already thinking. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, you want me to walk around the Shuka festival with you? Hello, always stay happy, as expected of Minami-kun. The #1 ranked brain in national mock exams is truly brilliant. You guessed it perfectly, guessed it perfectly? Shaoji Minami felt a little speechless. If only she knew she wasn't even the first, second, or third person to ask him this today. Even before opening her message, Shaoji Minami had already thought, I bet she's inviting me to the festival too. And sure enough. Hello, always stay happy, so, what do you think? Wanna explore the festival with me and take Ina? Shaoji Minami exhaled, feeling a headache coming on. To be honest, his Saturday schedule was already completely full. There was literally no space left. But I already agreed to Shinjo-san and Hitori. It'd be weird to refuse Chisato now, yeah. Since he had already agreed to Shinjo-kun and Gota Hitori, it would be unfair to turn down Chisato. The thought of giving her special treatment, just thinking about it, felt wrong. With that in mind, Shaoji Minami typed his response. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy, sure, first, just agreeing. Then, he would negotiate the schedule, aiming to push her to Sunday instead. But, hello, always stay happy, yay. Then it's set for Saturday, huh? The message he was about to send immediately died in his drafts. His eyebrow twitched as he stared at her text. Wait. Why Saturday? Hold on. If Chisato was also on Saturday, then his entire schedule would be thrown into chaos. Shaoji Minami was not some kind of time management god who could miraculously fit 4 separate plans into one day. Especially when he had already committed to spending time with Shinjo-kun and Gota Hitori. Why do all these girls have such an obsession with Saturday? His expression stiffened as he prepared to type a message, trying to convince Chisato to move it to Sunday. But before he could hit send, hello, always stay happy, oh, perfect? Takina and I are only free on Saturday. Minami-kun agreeing is such a relief. I already asked for time off at work. So it's settled. Anyway, it's getting late, I'm off to take a bath. Sleep well, Minami-kun. See you at the festival. Tokyo's #1 pretty boy. The series of ellipses perfectly captured his current mood. At the end of the day, why? Why was everything stacking up like this? Shaoji Minami sucked in a sharp breath. If this kept going, the first day of the Shuka festival was going to be an absolute nightmare. He could already imagine it now. Running all over campus, getting dragged around by one girl after another, and if his two older sisters arrived that day. He didn't even want to think about what would happen. One was Yuko, his gentle yet serious older sister. The other was Naomi, his hyperactive second sister, who always pried into his personal life like a detective. Shoji Minami slumped into his chair, rubbing his forehead. Just thinking about it was already giving him a headache. This was a disaster in the making. And the worst part? There was no way to fix it. It wasn't like he could clone himself and send a copy to each of them. If only such a convenient ability existed. Forget it. At this point, there's no point in overthinking. Shoji Minami shoved all unnecessary thoughts out of his mind. Right now, all he could do was take things one step at a time. As for who to spend time with first, that was something he would deal with on the spot. After all, tonight had already taught him a valuable lesson: plans never keep up with reality. Enough about Saturday. Let's check my heartthrob points instead. Shifting his focus, Shoji Minami opened the simulator menu. Stretching out his hand, he pulled up his remaining points. And then, just as I thought, his eyes flickered as he looked at the screen. His previous 1,190 points had now jumped to 1,250. Curious, he opened the detailed log. You gained 30 heartthrob points from Nishikigi Chisato. You gained 30 heartthrob points from Gota Hitori. Of course, it was Chisato and Hitori. Shoji Minami didn't even need to check the leaderboard. He was sure that Gota Hitori had once again reclaimed her #1 spot. It was only natural. He didn't want to say it, but with Gota Hitori's self-esteem and social anxiety, even a simple conversation could trigger heartthrob points. I hope Hitori can overcome her anxiety soon, just like in the simulation. Shoji Minami murmured. Yes. While gaining points was a nice bonus, he didn't want to see her stay like this forever. Shy, insecure girls were endearing, sure, but he wanted her to truly improve. To embrace her rockstar dreams with confidence. That was something that no amount of heartthrob points could replace. With that final thought, Shoji Minami lay down on his bed. With 1,200 points secured, the conditions for direct simulation were now met. All that was left was choosing his target. Available simulation targets: Gota Hitori, Nishikigi Chisato, Shinjo Akane, Yamato Ryo. Now then, who should he choose? Shoji Minami fell deep into thought. Yuko and Naomi are obviously out. Shoji Minami immediately ruled out Shoji Yuko and Shoji Naomi. After all, they were his older sisters. Even if someone broke his legs, he would never go down that forbidden path. Not to mention he had never simulated them before. So, they were completely out of the question. Which left Gota Hitori, Nishikigi Chisato, and Shinjo Akane. Shoji Minami fell into deep thought. Should he pick Hitori? Or maybe Chisato-san? Or perhaps Shinjo-san? All three of them were valid simulation targets. And to be honest, he had no idea who to choose. From a purely personal perspective, Shoji Minami found it incredibly difficult to choose just one of them. At times like this, he couldn't help but ask himself, why am I so damn broke? If he had 3,600 heartthrob points, he could simply run simulations for all three girls one after another. And then there wouldn't be such a frustrating dilemma. But I still have to pick one. Shoji Minami sighed, his finger idly hovering over the three names. And then, just as he absent-mindedly swiped over the list, something unexpected caught his eye. The name that was always grayed out, the one person he had never been able to simulate, Yamato Ryo. For the first time ever, her name had turned white. Meaning she was now a selectable simulation target. Huh? Shoji Minami blinked in surprise at the change. Before this, the only way to simulate Yamato Ryo was by using the Yamato Ryo if route card. He had assumed that if he ever wanted to simulate her again, he'd have to wait for her to once again fail in her route, earn another if route card as a reward, and then restart her simulation. But now, I can't believe it. I can actually simulate Yamada-san again? Thinking it over, Shoji Minami realized something apparently. The direct simulation function didn't just apply to Gota Hitori, Shinjo Akane, and Chisato Nishikigi. It applied to Yamato Ryo as well. After all, her route also had a direct simulation option. Meaning as long as a target had that option, they could be directly simulated into their world. Which led to one final question: who should I pick? With the sudden inclusion of Yamato Ryo as a choice, Shoji Minami's decision became even harder. He fell into deep thought. Chapter 157, Daily Life after marrying Yamato Ryo. I guess it has to be Yamada-san. Choosing who to simulate was extremely difficult. But after careful consideration, Shoji Minami ultimately decided on Yamato Ryo. The reasons were simple, and there were three of them. First, Yamato Ryo had always been a special case among his simulation targets. Normally, she couldn't be simulated unless he used a special item or direct simulation. Now that he finally had this opportunity, it made sense to prioritize her. Second, Yamato Ryo was the only girl who had been present in multiple simulations yet had never won. She had always been a background character, a bystander in everyone else's routes. Every time she appeared she was constantly left behind. Third, in the previous Yamato Ryo simulation, he had been so focused on her that he failed to notice her father's worsening lung disease. Because of that, her father passed away before he could get medical help. Shoji Minami only scored 89 points, just 1 point short of a happy ending. It was one of the most frustrating outcomes he had ever experienced. And since Yamato Ryo's simulation opportunities were so rare, the only thing he could do at the time was warn her in reality, so that her real father could get checked in time. Because of that unfinished business and because of how unfair her situation had been, Shoji Minami ultimately chose her for direct simulation. Sure, it might not have been the most fair choice to the top 2 girls on the heartthrob rankings. But sorry, you too. With that thought, Shoji Minami opened the simulator menu. Let's do this. Spend 1,200 heartthrob points for direct simulation? Yes or no, Simulator-chan, you better make this worth my 1,200 points. Shoji Minami chuckled to himself. For some reason, he had always referred to the simulator as Miss Simulator. It wasn't because he assumed its gender, he just thought it sounded better. After all, calling it Big Bro Simulator would be way too weird. He was a perfectly straight guy with zero interest in that kind of thing. So that name was absolutely out of the question. Without any hesitation, Shoji Minami selected yes. Remaining heartthrob points, 50, remaining direct simulation attempts, 0, detected slight changes in the target's future. Would you like to load a new simulation? Yes or no, a new simulation? Shoji Minami's eyebrows lifted. His mind worked quickly, and he immediately realized this must have been caused by his real-life interference. Unlike in the previous simulation, where Yamato Ryo's father had passed away in reality, Shoji Minami had already warned her to get him checked. So the simulation changed because of that? Shoji Minami felt a spark of excitement. If that was the case, could he finally see the 90-point happy ending? Without any hesitation, he selected yes. The screen flashed, and a new prompt appeared. Select the starting time for direct simulation, a time setting. Shoji Minami paused for a moment. Then he made his choice. Starting time, 1 day in the second year of high school for Shoji Yuna. Shoji Minami hadn't forgotten that was the daughter he had with Ryo in the simulation. Since he had to choose a time anyway, why not jump straight to the married life phase? After confirming his selection, Shoji Minami closed his eyes. Direct simulation starting, married life with Yamato Ryo. A gentle breeze brushed through the garden, creating a peaceful, lazy atmosphere. The sky was clear, and the golden sunlight spilled down, illuminating the young girl sitting beneath it. She was quietly polishing her bass guitar, a girl with deep blue short hair and amber eyes. Dressed in a dark blue mid-length skirt and black thigh-high socks, her elegant, icy expression made her look like a silent predator. Her amber gaze fixated on one person. A handsome young man, dressed in a light spring sweater, sitting on a bench while reading a book. His black hair glowed slightly in the sunlight, his long fingers flipping through pages at an absurd speed. Shoji Yuna's polishing motions grew faster. Finally, she set the bass aside, and quietly approached him from behind. Her voice, magnetic like her mother's, softly whispered, "Papa. It's too bright." The man responded lazily. "It's bad for your eyes." Shoji Yuna lowered her gaze slightly, amber eyes shimmering with a dangerous glint. She leaned closer. "Let's go to our room instead. Yuna, if you don't want your mother to scold you, stop acting like her." Setting his book down, the man turned slightly, smiling as he spoke. Shoji Yuna's expression stiffened for a moment. Then, she quietly backed away. She figured she must have failed at mimicking her mother well enough, which was why her father had seen through her disguise so easily. Next time, I'll do better. Yuna made a silent promise to herself. It's useless, no matter how hard you try. A calm, elegant voice came from behind her. Yuna instinctively turned around only to see her mother, Shoji Ryo, who had just finished hanging up the laundry. Somehow, without her noticing, her mother had already returned, resting her chin on her hand, watching her with an amused gaze. And the moment Yuna met her eyes, Ryo's cold expression softened slightly. Then, right in front of her daughter, she walked around to stand behind Shoji Minami and wrapped her arms around him. Then, with her usual lazy, elegant tone, "Papa belongs to me." It was the same smug attitude a child would have bragging about a rare toy to their friends. Yuna didn't say a word. She just gritted her teeth, glaring at her mother for a brief second. Then, without hesitation, she reached into her instrument bag, pulled out her bass sheet music, and bolted out of the house in defeat. Ryo, watching her daughter flee, let a small, satisfied smirk creep onto her usually expressionless face. Then, lowering her head slightly, she looked down at her husband, who was resting his head comfortably against her chest. As her fingers gently massaged his scalp, she let out a low, husky voice. Minami, you really need to do something about your daughter. What's wrong? Minami, still leaning against her, kept his eyes closed, enjoying her massage with a content smile. The soft warmth of her hands. The gentle tone of her voice. The familiar scent that lingered on her. All of this was very novel to Minami, who was experiencing the simulation himself. It was as if even just last night, they had still been wrapped around each other, unwilling to separate even for a moment. The touch. The voice. Even the subtle fragrance on Ryo's skin, all of it was exactly as it should be. Yeah. This is way better than those dry, lifeless memories from the normal simulations. Minami let out a content sigh, fully indulging in the warmth of their moment. Shoji Minami sighed in satisfaction, savoring the moment. You're seriously asking what's wrong? Hearing the casual tone in his voice, Ryo's massage pressure subtly increased just enough to make him feel a slight warning. Do you think it's normal for your daughter to pretend to be your wife? Her eyebrows furrowed, and for the first time her usually emotionless face showed visible frustration. And yet somehow, even her furrowed brows looked cute. Watching her expression, Shoji Minami instinctively reached out, pressing her head down slightly. And captured her soft, cherry pink lips in a deep kiss. Shoji Ryo was kissed so deeply that she could barely breathe. Her usually indifferent face was now dyed in a soft, rosy red like the warm glow of a winter sunrise. She sneaked a glance around them, checking to make sure no one else was nearby. Only then did she relax, placing her hands back onto Minami's shoulders, her voice soft, husky, and teasing. Aren't you afraid someone might see? It's not like we went any further than that. Leaning back against a bench, Shoji Minami reached out, his fingers brushing toward Ryo's sharp, elegant jawline. Ryo immediately understood what he was trying to do. Daddy, you're not a kid anymore. She let out a small, playful complaint, shaking her head slightly. But in the end she still lowered herself, pressing her warm cheek into his palm. Shoji Minami chuckled, watching as her flushed face became even redder. I'm not joking, Minami. Hearing him laugh, Ryo still insisted. You really need to do something about your daughter. Minami didn't seem too bothered. To him, it was completely normal. It's normal for girls to love their fathers. Minami didn't think much of it. A lot of little girls go through that phase. Loving their fathers. Saying they want to marry them when they grow up. It was a perfectly normal thing. He didn't see it as a problem at all. At most his daughter's feelings for him were just a little stronger than usual. A high school sophomore writing an essay about wanting to marry her father when she grows up. Does that sound normal to you? Shoji Ryo shot her husband a long, deep look. Her eyes filled with tender affection and undeniable exasperation. Minami, you really need to sit her down and talk to her properly. Resting her head against his shoulder, her voice carried a serious weight. Yuna was getting out of control. If she was already pretending to be her mother, who knew what else she'd try in the future? Ryo had no idea where this reckless personality even came from. Shoji Minami simply smiled, reaching out to smooth down her slightly messy, deep blue hair. Still the same Ryo. Even when it came to their own daughter, she could still get so worked up. Glancing at the direct simulation timer, Shoji Minami calculated with 1,200 heart points, that translated to 12 full hours of simulated time. There was still plenty of time left. So, he wasn't too worried. Talking to Yuna could wait. For now he just held Ryo close, chatting, teasing, and soaking in the moment. As the sun slowly began to set, Shoji Minami finally got up, stretching his arms. I'm going to check on Yuna. Ryo simply nodded, watching as he walked away. Chapter 158, Like Father, Like Daughter. To support his wife and daughter's passion for the bass, Shoji Minami had built a practice studio in their backyard. Of course, due to space and soundproofing limitations, the studio was small and simple. Pushing open the door, the first thing that met his eyes were various band posters covering the walls. All personally chosen by Shoji Ryo and Shoji Yuna. And among them ticket stubs from countless performances. Souvenirs from the many live shows that Ryo and Kasoka Band had played over the years. According to his memories, at this point in time Kasoka Band was already one of Japan's most famous indie bands. And with his guidance, they had even secured deals with several major record labels. If things continued at this pace, Kasoka Band would likely perform at Tokyo Dome in the near future. And Shoji Yuna was currently working tirelessly to follow in her mother's footsteps. Of course, she had Ryo's personal coaching. And Kasoka Band's members would drop by occasionally to check on her progress. As a result, her improvement was astonishingly fast. She's probably still practicing now. With that thought, Shoji Minami walked deeper into the house. But before he even reached the practice room, He suddenly stopped in his tracks. Because just outside the break room, he could hear voices. The break room wasn't soundproofed, unlike the studio itself. So standing by the door, Minami could easily hear his daughter's voice. Her tone was calm, smooth and magnetic as always. He rubbed his chin. She's probably talking to her bandmates. After all, rock music wasn't a solo act. So naturally, Yuna had to form a band. And renting practice space outside was too expensive. So they often borrowed the family studio. I wonder what they're talking about? Curious, Shoji Minami leaned in slightly to listen. After all, she was his daughter. With his superior genes, she was probably discussing something productive. Maybe music theory. Maybe bass techniques. Or maybe even some deep discussion on how to balance school and practice. Pleased with his thought, Minami listened closely. Then Akiko, it's time for this month's friendship fee. Don't you think? The flat, emotionless tone of a debt collector. Huh. But I just gave you money last week. A hesitant, weak voice responded. Actually, I lost my wallet recently, and things are a bit tight. Please, Akiko, just lend me some for now. Huh. But. The girl sounded conflicted. I'm begging you, Akiko. The sound of hands clasping together pleading. Well. How much do you need? 10,000. No, 30,000. No, that's too annoying to count. Akiko, can I just see your wallet? Huh. Seriously. Akiko, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't even be able to survive right now. I've been living off wild grass lately. I've reached my limit. The same calm, unshaken tone. That bad? Here. This is my wallet, Yuna-san. A small zipper unzipped. The sound of paper bills being flipped through. Exactly 50,000 yen. Thanks, Akiko. You really are my dearest friend. And no, it's okay. As long as I can help Yuna-san, I'm happy. The voice sounded flustered, yet pleased. I'll pay you back next month. The sound of a wallet being returned. Minami. Slowly, he pressed a hand to his forehead. And let out a long, tired sigh. After listening to that entire conversation, Shoji Minami could confirm one thing. Shoji Yuna was, without a doubt, his biological daughter. Because that dialogue sounded way too familiar. After silently eavesdropping for a little while longer, he finally decided it was time to make his entrance. Pretending as if he had just arrived, Minami lightly knocked on the door. Come in. Hearing the response, he opened the door. Sitting on the lounge chair inside the room, a short-haired girl cradled a bass guitar in her arms. Her deep blue bob hung loosely around her face, and her slender, pale fingers rested gently on the glossy bass strings. Her cold, indifferent expression remained unchanged until she lifted her head and noticed who had entered the room. For a brief moment her calm facade cracked, revealing genuine surprise. Daddy. Yuna stood up immediately, politely nodding and greeting. In this household she could completely ignore her free-spirited mother. But when it came to her father, that was a different story. Compared to her too carefree mother, she had grown up under Shoji Minami's guidance. A man with endless knowledge, vast experience, and unparalleled intelligence. To her he was someone worthy of admiration. Next to her, the long-haired girl she had been talking to nervously stood up as well. As Shoji-san. Her voice was timid, trembling slightly. It's an honor to meet you. My name is Makino Akiko. Hello, Akiko. Shoji Minami smiled politely, but his attention quickly shifted elsewhere. Without acknowledging the daughter who had just been brazenly extorting money, he turned to the black-haired girl before him. Even without asking, he already knew who she was. Makino Akiko. One of Yuna's bandmates. But more importantly, she had a personality that was a little too familiar. In fact, it reminded him way too much of Gota Hitori. Timid, yet obedient. Makino Akiko was a little shy. Not as bad as Goto Hitori at the very least. She could visit a friend's house without having a nervous breakdown. Still, she had the same kind of anxious energy. The same tendency to go along with things. Shoji Minami smiled kindly at her. Seeing the handsome, elegant man smiling at her, Makino Akiko's heartbeat suddenly sped up. Her face turned bright red, and she immediately lowered her head, avoiding eye contact. She had heard Shoji Yuna praise her father countless times. But up until now, she had only ever met her famous bassist mother. She had always been curious about the man who raised someone like Yuna. And now that she had seen him in person, she finally understood. No wonder Yuna is so good-looking. With a father like this. It was no surprise that Yuna received so many love letters every year. Feeling embarrassed, Makino Akiko hid her flushed face beneath her long black bangs. Watching the awkward interaction, Shoji Yuna took a step forward and asked, Daddy, was there something you needed? Nothing important. Just wanted to check on my daughter. Shaoji Minami blinked innocently. Am I interrupting something? And no, not at all. Shaoji-san. Before Yuna could even respond, Makino Akiko suddenly panicked. I was just about to leave. Really? I don't want to intrude. She quickly grabbed her guitar case, looking like she was about to bolt. No need to rush, Akiko. Shaoji Minami smiled gently, trying to persuade her to stay. You can join us for dinner. But no matter how many times he insisted, Makino Akiko refused. As if she had urgent business elsewhere, she quickly excused herself and left the house. Watching her disappear, Shaoji Minami sighed lightly. Without hesitation, Shaoji Minami pulled out a chair and sat down. Then turning to Yuna, he spoke in a calm, casual tone. Yuna, tea. Yes, father. The same girl who had just boldly extorted money moments ago now lowered her head obediently, acting as docile as a rabbit. Her usual cold, indifferent expression had been replaced with a hint of nervousness. In mere moments, she had neatly prepared the tea, and placed it in front of him. Then she quietly sat down across from him, back perfectly straight. Interrogation begins. As Shaoji Minami sipped his tea, he felt satisfied. Even now, as an old man, I can still intimidate my daughter. But once he had finished drinking, he raised his gaze looking straight at her. And in a calm tone, he finally asked, what were you and Akiko talking about just now? His tone was light. But Yuna immediately panicked. Her body stiffened. Her eyes flickered with unease. Did he hear everything? She couldn't tell. His expression gave nothing away. But eventually she realized that there was no escape. And so she confessed. I was asking Akiko to lend me money. Her voice was small. Like a prisoner awaiting execution. Shaoji Minami repeated her words. You asked Akiko to lend you money? Why, yes. I don't know why. But whenever I ask my bandmates for money, they always lend it to me. Shaoji Minami set his teacup down. My daughter really takes after me. For a moment he actually felt proud. Then shame. No, wait, this is bad. How can she just casually ask friends for money? This had to be corrected immediately. Otherwise she was going to end up like someone who lived off other people. And so Minami leaned forward and asked, are your monthly allowances too low? Yuna froze. Actually, father, I have a reason for this. And with that she took a deep breath and began to explain. Yuna Shaoji could tell that her father wasn't going to drop the issue easily. She hesitated for a while before finally deciding to come clean. It turned out that although Akiko Makino had a personality similar to Hitori Gota, she wasn't as lucky as Bachi, who had found a group of friends who truly cared about her. In reality, Akiko had always been bullied at school by a group of girls her age. These girls regularly extorted her, forcing her to hand over money. And as Akiko's friend, Yuna absolutely despised this kind of behavior. So, she decided to step in. Before those bullies could take Akiko's money, Yuna took it first and personally told them that if they wanted it back, they would have to go through her. Once Akiko was no longer a target, she would return the money to her. Everything from the so-called friendship fees to the loans was actually a cover. It was all just Yuna's way of protecting Akiko. After all, Yuna said matter-of-factly, if I didn't take it first, those girls would have stolen it from her anyway. Minami. So that's how it was. Shaoji Minami glanced at his daughter. He hadn't expected her to have such a kind and protective nature. He supposed she must have inherited that from him. Not bad. Not bad at all. Feeling satisfied, Minami nodded and said, if that's the case, then I won't question it any further. But Yuna, if you ever run into any trouble, you can always talk to me or your mother, okay? I understand. Thank you, father. For the first time, Yuna's usually unreadable expression showed a subtle hint of relief. Just as she completely let her guard down, and reached for a cup of tea to relax since Akiko's situation is settled. Then what about what you said earlier? I don't know why, but whenever I ask for money, my bandmates always lend it to me? Minami smiled knowingly, as he gazed at his daughter. From the way you said that, it sounds like you've been borrowing money from your other bandmates, too? Yuna Shaoji. Akiko's matter could be put aside for now. But the band had more members than just Akiko. Yuna swallowed nervously. Slowly, she placed her teacup back on the table. Father. Yes. Mother told me that if I ever ran out of money, I should just borrow from the people I trust most. Shaoji Minami. Hearing his high school daughter say this, his mind immediately flashed back to Ryo Shaoji telling him earlier that day, you really need to educate our daughter properly. Minami pinched the bridge of his nose. Ryo. Sometimes, before you try to teach a child, maybe you should educate yourself first. Chapter 159, Yamada-san's turn. Minami stepped out of the practice room, feeling completely refreshed. Even though, under Ryo Shaoji's influence, Yuna Shaoji had started showing early signs of becoming a shameless woman who borrowed money left and right from her bandmates. Thanks to his guidance today, she would hopefully learn her lesson. Thinking back to how his obedient daughter had nodded along to his every word, Minami felt quite satisfied. Of course, I'm amazing. He felt a bit pleased with himself. But after walking a few steps, he suddenly paused. Wait. Minami stroked his chin thoughtfully. Wasn't my goal to teach my daughter not to have a father complex? Damn. He blinked. He had just given Yuna a long lecture about money management and personal values. If he turned around now to lecture her again, it would completely ruin the impact. In the worst-case scenario, she might start thinking of him as some nagging old man. Forget it. Minami stood in place for a moment, before finally deciding to move on. Honestly, he didn't really care that much about Ryo Shaoji's words that he should educate his daughter properly. After all, for young girls whose emotional maturity hadn't fully developed, it was actually pretty normal to have a father complex. Besides, liking a high-quality man like him wasn't exactly a bad thing. At least this way, his daughter wouldn't lower her standards and end up getting bullied by some loser guy. Thinking this, his desire to correct her quickly faded. He might as well head home. The Shaoji household was designed just like a proper mansion should be. A grand spiral staircase led to the upper floors. Some areas even had open-concept loft designs, giving the entire space a spacious, layered look. At that moment, Ryo Shaoji was sitting on the sofa, flipping through a music magazine. The pages featured various bands, news about who had recently debuted and gained popularity, and recommended new songs. Seeing Minami approach, Ryo Shaoji closed the magazine and lazily stretched out her pale, delicate foot, tapping it lightly against his knee. Then, lifting her cold, emotionless face, she asked, "How did it go?" "I gave her a good talking to." Minami casually grabbed Ryo Shaoji's calf, placing it onto his lap, and began gently massaging her foot. Maybe because she had been pampered since childhood, time had left no trace on Ryo Shaoji's face or figure. She still looked just like she did in high school. A charming, androgynous beauty. Her sharp, amber eyes held a calm, lazy glint. Her deep blue bob was casually gathered behind her ears, and the small beauty mark at the corner of her eye only added to her allure. As Minami looked at her delicate collarbones, he suddenly felt intrigued. Leaning forward, he lightly bit her paler lobe, before whispering, "Ryo, don't I deserve a little reward?" NNH. Feeling the ticklish sensation, Ryo Shaoji lifted her head slightly. Reward. For the first time, a faint blush spread across her pale face like autumn leaves turning red under the sunset. She seemed to realize what was about to happen. She stood up, attempting to escape. But before she could, Minami wrapped his arms around her, holding her in place. Like a prey caught in a trap. His grip wasn't even that strong, yet she still couldn't break free. Her emotionless face now carried a hint of panic. In the calmest voice she could manage, she said, "The child is still here. Yuna said she'd be writing a new song in the practice room." Minami whispered into her ear. "We can call her for dinner later." His breath brushed against her sensitive ear. The red tint on her ears deepened. Holding her soft, mature body, Minami said, "Spend the afternoon with me, Ryo." Okay. Perhaps she had accepted what was about to happen. Her usually sharp, cold gaze became soft and misty. She tenderly grasped his hand. Outside the Shaoji family's garden, the weather was perfect. Sunlight filtered through the tree leaves, casting dappled shadows into the room. The only sound that broke the silence was the occasional hollow clack of the bamboo shishi odashi. Evening at the Shaoji household. After leaving the master bedroom, Minami headed to the practice room, to tell Yuna, "Your mother and I aren't feeling well, so we'll eat out tonight." As usual, Yuna agreed immediately. She grabbed her unfinished music sheets and followed her parents to a restaurant. As they walked, Yuna noticed something odd. Her mother, who never showed emotion, had a faint blush on her cold, expressionless face. She found it strange. But in the end, she chose not to ask. Instead, she chatted and laughed with her parents. Inside the restaurant, Minami held his wife's hand, and gently conversed with his now grown daughter. Every now and then, he would glance at his wife. She would avert her gaze, looking a little embarrassed. Minami smiled. Time flowed quietly. The sunset turned into a deep night sky. After returning home, and spending even more time with his wife, Minami finally closed his eyes and fell asleep. Direct simulation complete. A soft notification tone echoed in Minami Shaoji's ears as he opened his eyes. 1,200 simulation points for just 12 hours. Simulator-chan, aren't you being a little stingy? The first thing he did upon waking up was poke at the simulator's soft blue interface with his finger. Of course, the simulator wasn't going to just send him back because of that. But overall, I guess I'm pretty satisfied. Stretching lazily, Minami Shaoji felt refreshed. Yes. He felt completely satisfied. He had seen what his married life with Ryo Yamada would be like. He had seen what their daughter would grow up to become. And, most importantly, he had spent a lot of time bonding with Ryo. He had to admit everything about direct simulation felt ridiculously real. His daughter's expressions. The warmth of Ryo's skin. For a moment, he actually felt like he had lived that life. Like reality and simulation had blurred together. And that was only 12 hours. If it were 24, I might actually forget which life is real. Minami shook his head. The simulator probably limited the time on purpose to prevent exactly that from happening. Still. For someone as free-spirited and lazy as Ryo, she had been surprisingly cooperative behind closed doors. Guess you really can't judge a book by its cover. Minami clicked his tongue in amusement. The cooler someone looked on the outside, the hotter they burned on the inside. With that satisfied thought, he sat up in bed and turned his eyes to the simulator screen. Aside from reminiscing about the simulation, there was something else he needed to check. Simulation data has changed due to alterations in the target's future, adjusting evaluation. Please confirm. Minami raised an eyebrow and tapped the confirmation button. The screen refreshed before his eyes. Final score, 94 points. Outcome, happy ending achieved. System review, love without end, passion without regret. Your meeting was an accident, yet fate brought forth an encounter neither of you could have imagined. In the past, she lived with regret, mourning her father's passing. Your love ended in sorrow, but in this world, what if route truly exists? This time, you fell for each other once more, and before tragedy could strike, you rewrote her fate. No amount of time could dull her feelings for you, so it really did change, huh? Minami muttered, raising an eyebrow. Yes. Before the simulation even started, the system had already warned him this would be a slightly altered timeline. And just from reading the final review, he could already tell what changed. Ryo's father never passed away. And the lingering regret that had always been there between him and Ryo was now gone. I really saved her this time, huh? Minami let out a satisfied breath. Ever since that 89-point regretful ending, he had always felt bothered by the fact that he had only been 1 point away from a happy ending. But now, that thorn in his heart was finally gone. This time, his direct simulation had given him a perfect result. Minami felt quite satisfied. And 94 points, huh? Staring at the system score, he was genuinely surprised. 94. That was even higher than the 93 points he got when simulating Chisato Nishikigi and Takina Inoue. Isn't that a little too much, Miss Ryo? Resting his face on his hand, Minami couldn't help but reflect. After all, he had only simulated Ryo Yamada twice. Once, using a character card. And this time, through direct simulation. And yet, he had already reached 94 points? That progress was honestly kind of scary. 94, huh? So does this mean Yamada-san now has memories of her happy ending too, just like Bocchi? Closing the simulation page, Minami pondered. From what he could tell so far, direct simulation wasn't all that different from a regular one. But since the last simulation results had already changed, that meant direct simulations had a higher priority level than normal ones. So, if Ryo Yamada now remembered her happy ending, that was only natural. Well, either way, that has nothing to do with me right now. Stretching lazily, Minami let out a yawn. Yes. No matter what, memories from a simulation were just that, simulated memories. They had nothing to do with his current life. Besides, it wasn't like anything unexpected was going to happen this late at night anyway. Reaching for his phone, he turned on the screen to check the time. It was just past 9 p.m. It's still a little early, but with everything going on these past few days, Minami let out another yawn. Between simulations, the school festival preparations, and everything in between, he had been running around non-stop. And with even more festival chaos coming up, it wouldn't hurt to sleep early and recharge. At least that way, he'd have more energy tomorrow. With that in mind, he lay back down, closed his eyes, and ding-dong, the sudden sound of a doorbell cut through the silence, snapping his eyes wide open. Minami frowned slightly. It was already past 9. Who the hell was ringing his doorbell at this hour? His first guess was his landlord. But he had already paid his rent in full this month. There was no reason for them to come knocking. Then, who could it be? Scratching his head, a rather absurd thought popped into his mind. It couldn't be Ryo, could it? Maybe it was because the direct simulation was still fresh in his mind, but he somehow thought of her first. Of course, just thinking about it made him realize how ridiculous it was. That was Ryo Yamada he was talking about. The queen of laziness, who hated troublesome things more than anything else. There was no way she'd show up at his apartment this late at night. Ding dong. The doorbell rang again. If he didn't open it soon, It might bother the neighbors. Sighing, Minami got up, turned on the lights, and walked toward the door. Grabbing the handle, he pulled it open with a smile. "Who is it?" "Me." The simple response made Minami's fingers pause midair. Blinking in surprise, his eyes focused on the figure standing outside. He stared once and then stared again just to make sure he wasn't imagining things. A pair of amber eyes met his. The soft glow of the porch light reflected off her silver ear piercings, peeking out from beneath her short blue hair. Her cool, elegant face, the kind that made anyone stop and take a second look. And of course that signature beauty mark beneath the corner of her eye. "Ryo." Minami blurted out in shock. Yes. Standing right in front of him was Ryo Yamada. Ryo Yamada had just shown up at his door. And in that moment, Minami realized something. His earlier assumptions had been completely wrong. Sure, Ryo Yamada hated trouble. Sure, she was lazy and didn't like unnecessary effort. But she was also Ryo Yamada. And in addition to being lazy, she was also spoiled rotten by her parents, with a personality that was recklessly free-spirited and self-indulgent. A normal girl wouldn't just show up at a guy's apartment this late at night. Among all the girls he knew, only Chisato Nishikigi might have the guts to pull something like this. And aside from Chisato, there was only one other person who would. The girl standing in front of him right now. "Ryo. What are you doing here?" Minami asked, eyeing the girl in her black knitted sweater. "What's wrong?" Ryo Yamada blinked her cool, amber eyes at him. "I missed you. So I came." Yes. She had missed him. So, she came. What was so wrong about that? Chapter 160, The Minami Shaoji. She cares about Minami Shaoji's rented apartment was tiny. So small, in fact, that Ryo Yamada, her legs wrapped in black stockings, tried to stretch them out, only to frown in discomfort. "Minami, it's too cramped." "Yeah, well, who told you to suddenly show up in the middle of the night?" Minami found her behavior far weirder. Sneaking over to a guy's apartment this late at night? Forget a girl. If Ryo Yamada were a guy, people would still think it was beyond weird. But Yamada-san was, as always, completely free-spirited. No, actually she was too free-spirited for her own good. With a sigh, Shaoji poured her a glass of water. "I want coffee from Pronto." "No. I don't have money." "I'll give you the money. Just go get it for me, Minami." Ryo Yamada took out her wallet. "TCH. Do you have any idea how far the nearest cafe is?" "It's at least a kilometer away." "This isn't just about money anymore, okay?" Minami flicked her forehead, unable to comprehend her train of thought. "You can do it, Minami. Don't underestimate yourself. This has nothing to do with my self-esteem. You seriously want me to step out into the freezing autumn air, walk a kilometer to a coffee shop that might not even be open, and bring you back a single cup of coffee?" Minami Shaoji was not going to spoil her like her parents did. "You get tap water. That's it." Speaking of Yamada-san, she was absolutely spoiled rotten by her parents. From his simulation memories, Minami clearly recalled even if she caught a simple cold, her parents would go all out, bringing in renowned doctors, cutting-edge medical equipment, running a full-body checkup. That probably explained why she grew up so wild and carefree. But after hearing what Minami said, Ryo Yamada stood up without hesitation. "Then I'll just go by myself." As she spoke, she slipped on her loafers. Then, tilting her head slightly, she casually asked, "Do you want anything, Minami? I'll bring something back for you." Shaoji stared at her in utter disbelief. "Miss Yamada, do you think this world is free of danger or something? Going out once this late at night was bad enough. But now you want to go out a second time?" Watching as Ryo Yamada got ready to leave, Minami sighed, grabbed his coat, and prepared to head out with her. "What are you doing, Minami?" "Going with you, obviously." Minami Shaoji firmly smacked Ryo Yamada on the head. Honestly, sometimes, he just had no way of dealing with this woman. Leaving the rented apartment, the two of them headed toward the nearest cafe. The distance wasn't that far. In just about 10 minutes, Minami led Ryo Yamada to the closest coffee shop. "Except closed, huh?" Gazing at the closed sign on the door, Minami sighed. "Well, can't really help it. It's already past 9. Sure, Tokyo had 24-hour cafes, but those were in places like Ginza or Shinjuku, not a quiet residential district like Meguro. Cafes in areas like this operated more like Riko, closing around 7 or 8 p.m. and relying mostly on regular customers to stay afloat. There's a self-service coffee station up ahead. It's not as fancy as freshly brewed coffee, but wanna check it out?" Since they were already outside, might as well walk a little further. Ryo Yamada nodded and without any hesitation slipped her hand into the large pocket of Minami's coat. "Ryo." Shaoji turned his head slightly. "It's cold." Ryo breathed into her hands for warmth. Minami didn't say anything, just let her keep her hand in his pocket. Ryo noticed something. As they walked forward, Minami's pace seemed to slow slightly as if he was matching her steps. Ryo Yamada blinked but said nothing. She just kept walking beside him. She was actually enjoying this moment. Tokyo's 24-hour coffee stations, unlike traditional cafes, these places worked like vending machines. Customers chose their cup size, inserted money, and received a paper cup. Then, by placing the cup on a scanner, coffee would automatically pour from the machine. To a coffee purist like Ryo Yamada, who was only used to handcrafted brews, this was completely new and fascinating. Self-service coffee was essentially a budget option, priced around 500 to 600 yen for a medium-sized cup, a far cry from the tiny, delicate hand-dripped cups at fancy cafes. Ryo even asked Minami a bunch of questions about the coffee machine. By the time they were done, Minami glanced at his watch. It was already past 10 p.m. They had wasted quite a bit of time. Leaning against a glass window of the coffee station, Minami took a sip of his coffee and finally asked, "So, why'd you suddenly show up at my place this late?" Ryo Yamada didn't answer right away. Sitting on the edge of the steps, she cupped her coffee with both hands, taking small sips, watching the steam swirl upward. Under the dim glow of the cafe lights, her pale, delicate side profile almost seemed translucent, like a goddess in the night. After a moment, she finally said, "I had a dream." "A dream?" Ryo Yamada hummed softly, breathing into her cup. "I dreamt about you. Then suddenly, I really wanted to see you." Shaoji was speechless. This reason was way too Ryo. "That's not a reason. That's just you being reckless." "Really? Just because she had a dream about him? She decided to go out in the middle of the night to see him? This girl was way too free-spirited. Do you even know what time it is right now?" Minami sighed. 10:23 p.m. "I wasn't asking for the exact time, Ryo." Minami rubbed his forehead. Sometimes, Yamada genuinely didn't understand basic conversations. "My point is, it's so late. Won't your parents be worried? I didn't tell them I left. Aren't I smart? Praise me, Minami." As she said this, her expressionless face showed a hint of smugness, even puffing out her chest slightly. Shaoji stared at her in pure disbelief. "Praise you? You want me to praise you? I want to squish her face into the ground. Going out this late at night without even telling her parents? Call them. Right now." Minami ordered firmly. No way in hell he was letting this slide. Shinjo-kun was a special case. But Ryo Yamada? Her parents doted on her like crazy. If they woke up in the middle of the night and saw she was gone with how overprotective they were, they'd probably call the police immediately. Minami wasn't about to get arrested for kidnapping a high school girl. "Actually, I was thinking of staying over. Wanna pick out pajamas with me later, Minami?" Shaoji stared at her in silence. At this point, they were having two completely different conversations. But Shaoji wasn't backing down. Tossing his empty coffee cup into the trash, he turned to Ryo and said, "Call your parents. Now. Otherwise, I'm walking you home myself." "Oh? So that means you'll be staying over at my house? We have 2 guest rooms, you know." Ryo Yamada tilted her head, her amber eyes twinkling mischievously. Minami was at a loss for words. He honestly didn't expect her to take it that way. With a sigh, Minami ignored her and started walking home. Ryo Yamada quickly finished her coffee and followed after him. This time, she naturally slipped her hand back into his coat pocket. Minami didn't say anything. The two of them walked back toward the apartment. Since they had coffee on the way back and wasted some time, by the time they got home, it was already around 10:41 p.m. At Minami Shaoji's insistence, Ryo Yamada, who had already bought pajamas from a convenience store along the way, was now dialing her parents under his watchful gaze. Seeing her make the call, Minami nodded in approval. With this, he could finally wash his hands of this mess and send Yamada-san home. Seriously? A girl staying over at his place for no reason? No matter how you looked at it, that was a bad idea. Even if her parents spoiled her rotten, there was no way they'd be okay with this, right? Minami and Ryo waited for about 30 seconds before the call connected. Then came the conversation between her and her father on the other end. "Hey, Dad. I just remembered something, so I'm staying over at a friend's place tonight. I won't be a bother." "Alright, that's it then. Beep. Beep. Beep." Call ended. "All done, Minami." Ryo Yamada turned to face him, her amber eyes blank and emotionless, as if nothing had happened. "Huh?" Minami Shaoji just stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Wait. That was it? Watching her make that call the entire time, Minami couldn't believe what just happened. No, seriously. Ms. Yamada. You being reckless is one thing. But your parents too? Minami Shaoji couldn't believe what he just witnessed. Just to be absolutely sure, he double-checked the number on Yamada's phone confirmed. It really was her parents. He took a sip of water, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself down. Now he understood. Ryo Yamada's absolute lack of concern for anything wasn't just her personality. It was nurtured. Her parents were way too laid back. They just agreed. Like it was nothing. They really just let her stay over? No hesitation? No concern? Minami stared at Ryo, stretching out her legs wrapped in black stockings. He was seriously debating whether to kick her out. But before he could say anything, Yamada spoke first. It's already past the last train, Minami. She wasn't wrong. Tokyo's last train stopped running around 11 p.m. It was already 10:48. Even if she ran to the station right now, she wasn't making it in time. Minami had a sinking suspicion. Did she plan this? Dragging things out with coffee. Taking her sweet time picking out pajamas. It was all too convenient. There's still taxis. Minami wasn't giving up that easily. I didn't bring enough money with me, Minami. Minami sighed. Yeah. At this point, there was only one option left. She had to stay over. It wasn't like he could throw her out into the night. Exhaling sharply, Minami stood up. Where are you going, Minami? Getting you a futon. We could just sleep together, right? Do you even hear yourself, Yamada? I was joking. Her face remained completely expressionless. Minami shot her a look but didn't bother responding. Instead, he pulled out an extra futon from the closet. It was the same one Shinjo-kun had used last time. Minami only owned 2 futons, one he aired out when the weather was nice, and one that stayed on the bed. Lately, though. Whatever. He decided not to overthink. Right now, all he wanted was to get Yamada settled and go to sleep. Following his instructions, Ryo washed up in the bathroom since she'd had coffee earlier, then sat down, hugging her knees, watching Minami's back. He was carefully smoothing out the futon, straightening each fold. Whenever he did something, he did it with his full attention. It was oddly mesmerizing. When he was frustrated, the way his brows furrowed looked good. When he was relieved, the way his face relaxed looked good too. Ryo tilted her head slightly. She thought about the dream she had earlier. It had felt so real. In it, she had married Minami, had children, and fully achieved her dream. Everything was perfect, happy, complete. And at that moment she suddenly had to see him. She wanted to check. Was the Minami Shaoji in her dream the same as the one in reality? That was why she left home. That was why she came here. And now, watching Minami attentively smooth out the futon, Ryo finally confirmed it. Yes, this was him. The Minami in her dream. The Minami who had always been by her side. But a dream was just a dream. Leaning on her palm, Ryo's expression remained neutral, but a faint smile tugged at the corners of her lips. She wasn't interested in the dream version of Minami Shaoji. What she wanted was this Minami Shaoji. The one right in front of her. That was all. Chapter 161, The Turmoil in Their Hearts. All right. That's enough for today. Minami Shaoji's calm voice echoed through the rehearsal space. Hearing that, Rika Takarada finally let out a breath of relief. The monster of the human heart had been in rehearsals for over a week now. And throughout that week she had been diligently studying her script. Though, strictly speaking, she didn't actually have many scenes that required interacting with other actors. After all, in The Monster of the Human Heart, she was the only one playing a human role. The other lead, Shuutsumi, was in charge of playing the monster Thanasis. And monsters? They didn't need much dialogue. All Kan really had to do was growl on cue, sync up with the pre-recorded sound effects, and wreck the carefully prepared miniature sets. Compared to memorizing lines, portraying a monster's movements was far more important. So for the most part, Rika's performance consisted of her narrating her own thoughts, or interacting with Minami's voiceovers and background narration. At this point, though both rehearsals and run-throughs had been completed twice already, everything was fully prepared. There was no reason for her to feel nervous anymore. At least, that's what Rika told herself. So then, if the monster of the human heart was already taken care of, that meant she only had one more thing left to deal with. As she pretended to lower her head to put her script into her bag, she secretly glanced out of the corner of her eye at the young man marking up his script with a red pen. Messy black hair. Clear, composed eyes. Lips pale but defined. His voice was steady and articulate as he exchanged thoughts with Shuutsumi like there was no problem in the world he couldn't solve. Minami Shaoji. Rika mouthed his name in her head. Her deep blue eyes lingered on him for a moment. And as she did, a certain memory surfaced in her mind. A conversation from not too long ago at her family's second-hand shop and breakfast cafe. It was a very rare sight. Shinjo-kun, a girl who was always flawless, who never faltered, had actually bowed her head in front of her. Please, Rika. I'm begging you. No matter what it takes, help me get together with Minami. Rika nearly dropped her coffee. Her fingers, wrapped around the cup, visibly trembled. This shocking revelation was completely unbelievable. You like Minami? Her voice was full of disbelief. Because never in her wildest dreams had she imagined that Shinjo Akon, the ever-perfect, effortlessly charming Akon, would ask her for help. Help? To get a guy? Wait, no, saying get a guy sounded way too aggressive. The word Rika had in mind was pursue. But even then Akon's response was far more blunt than she expected. Yeah. I like Minami. And I need your help. I need you to help me get him. Cough, cough, cough. Rika immediately choked on her drink. Coughing violently, she barely managed to recover. And when she did, she stared at Akon in shock. Akon, you like Minami that much? That's why I'm asking you to help me. Akon answered with a dazzling smile, that same perfect, practiced smile of hers. But her expression made Rika feel uneasy. Because logically speaking, Akon, if you like someone, shouldn't you just go for it yourself? She placed her glass down on the table. With how popular you are at school, getting a guy to like you should be easy, right? It was true. Shinjo Akon was ridiculously well liked. Every month, she had to clean out at least 10 or 20 love letters from her shoe locker. Her bright, friendly nature, it struck a chord with tons of guys. With Akon's social skills, intelligence, and charm, winning over someone she liked shouldn't be difficult at all. So why the hell did she need Rika's help? What could she possibly do? But oh, Rika, you just don't get it. Akon giggled softly. Minami isn't like the guys who are easy to win over. As she said this, her delicate hand rested against her cheek. Her lips curled up. It was a smile that even Rika found captivating. A smile that without a doubt came straight from her heart. Rika Takarada's gaze was drawn in. She fell silent. Ever since that day, from then until now, she had been observing Minami Shaoji. She wanted to see for herself if he was really as special as Shinjo Akon claimed. She wanted to understand him with her own eyes. To that end, she had gone out of her way to ask their mutual friends about Minami. Of course, she wasn't asking about the obvious things like how he was ranked first in the country in the national mock exams. She wanted to know the things that weren't common knowledge. The hidden details about Minami Shaoji. And the more she found out, the more she was shocked. He loved books. He had been first place in the entire grade since enrollment. He had somehow passed the entrance exams for Shuka High all the way from some rural town, and he was still living alone, completely independent. He was mature for his age, rarely spoke, yet always listened. An incredibly diligent, hard-working student who had never once let Akon surpass him in grades. A self-sufficient young man, living alone in Tokyo, completely capable of taking care of himself. He really wasn't like the typical high school boy. And after working with him on The Monster of the Human Heart, Rika started to notice more things about him. Unlike most guys their age, Minami considered everything carefully before acting. And even when Akon constantly teased him, he barely reacted at all. Not once had he shown any signs of being a flirt. No wonder Akon's interested in him. Handsome. Top grades. Had his own fan club at school. Strong-willed and resilient. Rika could see the appeal now. Even she had to admit Akon and Minami actually might be a pretty good match. And so, when Minami finally announced the end of today's rehearsal, Rika hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. Minami, there's something I wanted to discuss with you. What is it, Takarada? Minami stopped writing and looked up. This was rare. Rika almost never approached him outside of discussing script details. The only one who regularly chased after Minami was Akon, who had been relentlessly trying to invite him over to watch tokusatsu DVDs at her house. Well, tomorrow is the start of the 31st school festival, right? And in the morning, we need to set up the stage props and equipment. Yeah, that's right. Minami nodded. His sharp gaze focused on her. Why? Something wrong? Rika hesitated. Out of the corner of her eye she caught Akon winking at her mischievously. Rika quickly turned back to Minami, who was staring at her with the purest, most genuinely clueless expression. Ugh. At that moment she felt a massive pang of guilt. But this was Akon's request. She had to follow through. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to continue. So, I was wondering. Could you, pick me and Akon up tomorrow morning? Since, there's gonna be a lot of stuff to carry. Minami frowned slightly, deep in thought. Is he suspicious? Rika's heart skipped a beat. Was he catching on to something? Did he realize she was setting him up with Akon? But then sure. No problem. As long as it doesn't interfere with my schedule, I don't mind. Oh. She exhaled in relief. Turns out he had just been checking his schedule. Great. Thanks, Minami. Don't worry about it. There's a lot to carry anyway. After all, Akon had spent a fortune renting an entire LCD display, a Kaija suit, and a scale model city. There was no way she and Rika could move all of it by themselves. As Minami stood up, he cast a quick glance at Rika but didn't seem to think much of her nervous behavior. It was understandable. These days, he was practically drowning in work. He was constantly juggling between editing the script for The Monster of the Human Heart, tutoring those chaotic girls from Kesoka Band, working shifts as the head chef at Raiko Raiko, and on top of all that trying to deal with the absurd amount of trouble caused by Ryo Yamada and Chisato Nishikigi. Seriously. Those two had insane levels of persistence. He was exhausted. Between studying and work, he barely had any time to relax. Even his weekends were packed with commitments. So honestly, he didn't have the energy to care about whatever minor expression changes Rika was making. If anything, he was this close to asking the simulator if it had an option to clone himself. At least then he could split the workload. But whatever. The Shuka festival is finally tomorrow. All this stress, all this chaos, had all been leading up to the festival. Once it actually started, most of these problems would disappear. After wrapping up his conversation with Rika and Akon, Minami turned to leave. He still had to tutor at Starry later. And as he walked away, a voice called out behind him. Rika. She turned to see Akon approaching. Then without warning, Akon lunged at her and pulled her into a tight hug. Thank you so much. I swear I'll do my best. I won't waste your efforts. Akon squeezed her, practically glowing with excitement. Yes. With Rika officially on her side, she would succeed this time. Akon. Rika's voice was slightly muffled, along with the struggles of her arms. What's wrong? Akon tilted her head in confusion. Let go. I can't breathe. I'm gonna pass out. Rika flailed desperately, her entire face smothered against Akon's, a very generous chest. Akon blinked. Oops. There's been some improvement. Flipping through the test papers in his hands, Minami Shaoji nodded in satisfaction at Nijuka Ijichi and Ikuyo Kita. If you keep studying like this, Nijuka, Ikuyo, your next test scores should improve a lot. He had just finished speaking when really? Then praise me, Minami. A monotone voice interrupted him. Expressionless, Minami turned his head only to meet Ryo Yamada's equally blank stare, her big eyes fixed right on him. Then without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed her soft cheeks, stretching them apart. As he did, his voice took on a dangerous edge. After half a month of tutoring, your grades haven't improved one bit. Yamada, how do you have the nerve to ask me for praise? Ow. It hurts, Minami. Oh, so you do feel pain? I thought someone with your thick skin wouldn't even notice. Minami let out a long sigh and shot Ryo a glare. But isn't staying true to yourself supposed to be a compliment? Ryo rubbed her reddened cheeks, frowning slightly as she seriously pondered the matter. By rounding up. This still counts as praise from you, Minami. The way you're rounding things up is way too generous. Minami's lips twitched, deciding it wasn't worth arguing with her anymore. Even after all these tutoring sessions, Ryo Yamada's grades remained as abysmal as ever. But that was within Minami's expectations. With her level of intelligence, adjusting to a proper study rhythm was going to take time. On the other side, Minami turned toward Hitori Gota, who looked so guilty she didn't even dare lift her head. Without hesitation, he reached out and ruffled her soft pink hair, offering some reassurance. Hitori, don't overthink it. You might be about as bad as Ryo, but at least I can see you're trying. Being bad at studying isn't your fault. As long as you keep working hard, you'll get better. Just do your best next time. Hitori froze. Minami's voice was so warm and gentle. It felt like he was genuinely comforting her. So why? Why did the words make her feel even more useless? No, now wasn't the time to focus on that. Hitori blinked and shot a glance at Ikuyo Kita. Ikuyo instantly understood. Flashing a bright, cheerful smile, she spoke up. By the way, Minami-senpai, tomorrow is the school festival. Are you free in the morning? Yes. For the sake of Minami and Hitori as the sunshine energy of Starry, this was her moment to take the initiative. Chapter 162, Chaos Incoming. Minami-senpai, tomorrow is the school festival. So, do you have time in the morning? Tomorrow morning? Hearing Kita Ikuyo's words, Minami Shaoji couldn't help but glance at her. Another appointment for tomorrow morning. He had already promised to help Shinjo Akon and Takarada Rika move equipment in the morning. His schedule was already tight. Just as he was thinking of a way to refuse, Kita leaned in closer. Her usual bright energy was in full effect, and her yellow-green eyes seemed to sparkle. Since Hitori and I are students at our school, we need to move the equipment from Starry to the school festival venue tomorrow morning. We have to be at school by around 7. But there's way too much gear for just the two of us to handle. Can't Nodoka or Ryo help? Minami glanced at Ijichi Nodoka and Yamada Ryo. Nodoka looked apologetic, while Ryo just turned her head lazily, clearly not interested. Ah. I'm really sorry. Nodoka, as considerate as always, immediately lowered her head in guilt when Minami looked at her. Ryo and I aren't students at your school, so we can't enter before 8 a.m. The school festival doesn't officially open until then. The event wasn't open to outsiders until 8 a.m., meaning even if they wanted to help, they wouldn't be allowed in. I see. Technically, Ryo and Nodoka could help bring the equipment to the school gate. But that would mean making them wander outside the campus for an hour. 7 o'clock. It should be fine. The equipment for Akon's event was already in the activity room. He just needed to move it to the gym later. Besides, his meeting with Akon was set for around 8. This wouldn't be an issue. Thinking of this, Minami nodded at Kita. Alright, I'll head to Starry at around 6:30 a.m. Then we'll move the effect pedals, speakers, and the rest to school together. Sound good? There were carts available, so splitting the load among 3 people wouldn't be too exhausting. Why yes. That works. Before Kita could even respond, Hattori suddenly blurted out her agreement. Then, as if realizing she had just spoken out of turn, she quickly covered her mouth and lowered her head. Minami glanced at Hattori.